welcome to the Iesf Northern African Qualifiers for Dota 2 2024. I am Waxin, joined by none other than the fantastic and ever so experienced Black. We are here to break down all of the action for the upcoming couple of days. Black, welcome to the stream.
Thanks, my friend. Long time no hear. Well, I mean, we did talk occasionally, but not in the professional setting. So glad to have you back. Glad to be back with you.
I'm excited to be here. This is where the road to the World Esports Championships 2024 begins. And what better way to start that with some North African Dota, especially as we are on such a recent patch. 736 came in about a month ago. We also had 736B about a week ago. So these teams that have prepared probably for the last, 10 months since the World Championships now have to completely change it up and adapt to what feels like a new version of Dota.
Yeah, I mean, there's many interesting changes that came. Some more interesting than others. Like some got complete, almost reworks, it feels like, where others are pretty much the same hero as before. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of experimenting around. Even the bigger teams, the top teams in the world, they're showing a lot of different things. But as always, when there's such a big defining patch, it's very, very difficult to keep it all balanced. And there's big winners and big losers, as there usually are in such big patches. So I'm assuming we're going to see more of the same when it comes to the meta. But maybe, this is a less explored region. Maybe they have some secret sauces that we don't know about.
I mean, I'm glad you bring this up, Black, because I really want to talk a bit about this qualifier in itself. Before we get in the ins and outs of the facets and the innate abilities, I want to talk about the region and the teams that we have this week. We got Egypt, we got the Ivory Coast, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia. And, we are going to be fortunate enough to see 4 of these teams today already, as the first matchup will be Tunisia versus Morocco. And a bit later on afterwards, we will get into Egypt versus Libya. Egypt, the representative of the region last year, if you remember, at the World Esports Championships. They want to go back-to-back, Black. But looking at these rosters, do you think Egypt is the favorite only because of that previous pedigree, or maybe some of the new blood will take them by surprise?
I mean, I'm probably going to be a little bit biased here because we, as you said, did get to talk to the Egypt guys, and they're incredibly smart. They might have not broken through to that super top international level yet, but when you talk to them, they clearly understand the game. They have a smart coach with them as well, so they probably are the favorite again, at least in my book. But it's a new patch, it's new times in Dota. It's been a long time since they probably played each other in a professional setting like this, so anything can happen, really.
And also, the format is completely different to what we usually expect in this type of qualifiers. It's a single group stage, single round robin, but every single match is a best of 3, right? There is so often we find ourselves at the beginning of these qualifiers in best of 2s or even best of 1s for very unconventional situations, but best of 3s. Traditionally, in your experience, this means the best team should prevail pretty much every single time.
That's correct, yeah. So best of 1s, I don't want to sound mean or anything, but best of 1s is really where underdog teams or dark horse teams can shine because, they don't know your strategies. Suddenly, you surprise them, you beat them, and that's it. Done. No second chances. In a BO3, it's generally very hard to do that twice in a row to a team that's mechanically better than you. So, yeah, as I said, generally, the better team should come out ahead in a BO3. And that's pretty much universally true across all esports. Yeah. The more matches you play, the less likely an upset is.
Of course, I mean, that's why, for example, in the Chess World Championships, right, they play about, 24 matches until they decide, okay,
maybe even more,
this guy is clearly better than the other one. So it will be interesting to see how things will evolve this weekend. But now let's get into this first matchup of the day, Black, because like I said, we're going to have Tunisia versus Morocco. And taking a quick look at these 2 rosters, I think we can take a look at Morocco first. We have Incurjo, Latvia, Mortaduda, Davu, and Melrine. I think I'm going to give them a bit of a French pronunciation from now on, because obviously Moroccan players have a bit of a French twang to their name, but
Yep.
these far players are very young, and we don't even have that much data about them. I don't even think I have data on them in high-level pubs, so they're a complete unknown quantity to me.
Yeah. I mean, likewise to me as well, which is basically what we spoke about briefly before.
Yeah.
Like this region as a whole is pretty unexplored, and their play styles, they might be completely crazy, completely weird. We don't know. We don't know. Like, they could be right in your face Dota. They could be really turtly. They could be somewhere in between. It's going to be very exciting to find out how all these players play, the individual play styles, the play styles of the teams themselves. It's a lot of information to be harvested from our side as well. Because as you said, even matchmaking information and everything, there isn't really a whole lot to go off.
And this is one of the conversation I had just last year, I believe, with the representatives of Team South Africa. It was at the World Esports Championships, and they were telling me that the level of play on their server doesn't really feel competitive enough. And if they really want to get that high experience screams and pubs, they need to play on the SCA or even China region, which is very hard to do from South Africa. Well, the North African region, they have the luxury of playing on the European servers, or now the obviously the newly developed MENA region, right? So when you constantly have the chance to maybe play in pubs versus some of the best players in the world, we can expect them to be at least mechanically more gifted than their counterpart in the South.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that. And again, just because they're unknown to us or unknown to the people doesn't mean they're bad. Like there was Thompson, he suddenly came out of nowhere, won a TI straight away. Like it can happen at any time that there's a gifted player hidden somewhere, secretly training like Goku in the gravity chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And he comes out like, whoa, I am the best now. And that's why I'm so excited. Like I love question marks in Dota. Even though in real life, as you probably know, I'm a very calculative person. I love to calculate everything and be as safe as possible when I do something. When I cast games, question marks are awesome. We don't know what they're gonna pick. Maybe they're gonna pick some carry Crystal Maiden and make it work somehow, no? So I can torment my pups again with that and probably get reported 4 times. But it's always very interesting to see what these new players bring to the table. Because I'm a guy, I like to. How do I make this sound like I don't want to sound like I'm a thief, but I like to look at other people, what they do. I take it and then I try to improve on it. It's kind of like a. Yeah, I probably shouldn't talk more about it.
It's a life philosophy, right? Copying is the best form of flattery. And if you see someone doing something great and you want to get inspiration from it, that's the word you're looking for, my friend. You get inspired by them to try out what they have tried and maybe do it even better than themselves. So that is going to be Morocco. Now, looking at the Tunisian squad, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I recognize some of these names. We've got Cancun and Zanetti, which are 2 of the players that I recall from my previous experience with this type of tournaments. But the other 3, Stone, Locrites, I believe, and Conan, I'm unfamiliar with. But Cancun and Zanetti have definitely played sort of a tier 3, tempting tier 2 Dota in their careers thus far. So maybe that extra experience might be the edge in this first matchup.
Yeah, it could very well be. I mean, I'm already biased because I joined the lobby and they were like, hey, are you the real Black? I'm a big fan of you. I was like, okay, I'm sold. Tunisia won the game. 2-0. It's over, actually. It's already over.
Are you the real Black?
No, I'm a fake. I just took his name. No, but, again, it's very hard to say. On paper, Tunisia has more experience because, as you said, I also do recognize 1 or 2, possibly even 3. It's been a long time of their names.
Yeah.
And they definitely have some competitive exposure. So that might or might not play a big role here. So if you were to purely judge on that, then Tunisia has the edge for sure. But again, Morocco, lots of question marks. Probably also lots of question marks for Tunisia. What are they going to bring out? Do they have some secret strats?
Isn't this the beauty of Iesf, right, Black? The fact that we have the chance of seeing this grassroots talent shine in against people of their level and put their country on the map. And that's what I love about, first of all, the qualifiers, right? Starting in with the North African and South African qualifiers. Each of the regions has a single slot to represent their team further in the World Esports Championship later this year. So quite interesting to see how we will evolve, how everything will evolve over the next couple of days. Because, like we said, this is not a one-day affair, right? We will be here for, I believe, 4 days in which every team has the opportunity of shining against every single opponent. But with that being said, let's talk about the current meta. We went through the 2 lineups. Current meta. We got facets, we got innate abilities, we got 736, we got 736B, and we've got some must-ban heroes. Black, what would be 2 must-ban heroes for you currently?
It really depends on who I'm playing against. Like, my biggest nightmare right now is playing against insanely good Storm Spirit players.
Oh,
That
yeah.
hero has been super buffed. Like, that innate Bloodstone, basically, is just absolutely crazy. And if that hero snowballs, now you're pretty much just done. Like, if he snowballed before, it was bad already. But now if he snowballs, it's double as bad. So definitely Storm is one. One hero that's not on a lot of people's radar, but that's creeping up more and more, is definitely Weaver.
Yes.
Because, nowadays the meta is you pick 2 strong offlaners, right? Or, well, a strong 4 and a strong offlaner, and you just bully the carry out of the lane, right? But if you have a Weaver there, well, good luck trying that. Same with the TA. TA, Weaver, safe lane nowadays, very, very popular, just because you can't bully them out, and the offlane actually has to play Dota for once, I hate offlaners, sorry guys, sorry. You always have OP heroes. I can't do anything with my Spectre or whatever. So, yeah. Get some taste of your own medicine when you play against TA or Weaver. You deserve it. So I'm expecting a couple of these heroes to come out just so they can actually lane. Because, like right now, truth be told, the offlane and the 4 position, they're incredibly strong. Especially in the early game, the pressure they can put out.
And then you mentioned the position 4, right? We have to talk about this clockwork. We have to talk about the clock. We have to talk about Witch Doctor even, which is in a strange place right now with the Voodoo Festeration. I feel like that's a great spell as a core, but people still run it as a support, and it's working. And what about the Enigma, right? Because Enigma is one of these heroes that it's either quite good or it's just not playable at all. And at this point, again, 736B came out about 6 days ago. It feels like it's good. Like his win rate in 8K plus pubs is 58%. This is pure insanity.
Yeah. I mean, Enigma, as you said, is one of these heroes. Just being present in a game is so disturbing to the enemy team. You have to focus him, but if you focus him and you can't burst him because there's like some saving support, like an Oracle or something, suddenly he gets a black hole off, 3 heroes get black hole, team fight over. It's such a scary hero to go up against. It's kind of like the old mag. The new mag, not as much anymore. I don't know, they kind of nerfed him into oblivion. I don't like the new mag at all. But Enigma is just crazy good. The laning is great. Now, after Malefic's buff, the spell is insanely good in lane as well. And then, as we said, level 6 black hole, super easy to get hero kills. And then, of course, you are the strongest late game hero in the game, or one of them at least. That refresher BKB black hole is almost unbeatable, unless you have like a silencer or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, beyond that, also, you win lane, you just push the tower, right? You get the Eidolons out, push the tower super easily, especially with the new Helm of Dominator, Helm of Overlord now being buffed again. Vlad is just really, really good again. Like, the pushing meta is definitely upon us again.
And even with the new facet, the splitting image of the Enigma is so overwhelming. Like, you get attacked and you just spawn another one of those Eidolons to right click. But right now, let's move it along. Let's see what else we have for you graphic wise, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, we're going back to the matchups for tomorrow. Like I said, we have a multiple day affair. So today we will get Egypt versus Libya at the end of the day, but tomorrow we will be starting off with them versus Tunisia. So that's one of the matchups that I think will kind of contest who gets that first slot, looking at the historic of the 5 teams who have this tournament. But what do you think about the second matchup of the day tomorrow? And we've got Namibia on one side, and of course, is that a matchup from the South African region, if I'm not wrong, Black? I think it might
is,
be.
Yes.
It
is. Yeah, correct. And I would say the first matchup, I mean, today is going to give us a lot of information regarding that, how good Tunisia is, because I roughly know how good Egypt is. And yeah, after today, we'll know a lot more. But for now, Egypt is definitely my heavy favorite. And then Madagascar versus Namibia. That's a tough one. Kind of like this game right now. two unknowns to me, lots of question marks, and I'll have to see them in action at least once to really make more of them.
Yeah.
Because on paper, they're also pretty unknown to the world.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you and our viewers at home, right? Looking at the South African region, which we haven't shown to you, I can just run you through the team. So we had Madagascar, Namibia, Kenya, and South Africa. Realistically speaking, South Africa is, I would say, the heavy favorite going into that region because they've qualified to multiple world championships. They've got players that have had stint attempts in the tier 2 Southeast Asian region. Players like Cuckoo, like Soup, even Grove, I think, had a bit of an attempt at the beginning of this year. So for me, it would be quite hard to see either Madagascar, Kenya, or Namibia upsetting South Africa. But that's what we're here for. We want to see those surprises happen.
Yeah, but ultimately, esports is, it is still quite young if we're just looking at pure numbers. But just like any sport, upsets, the longer the game is around, are becoming more rare, right? As time passes, just because players are getting better at keeping the advantage and building upon the advantage. Because by right, whether it's sports or esports, unless something crazy happens, as soon as you build that little bit of a lead, a little bit of an advantage, you can always build on that, make it bigger, make it bigger, make it bigger. And it's just incredibly hard to come back if you don't really show any weakness or openings. But that's also the good thing, the nice thing about Dota. There's a million different things you can do at any time. And it's so hard to be prepared for all of them.
One of the things I want us to actually be prepared about in this Tunisia-Morocco matchup, and it's going to be a good starting point for the discussion for the next few days as well, Black. We talked a bit about our heroes and some of these new questionable or busted facets outright. What about side? Because for the longest time, I feel like there was a big conversation. Oh, the Radiant's better, Dire was better because Roshan was closer. The Roshan pit hasn't been moved. We still have this top left corner, bottom right corner, Roshan scaling between day and night. So I feel like this hasn't been a point of contention in a long time. It's more of a personal preference, right? Like you as a carry know probably this better than I could explain it, is what farming pattern is your carry best at following when he's in the Dire jungle and in the Mighty Mines, or when he's on the Radiant side. So about you personally, which side do you think has a slight edge?
I always feel, at least purely speaking from a safe lane, I'll touch a bit on the mid lane after, Dire is probably always going to be better, just because in the Mighty Mines you actually get health regen, which is so much more valuable than mana regen early on. Because like I'm not going to be an Enigma that needs mana regen to farm jungle or like some Fury and profit, right? Like I'm going to be probably a right clicker that's going to have to take damage in order to farm jungle. So Dire should always be a little bit safer, just because you have this buffer of being able to fall back into the jungle if things go wrong. Whereas on Radiant, as I said, you have mana regen, but what carry really utilizes mana regen
Medusa,
and farms jungle too much? I mean, you have, I guess, TA is pretty good at it, but there aren't like too many choices. Like even a hero like Ursa, of course you like mana, but ultimately you'll run out of health, which you won't in the Dire jungle. And then touching on mid lane, I personally actually feel like I like Radiant a bit better. It's just the Dire side is so open. You can get attacked from so many different angles. I really don't. I don't like playing mid lane as Dire. It's very scary. Support suddenly just pop out from some tree and you're just gone.
Can I get your thoughts on something, Black? Because we're talking about this Templar assassin quite a lot, and she's been relatively nerfed, I would say, but I think she's still viable. I would still consider her maybe not a first pick as she was about a week ago, but maybe second pick worthy right after the second set of bans. But I'm gonna ask you about a different hero who has been favored quite a lot, I would say over the last 4 or 5 months. Been heavily nerfed, but only one of his facets, and that hero is the Zeus, right? Since we're talking about mid laners, let's talk about Zeus. His Limewire, which essentially for those at home unfamiliar with it, is the facet in which, Livewire is the facet in which he builds the Aghanim Shard, Dragonlance, Manta styling, becomes that right clicker build. That had 8 nerfs, I want to say maybe 7, 6 days ago. But I personally feel that the Divine Rampage is still such a great Zeus facet to take, and it takes us back years to when Zeus used to just be this nuker. But what are your thoughts on the current Zeus?
So why the right-click Zeus was pretty much played all the time. Of course, it was very strong, but it's just casters in general, unless you have some sort of right-click element to you, are very hard to play right now. It's just Eternal Shroud is so strong, Pipe is so strong. In general, heroes just get so much HP passively from neutral items, from whatever, like a random bracer, magic wand, and it's just incredibly hard to play pure nukers.
Yeah.
That's why heroes like Lina, they are good nukers, obviously, but they will always go into this Gleipnir sort of right-click nuker hybrid. Same with Storm, why Storm is so good. Like, you will never really see pure nukers anymore, just because the counters are there. Like, they're too easy to achieve. Like, I'm just gonna give you an example.
Yep.
Obviously, I got reported 4 times. I played Zeus. I went for 5 rapiers and the refresher. Okay.
Yep.
So I had an insane amount of spell amp. The enemy decided, all right, we're dying in 2 ults. I'm just gonna buy an Eternal Shroud. Suddenly, my ult dealt less than half the HP.
Wow.
Just from 1 item. Absolutely crazy.
It's also because Eternal Shroud is busted, right? I think it's safe to say Eternal Shroud should either get nerfed or completely reworked if it wants to be an item that will have long-lasting power in Dota, right? It's just one of these items that I think we can't allow to keep on seeing purchased on everything, like you said, including Storm Spirits buying Eternal Shrouds.
Yeah, it's too good of an item. It's honestly, the level of brokenness reminds me a little bit of what's it called? The pack that reduced all the damage everybody dealt.
Great pack.
Rave Pact, yeah, that's right. It kind of reminds me of that in terms of balancing. I don't know, it's just so strong. It gives it a ridiculous amount of HP, a ridiculous amount of everything. It's just such a good item. Like, I'm surprised it didn't get nerfed more. I think the duration of the passive got nerfed by like 1 second, and that's it. No, you can't be serious. Like, the item is way too good. Literally everyone's complaining about it. So hopefully they hear our pleas and nerf it, or honestly just outright remove it, because I love playing nukers and I just can't. It's just impossible.
Okay, well, speaking of removing stuff, we've got the heroes already beginning the ban
Iesf,
phase.
man. That hero is so ridiculous.
Shadowfiend Tiny and Hoodwink Nightstalker, the first taken out, and now we're gonna get Tunisia picking their first, getting overall first pick, which I don't know if I prefer currently. I think having overall last pick is just slightly better, as we haven't yet decided if there is an all-around overpowered hero, stronger than anything that you value so much more. But yeah, what would you take, first pick or last pick?
I think it really depends on your team. Like, some teams, they just have this one guy. You give him the perfect hero in the perfect game, like Yatoro, for example, and you just destroy everything. Then last pick is absolutely insane. But if you, for example, go back to like the old OG that won 2 TIs, they weren't really about one player at all. Like, their first pick was amazing just because they built very solid strategies around everybody. And they were actually stronger than picking second last, just because you can pretty much flesh out your idea of a draft much earlier. And they didn't need that last pick to really enable a player. So it really depends on what sort of dynamic your team has.
Ooh, Dawnbreaker. I feel like the Dawn is strong, but I don't even know. Would I ban Dawn as the third ban unless Morocco has some insider notes on Tunisia's playstyle? I think this might be a bit too early to take Dawnbreaker out. I would much have rather gone for one of those that we talked about, like the Enigma, the Witch Doctor, even the Shadow Shaman, right? Preferred by a lot of these teams that play in the current Tier 4, Tier 3 scene. Whereas they don't want to get cheesed. That's what they're banning the Brood Mother.
Brood is an interesting ban. Not a hero you see too much, but of course, if it's a free Brood game, always a very scary hero. So, as you said, they might just have more information on the team than we do. They definitely have more information on the team than we do. Let's not kid ourselves.
Well, I would hope so, as they're getting prepared to get into this one. And
let's see Tia and Weaver, the ones we spoke about right away.
I mean, You're gonna look at this Weaver and be like, huh, why did we ban the Dawnbreaker and not the Weaver? Question mark. And this might be something that will punish them. But we'll see. We'll see. It's only game one. Let's not already award Tunisia the victory. But I'm quite concerned. Like Morocco needs to have a game plan now. And is the game plan gonna be just Bloodseeker countering the Weaver, like going back the years or rolling back to time?
It's always very risky to pick hard counters to a first pick hero because Weaver is a very strong support hero as well in this patch. So yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. But Legion Commander is a very good answer to Weaver. Of course, just locks you down. One of the strongest facets in the game with the sharing damage.
10 seconds
is a ridiculous facet as well. And Duel is one of the best answers to Weaver. So I like that answer. Yep, very nice.
Only if this is not a Weaver support, like you mentioned, because then later on, if it's a Weaver support, minute 35 has an Aghanim Scepter, just takes people out of duel. It's not a counter to the Weaver anymore, is it?
Yeah, that's the beauty of Dota, isn't it? One hero can counter the other, but then suddenly that hero that got countered counters the counter.
10 seconds to go.
Now, finally, we're going back to what I would consider more expected bans in the form of the Clockwork and the Dark Willow, two of the most overwhelming supports in the current meta. The current Bramble, the Thorny Ticket of the Dark Willow is very annoying.
Thicket, yeah.
Thicket, yeah. It's a Dark Willow is not a thick hero. That's not what we're going for, ladies and gentlemen. It's the name of her new facet. And Clockwork with the possibility of just pushing the cogs around very strong. But Morocco sticking to their game plan. I feel like they're playing kind of on the edge of the meta, not really banning the most meta heroes, but Undying is making a slow resurgence, I'd say.
Yeah, it actually looks like they're very lane focused. Like 4 of their bans are against heroes that are really lane dominant in this current patch.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems to be a team that really wants to take the early game initiative and then ride the momentum into the mid late game. Or Lion, maybe we're gonna see a carry Lion. I've been experimenting around with that a bit. Have you seen that?
Yes, I like it. I don't think it's like the best in the current patch, but I think it's very interesting. And if someone finds just the right build and the right team around this carry Lion, I think it could really work out.
Yeah, the biggest problem with it is just that the downtime can be quite large until you're level 18 with Arc Scepter. But yeah. Or Ursa, of course. Yeah.
That's a crazy response. I think, I mean, Ursa, Weaver, two of these heroes that we talked about when we were breaking down this patch, and they are really, really in the meta right now. Legion used to be, but she got nerfed a little bit. So I kind of love what Tunisia's cooking up. I have to be honest with you, as they will also have the chance to get something else here. But you know what this tells us? It's probably a Weaver support then.
Probably Weaver support. There is a slight possibility, probably not going to happen, that it's an offlane as well. But yeah, like they picked 2 heroes that are quote unquote supposed to counter the Weaver. So putting it now in a support position would be a very, very good move. And Ursa, as you said, is just a great answer. Lanes very well against Legion Commander, and Lion doesn't like playing against Ursa either.
Winter Wyvern. Wow. This draft is already shaping up to be something incredible, but Morocco will get the Rubik, and the Rubik is the hero that loves playing against the Weaver, right? Getting the Shikuchi is going to allow him to be more mobile. The Winter Wyvern has a lot of spells to be stolen, but Morocco is continuing to surprise us, to say the least, Black.
Yeah, Kunkka is definitely not that strong of a meta hero right now, and I'm a little bit worried for their damage output. Like, none of the heroes really have great damage. And if Ursa ever gets an Enrage off, or if Weaver gets an Axe down the line, Winter Wyvern with the Cold Embrace, like, it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be easy to kill heroes. We spoke about the innate tankiness of a lot of heroes nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So they're definitely going to need some powerhouse for last pick.
They will have the overall last pick. I have to reiterate that for the viewers at home that might be Morocco supporters, right? There's still hope here, although me and Black kind of feel like Tunisia has the evident upper hand at this moment in time, and I'm wondering what else would they like to add to this, to complete their lineup. And one of these things that the Cold Embrace from the Winter Wyvern also brings to the table is the natural counter to the duel. jump in, dual, cold embrace the target, and unless there's sufficient magic damage coming in from the teammates of Legion Commander, then that target just survives.
Yeah, and we spoke about how magic damage isn't the best damage in the current meta. And even then, they have like a lion finger, and that's pretty much it. Like Kunka's damage isn't amazing, it's not instant either. So his winter pick is very strong. It's I like the draft a lot right now.
Oh wow!
More tankiness. Centaur, of course, a staple offlaner as well. And Winter Wyvern Centaur or Weaver Centaur is also an amazing dual lane. Same with the Ursa. Like these heroes synergize together very, very well right now. This Tunisia draft is very cohesive.
I have to agree this 100%. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if this could turn into a Winter Wyvern core. Have you played any Winter Wyvern mid black?
I have. I got a couple of nerfs here and there. It's still playable. It's just not as good as it was before. But, in the right game, it can still definitely work.
I mean, at this point, Kunkka versus Winter Wyvern mid, I think Winter Wyvern would have a hell of a time, playing versus the melee Kunkka. Again, hopefully, I don't want Tunisia to actually, overthink it too much. Maybe just leave it to position 5, Weaver 4, and then choose your mid lane last right now after a few set of bans. Morocco also believes this is the way to go, as they're banning out the Void Spirit. Tunisia will respond with a Lifestealer, and finally, Morocco taking out the Huskar. They're really afraid of cheese. Banning the Broodmother and the Huskar in the same phase, not the same phase, in the same game. Morocco's definitely suffered some losses in their practices. This is what I'm being told through their bans.
Yeah, there seems to be some, fear of getting Huskar as is so common in pubs. But I mean, let's be real though, Huskar would be an amazing pick for Tunisia. So it is still a good ban. And now they're banning all the tank counters. Lifestealers out, Razors out. It's gonna be hard to find a solution for Morocco with that big last pick. Because Tunisia right now, whatever they choose to pick as last pick, like honestly, even a Storm Spirit with like the Eternal Shroud build we see so much could be amazing here.
10 seconds
Still
to
not
go.
banned somehow.
Lots of options.
Yeah, how is the Storm not banned? Like we keep on talking about the fact that he feels like the prime mid laner, and somehow makes his way into the final pick phase of game number 1. It might be a confidence issue, right? You talked about the importance of him snowballing early on, and maybe these teams are afraid if they misstep in the first 10-15 minutes, the Storm just falls behind, far too behind, maybe. But I really think Tunisia should just grab it here.
Yeah, grab it. I agree. It's a perfect hero. They need some prime initiation. And Monkey King. Okay, so they just play for the lane. Monkey King against the Kunkka. It's a very traditional counter, very traditional answer. It's not what I expected, but it's pretty good against Legion Commander. It's pretty good against Kunkka. And Monkey King is only afraid of burst damage. They don't have any.
I think this Monkey King might just completely shock Morocco, because they weren't expecting either. Now they only have 25 seconds left of reserve time.
That's not a lot, yeah. And so what's your magic answer going to be? You have to lane against Centaur plus Weaver or Winter, which is already not an easy lane. And most of these lane bullies that I spoke about, they're gone. So picking like a hard carry is going to be very risky.
Gyro?
Whoever could work. It's just the supports aren't that strong in the lane. Now what are you going to bust out?
1 second.
Give us the
Venge. They're cooking. This
is it the lion carry we spoke about?
Or the Venge carry? Right? Venge
I mean,
no, she's got the missile.
I hope it's lion carry. Like lion carry right now would make my day probably. And they have an attack speed. I mean, they have a good support for it with the Vengeful Spirit. Kunkka is going to make him a little bit more tanky. That's probably not going to happen, but, a man can dream.
Well, neither the Venge or the Lion have yet...
Oh, never mind. I just realized he didn't take the facet. He took the mana drain facet, so...
But the Vengeful didn't take the facet either. He doesn't have the right-click facet yet.
Well, is it maybe a Rubik mid and a carry Legion and an off-lane Kunkka?
Oh.
But either way, Kunkka is going to be in trouble against Ursa or Monkey King.
This is very interesting coming up from Morocco. And, maybe this is what they need. They know that they are the slight underdog in this matchup versus Tunisia. And coming out with something completely unexpected might be enough for them to pull the upset. At the same time, I don't even know how I feel about this mid lane matchup because no matter what you do, okay, it's gonna be a vengeful spirit carry. She did decide in the end. She swapped to the soul strike, so that is gonna be confirmed Lion support alongside the Rubik, which is gonna they're gonna have to face the problem that we've been talking about. Their two supports are very weak in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, Lion has his upsides, of course, with the mana drain being very annoying. But yeah, he doesn't really offer a whole lot in the lane. Ursa doesn't really care that much about mana. Near the centaur, like a magic stick is a very good solution to that anyway. So their lanes should be quite tough. And if they do end up putting the Kunkka middle, it's gonna be even tougher because Monkey King is generally not a great mid laner, but if you have a free lane like that, you can snowball out of control really easily. And so can the Ursa lane. And let's be real, so can the centaur lane.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the Iesf North African qualifiers is now underway as we have Morocco and Tunisia battling out in the first map of this best of three. Black, I'm very excited. We both agree that this is probably about a 65-70% draft in the favor of Tunisia. So let's see if Morocco can take us by surprise and take over this game with this vengeful spirit carry.
Yeah, but Tunisia already smoked up, poised to make the first move. Let's see if they fall for it or not. Always, of course, it always happens in almost every game nowadays. There's one team that smokes, sometimes both. They're always trying to feel each other out. But it looks like they're somewhat expecting this. They're all sticking together, and the Dire shouldn't really be making any move towards there. So, 2-2 rune split, very common, standard.
I think
now the question is, who do we favor in a standard game? I would still say the Dire draft is insanely good, even in a standard game. Like probably even better, because like Avenged carry, who does that?
I guess Nigma is the one team that's been spamming the vengeful spirit carry, with Miracle having various degrees of success. I think also I'm surprised that Tunisia is the one to smoke up because Morocco feels like they have the better catch and stuns for the first blood at level 1. But in the end, it will be a wash, right? 5 players from the Radiant bottom, 5 players top, and Mortadito seems to be lagging. Hopefully that's not going to be an issue that will put a halt in their play.
Yeah, I don't want to have any ping cause too many problems here. But lanes are pretty much what we expected. Now the question is, your supports can't really help Kunkka in the mid lane. That's the big problem here. Monkey King basically has free reign of this lane, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you have to focus on probably just making sure that the Vengeful gets off to an amazing start.
You know what I was hoping they might do, other than the Lion carry, of course? I was hoping they might swap Kunkka to position 4 and maybe throw a Rubik in mid. There's a couple of facets that the Rubik could use to run mid lane. I don't think they're necessarily great, but this Kunkka, I don't expect him to get more than 10 last hits in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, so level 1 is still quite playable, and so is level 2, but as soon as Monkey is level 3, it becomes so difficult. And what you said might very well be true. It's just one of these matchups that, some of the matchups that are really bad, they get better over time as you level up. But in the mid lane against Monkey, it really doesn't. The higher level Monkey gets, the worse it gets for you. Like, once Monkey is level 5 or even level 7, like, he might just turn around the gank and kill all 2 or 3 of you.
I like the banter in the chat from the players. I think the Mortadito and the Rubik just hit them with care hook. Obviously, the mind games are what take 50% make the difference. As we're taking a quick look at the facets that players have went, we have the Tidebringer, which cooldown is reduced per enemy hero hit. This is actually quite strong when we have 5-man pushes later on and the Tidebringer is maxed out. The level 1 is not that big of a deal, but it will be quite interesting to see how it works for the Kunkka. as I'm quite curious, what facet did the Centaur take? We see a lot of horsepower often selected lately, and we see that build by the Centaur. Yeah, that's what he went for. It's going to be triple bracer, no boots.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an incredibly strong facet that you don't have to buy boots, like, ever. It's the free slot, which, of course, we all know in Dota. Yes, you have a backpack and a neutral item, but getting away without boots just always feels good, right? Like, you never want to buy boots. Tier 5, a lot of people buy force boots. Well, not buy, they take the force boots. Just because an item slot in Dota is so valuable.
I'm looking at what the build up is currently on this Winter Wyvern, especially as she also went for the essence of the Blue Heart, which restores the heals enable the mana restoration, which is very good. I'm quite sad to not see the Winter Wyvern, range damage. I think it's still valuable on the support, but maybe not a position 4 or 5, right? Position 4 Wyvern can go for the range damage. Position 5, it makes sense why we see the healing conversion to mana.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of damage still. Like, every time you pop Q, you basically get plus 70 damage. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, especially versus a Legion commander. This Legion is probably going to struggle with that a little bit. But she does have a bit of sustain, of course, with the press, the attack, and the overwhelming odds. And it's a Legion commander. She should be fine. As she also has the Moment of Courage, which gives you 40% life to level 1.
Yeah, one of the better facets as well. Oh, Weaver's actually big trouble.
This Weaver is very low.
He's dying to creeps. Oh, no.
What a way of giving away first blood. And look at the damage coming in. Nesrex Stone and a Melorine just continuing to put the pressure. Zanetti down also to below half HP on the Centaur War Runner. But this Weaver support falls surprisingly early, I would say.
Yeah, I actually expected them to lane it a bit differently, that the Weaver's gonna go top and Wyvern bottom, just because Wyvern enabled Centaur to actually get in and stomp, and then you have like a triple nuke. Whereas in the top lane, Weaver really shines, because the lane is long, you put the beetles on, you can chase forever together with Ursa. The minus armor is very effective. But they have different ideas, different plans. I just hope it doesn't backfire for them.
This mid lane is not going as bad for the Conquest. Got several last hits as we see a courier kill up top, and Mortadito is getting right-clicked by the Winter Wyvern. Incursion will come in closer, will pop the press the attack, but in the end, Conan will be fine, and so will Mortadito. Legion Commander versus Ursa, level 2 for both of them. That's why the Legion is still so confident. I also think when Ursa hits 3 or 5, the damage coming in from the Fury swipes will start stacking up.
Yeah, it's kind of the same as the mid lane. Like, their lanes, they need a little bit of time to ramp up, but once the levels and items are there, it's going to be incredibly hard for Radiant to lane. So they have to make the best out of this early game.
Toughened up their structures.
We see a nice Torrent attempt trying to force Stone to miss some creeps, but he just turns around and... Marshall? Oh, very unfortunate. I think he was trying to click to stop on the high ground of the Dire, to go for another Tidebringer, to push the wave under the tower, forcing Stone to miss some last hits. But the disconnect, this is going to be painful for the Kunkka.
Yeah, well, he's dead. And of course, that just makes the problem we spoke about even more difficult. Like, as soon as Kunkka comes back, Monkey King's going to be level 5. He's going to have an Orb of Corrosion almost at the ready. And this lane might just be completely unplayable. Now the question is, for Morocco, what do you do from here? Do you send someone else middle? Do you just give Monkey King the free farm lane? Like, it's going to get very tough from here on out, because you're basically just a lane down.
And Kunkka's not a jungle farmer, especially not level 3, of course. When he gets level 7, like 4 points in Tidebringer, and he gets a couple bracers, maybe, but not at this current moment in time. He's not a hero that could just abandon the lane. Like you said, maybe he goes top and Legion goes jungle. Is that something you want to do?
But then again, you're still laying against an Ursa, right? It's not that much better, unfortunately.
True.
Yeah, it's that's why I was questioning the Kunkka pick in the draft, because the hero is not strong for a good reason, right? Like, it's the lane is never really easy. I mean, you can say spare him, but he's dead anyway. The towers is gonna kill him.
I mean, Stone is truly honest. He's not gonna spare him. He's gonna be more than happy to spike up.
I wouldn't spare him. What, do you want to cleave me? Oh, let me show you how to cleave.
Let's see, fair play or not.
Hit him.
Marshall
Yes.
is dead anyway.
Good.
Man, this is very unfortunate for the Kunkka, but Stone will be more than happy to continue accelerating his farm. And the only lane that seems to be the saving grace thus far for the side of Morocco is this bottom lane, with the Vengeful Spirit doing quite well in the last department.
Yeah, but at the same time, Centaur isn't really pressured at all, which is really what's important to them. Yeah, Weaver died once, but you know, Centaur is still getting his farm, his levels, so he's very happy regardless. Now, mid lane, level 5 Monkey. Is he gonna try to do some... Oh, the Wyvern might actually be in big trouble too.
A lot of damage coming in from the nukes of Mortadito and Incurjo. They're now trying to turn around onto Cancun. They're both getting lower and lower, and that's the problem. After the stick has already been used by the Winter Wyvern, he doesn't have that much more sustain available to him. Only one more Tango. That takes a while to heal you up, but Cancun should be fine. He's got the Wand and the Lotus.
Yeah, getting double nuked again though. You have to be really careful with your position when you play against heroes like Rubik, because every time you stack up a little bit and the Rubik decides to nuke, it's basically double the value. Same as like Undying, right? Oh, yeah. Bench is getting aggressed on, but she should be fine. Very tanky hero.
We got the Swarm on top of her as well, but yeah, the stun from the line will deter them from pushing any further. And she does also fly over a couple of, well, a stack of infused raindrops, so she's gonna be more than fine. Pops the salve up top though, the action is coming in, the Rubik does fall. Cancun tries to run away, Incurjo has to turn around, he wants to get Conan, and I think he'll be successful in that attempt, but now the Ursa. Okay, the Legion gets body blocked by the creeps, but I don't think there was potential for a second kill there.
Yeah. Could be a blessing in disguise though for the Ursa, because now the Wyvern can just fly in some more region for him. And I mean, we sort of spoke about it, that the lane isn't the easiest until you get some levels and items on Ursa, but you know, he should be... Oh,
They're coming back and there's so much damage on top of him. He really needs his Wyvern to come back up. I don't know what the Wyvern's doing. Why is the
healing self. They don't have a healing self. This Ursa is in trouble.
Wyvern just came in, doesn't even have Cold Embrace or a Salve. This is maybe a mistake that might cost him a bit of this laning phase up top.
Hey, every man for himself. That's the philosophy here.
A lot of action actually in the last couple of minutes, as Zanetti is still, like you said, more than fine at tanking some of these right clicks from the Vengeful Spirit, but the mid lane is the one I'm most concerned about. Monkey King doubling with the last hits of the Kunkka, 37 to 11 denies to 19 and 1. Now the Weaver will be able to secure the region rune, not allowing Marshall to get
Kunkka's
it.
dead probably. Yep, you're gone. Bye-bye.
Swarm, Blood Grenade, 4th right click, and now the sustain of the Monkey King turns around, heals up with the creeps, and Marshall falls yet again.
Yeah. Now level 7 to level 5 still.
Wow, the tip.
Yeah. You know, this is getting to the point where even if you do gank the Monkey King, you don't have damage. And he might just turn the gank around. It's very scary when you play against Monkey King and snowballing like this. So I think it's time to get Kunkka to a smoke, maybe gank a side lane, because I don't think you're gonna kill this mid lane unless there's a massive rotation.
Yeah, I don't know why he went back mid. He actually hit level 6. He could have like got an XP from a side lane creep and maybe enable a kill potentially on the Centaur before he gets his level 6. But Marshall Salt does not want to give away.
Wow. That damage. So that's actually one of the bigger mistakes that he made on the Centaur. He didn't buy any sort of armor. Like you'll see a lot of top players buy armor on Centaur because you see he has 1500 health pool but only 2 base armor. No? You buy like a chainmail, any sort of armor, maybe like double ring of protection, will make his effective HP pool go up so much.
What's I mean, I thought the Kunkka gank might have been necessary for this kill to actually take place, but it wasn't even that. Now they're trying to turn around onto the Vengeful Spirit. The dust will come in. Is it not going to connect to the Weaver? The Storm coming in and now the stun, hoof stomp, and now double edge available. Ooh, nice turn around from the Lion, but in the end, he will be the one falling. Can Q get away with his life? He's nicely juking into the tree line, and Zanetti will be paused.
Now small pause here, but now we can see Ursa completely free farming here. Actually, Legion did a little bit better than I thought she would. But again, Legion Rubik is a very strong, duo. Has been a classic for a long time. But yeah, Kunkka, look at his net worth. 2.3k HP only. Net worth only.
Oh.
What else do we got?
I'm looking at this Vengeful Spirit, right? She's got threads already, and we actually have the opportunity of seeing the First Blood yet again, and how they got the Weaver now. A bit of an overstep in mid, and the action up top black. And I gotta ask you though, what itemization would you like to see on this carry Vengeful Spirit when we go back to the game?
It has a couple of builds, like Miracle likes a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's worded a little bit funny, but she's a range hero that now basically just behaves as a melee hero, right? So you can do stuff like Echo Saber, all that works very fine. And she's of course a universal hero, so stats are amazing on her. Skadi, Manta, Harpoon, all that is incredibly strong. And we'll probably see something like that. Maybe even a Hurricane Pike.
Action up top though. They are trying to get this Rubik, but the turnaround with the TP from the Melarine is going to be more than enough to get down Cancun. The Ursa has fallen, and now Conan tries to do something with the Splinter Blast, trying to get the kill into Incursion. Now the Cold Embrace will come in, but the Weaver has to join up, and a nice double stun from Q's Lion, and the Monkey King arrives. It's a 2-for-2 in the end, but Melarine will be pursued by this level 9 Monkey King. Nice attempt at trying to sidestep this monkey, but buying a lot of time, which is going to allow Nesrek Storm to get the kill bottom on the Centaur Warrunner. And this Lion, he's still alive. He's getting away, but the Monkey King will not give up the chase. 3-for-3 across the map, but the biggest winner of that team fight is Stone on the Monkey King yet again.
Yeah, although as you did mention, it was a solo kill onto the Centaur. Oh, you have to be careful on the Legion Commander. They're probably just dead.
Incursion.
Oh, she's fast, Never mind, she's fine.
Got the wand and the pitfall.
Don't chase too far.
Cancun going under the tier 2 tower. What is happening right now? Now we got the Rubik with the telekinesis out, and now the teleport from the Vengeful Spirit. Nice swap under the tower, and the duel will get the work down. First duel in the favor of Incursion. Q just has to get out of that. And that was a double overcommit from the Ursa. Cancun getting punished back-to-back in the span of 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's just as he's building up into his Battle Fury. That's basically the worst timing to die for you. Yeah, you gotta be careful. That's the fine line, when you're playing carry. That's the fine line between getting praised and flamed by your teammates. Oh, Winter Wyvern in a bit of trouble too. No duel though.
I mean, a kill is a kill no matter what, as Conan tries to fly around the map with the Arctic Breath, but okay, it's not gonna be enough. He's gonna just use the Cold Embrace, force out the Torrent, and I think Marshall really wants the last hit here, but Nesrek Storm will not allow him to get himself back in the game. A bit of a greedy play from the Vengeful Spirit, but I'm sure as a carry yourself, you agree that was the correct play.
Oh yeah, I'm taking everything. Like, if I get the opportunity to, you'll get absolutely nothing. It's me versus the rest.
I'm very impressed with the fact that Morocco managed to kind of offset this early lead that Tunisia was taking.
They don't have a swap. They have no mana for a swap. Oh, it was a slight miscalculation. Probably shouldn't have used the magic missile and waited for the swap mana. Yeah, but still makes it alive barely.
They're getting a trade kill in exchange. They saw multiple TPs in mid, and they realized this is their opportunity to punish a Melarine overstepping. I think the Lion was just trying to get his level 6, which he successfully got, and a bit more than that, but in the end will pay the price of his life.
Yeah, there was also the blink reveal of the Centaur, so better you dying than a core dying, so not all that bad. But again, now bot tower is in trouble as well. The mid tower is almost down. Just a couple of conversions, and suddenly the map control goes to Tunisia's side, who are also up 3k gold already.
I mean, this is expected. Look at this Monkey King, 1200 gold ahead of the Vengeful Spirit, and the Ursa and Centaur are also 5 to 1000 ahead of their respective counterparts as well. So this is, as expected, a good turnaround of events for the mid game. But again, Morocco's not completely out of this game. They're still showing a lot of presence. They're putting pressure around the map. They're trying to get their first tier 1 mid. The Fortify will allow a rotate. And look at the Monkey in perfect primal swing jumping in. But the swap is going to allow them to get out. And the Ghost Ship connects. Q has to pop the time lapse. The Winter Wyvern is getting lower and lower in HP. The ultimate will not go on to anything as Mortar just completely survived and steal the time lapse, and Nesrek Storm gets another kill for his Vengeful Spirit. Now the tier 1 should be full. Falling, Zanetti blinks in with the center. Monkey right click. Time lapse though. Did he have the damage? The torrent connects. Finally Kanka falls, but look at Melreen. The finger of death from the lion gets the last hit onto the Monkey King, and that was a dominating streak for Stone.
Yeah, that was a nice team coordination by Morocco there. They didn't quite finish off the Rubik. He was 1 hit away from death. And of course he stole the time lapse. Oh, Lion.
Melorine. You don't want to go too deep there, but Incursion was there with the body block. That was so beautiful. Now the duel onto the Winter Wyvern. Is he gonna get the damage? Yes, he is.
Oh, swap again.
Tries to turn around. A perfect swap coming in from Nesrek Storm. And the Rubik is still alive. Telekinesis in the air. It's gonna be a double kill for Incursion. Morocco is here to play black.
Yeah, and now suddenly that entire early game lead you had is gone. In fact, Morocco just had the gold lead for the first time in the entire game. Ooh, TP, I'm gonna cancel it. Yeah.
Waiting until the very last moment, Stone playing to his full efficiency, and now Cancun is gonna TP with the Ursa. Marshall though, the Ghost Ship will keep it quite tanky, and look at the burst damage coming in on top of the Monkey King below to half HP.
Oh.
Turn around, stun! This is so much magic damage, they're all falling! What is happening? Zanetti wants to finally get something in exchange, but this Vengeful Spirit right clicks are burning through the Centaur, and now the ultimate coming in. Vengeful Spirit, nobody to protect her. She will be the one to fall. 3 versus 3. The dust coming in, but the lion gets jumped in the back line. Melorine running up north, trying to deter the opponents for chasing his teammates, but we finally have the Stampede.
Yeah. Overstayed your welcome just a little bit, or you gotta be careful on the Rubik.
Amplified damage! He steals it! He gets the amplified damage with the Shikuchi steal. Double steal for the Rubik player. Whoa, that was a big one.
Yeah, I always want to make sure you take those amplified damage runes, of course. Nowadays, they also give you extra magic damage. But that's a classic case of, you know, you're winning a big fight and then you're overstaying your welcome. There wasn't any need to really pressure the T2 tower too much, but they really wanted to, you know, stay until it's actually gone. And the respawn timers, of course, this early into the game are very fast. So they get punished appropriately. Very nice. Centaur now Blade Mail picked up. Of course, a very strong pickup. Synergizes very well with the hero.
Same on the Legion though. Legion Commander also has her Blade Mail as well. And I gotta say, Vengeful Spirit is only 2,000 gold away from having a full Aghanim Scepter on top of the Dragon Lance. So,
yep.
Nesrek Storm 6, 1, and 5 currently as we hit the 15-minute mark. Probably one of the most active Vengeful Spirits we've seen as a carry in the current patch.
Yeah, it's definitely... She's definitely done a lot. Like, laning phase, of course, was quite easy for her. But post-laning phase, nice moves around.
Yeah.
A little bit of an overextension just now, but... we can forgive him for that. Cook got in trouble though.
Ooh, the smoke gang is coming in, jumping in, Blink and Echo Saber. That was the Echo Saber reveal. The Blink Dagger was there previously. But Kanka, just before dying, managed to complete the Orchid. The Orchid will be good when trying to jump these supports, right? Killing the Weaver and the Wyvern will be easier. But speaking of jumping in, it's going to be the duel. Plus the Weaver in Kershaw gets more damage as they manage to slay Cancun off this map.
Yeah. No Blink Dagger either. So just wasn't fast enough. They want to defend middle as well. Double Impale.
Beautiful setup from the Lion, and now the overwhelming damage coming in from the Legion Commander, and now the Wukong's command will get the turnaround. We still have the swap available, but it will not be coming through as Nestor Storm actually throwing Monkey King on the high ground. Nice dodge, trying in the tree dance to survive, but it will be too much magic damage now. The Orchid on top of the Winter Wyvern, Cold Embrace stolen, and two have fallen from the side of Tunisia. Now Zanetti trying to run into the Radiant Triangle alongside Q, staying safe, but they're still being pinged out. Marshall wants to get something, has the X marks the spot, has the ghost ship, he just needs to connect.
Potentially looking, nope. Not really gonna find anything of value here. It's a really good back and forth. It's very fun, like both teams are very aggressive. And what else are we seeing here? He finally finished his Battlefield in Ursa. So now his farming steroid is online. Monkey King is going for the fighting round with the BKB. Oh yeah, they need time. They need time. Monkey King needs to finish his BKB. Ursa needs to finish 1 or 2 more items, and they should be ready to fight.
There's an Atos on the Weaver, but during these entire skirmishes, look at the top of the network chat, Black. It's Nesrek Storm. He has actually overtaken the Monkey King, and he needs just 500 more gold for the axe.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see some Battlefield Revengefuls. Why not?
I'd love to see that.
Like, in theory, you should farm super fast with it, right? Like, Vengeance damage is very high.
I think it makes sense. Quite intrigued to see going for the Dragonlance. Like you said, Echo Saber feels like the prime item into Dragonlance Aghanims, obviously with the disassemble aspect as well. But for now, the game plan is going quite well for Nesrek Storm as we see a smoke up from Tunisia.
Yeah, Axe is online now. Look at her health pool, man. 2.1k, then you kill her, and then it's 2.1k again. It's so much HP.
They just planted a observer sentry, but there is no sentry off the radio yet. Okay, Q is just gonna get out to completely deward that. Oh, there was a sentry as well, so the smoke has been pinged out, as you can see when the words are being placed if you've got the double observer sentry combo. So in the end, this smoke will fail from Tunisia, and the pressure is coming in from Morocco, hitting away at the tier 2 top tower.
Yeah, Legion also picked up her Blink Dagger, so now they have pretty good initiation. Kunkka is always there to get the damage reduction online. And they're TPing bottom to potentially defend the Legion Commander, which you might need badly.
Ooh, Atos blinking, a Battle Fury, but the nice Earth Spike coming in from the line, the Hex, but now a jumping Hoof Stomp, and the Winter Wyvern again with a pretty much wasted ultimate. This Legion Commander blinks away. Now we have the Stampede. They're trying to catch someone, but the abilities are flying left, right, and center. Nothing connects. Zanetti gets Earth Spiked once again, and now the Vengeful Spirit turns around. The Centaur's under the tower, and he will fall to the finger of death. The opponent offlaner will finally get caught, but the swap onto the high ground. They want to get stoned. It is next to Conan. No more ultimates for the side of Tunisia. But look at the jump in from Cancun, sending Rubik all the way to Mexico. And now the stuns in the corner of the map. This is a very split fight, and it's yet again a 2-for-2, but 2 cores have fallen. Nesrek Storm, it doesn't matter, he dies. He's still alive. The right clicks are flying in, and so are the stuns. And this Vengeful Spirit is like an absolute turret, killing everybody.
Yeah, that's what we spoke about, right? You kill her once, but for what? That's why Venge carry has seen more and more play lately. Just cause even if you kill her once, she's not really gone, and she can always buy back, of course, and respawns right there. It's
Guess what's happening?
yeah, he's definitely making it work. Like he's making it look very, very strong. And I mean, we definitely see Morocco just as a team, the way they use their abilities and play around each other, save each other, is quite a bit better than Tunisia right now. Oh, you have to be careful as Venge though, because you respawn where your illusion is.
Yeah, you're gonna turn back into life. Stone not gonna go and spot more, actually. Gonna go down bottom, and the Orchid from the Kunkka is gonna deter the center as well. The Swarm connects, jumping from Cancun, right into flying in. Ghost Ship will come in, but it's not gonna be in time, although 2 players will get stunned. The Kunkka should fall, and he does. as we got the Shikuchi stolen yet again, but we have Stampede. They're really trying to get something now. The swap Nesrek Storm, one between 3 opponents. Gamer Cape to buy himself some time. Can you sidestep? The duel is coming in and they get more damage as they manage to kill the Weaver, but the Rubik has fallen. Look at the TP attempt, but nice long range stun from the Monkey King. Nesrek Storm, can you get at least one back? It doesn't seem to be the case. Swap or not, the Cold Embrace will protect the Centaur.
Yeah. Again, that seems to be Morocco's biggest mistake. Like, they fight so well, win big fight after big fight, but every time they win a big fight, they overstay, lost 4 heroes yet again. Very, very like just what happened in the mid lane, right?
I think we will actually have the chance to rewatch the play down bottom that was happening around this Twin Gate area and bottom Roshan part. Nice connection right there. I gotta ask you, what do you think? Which side do you think this split team fights? Who is it favored in this type of team fight that we saw right here?
I really like the way Morocco plays around each other. They save each other very nicely, and you just see like the spell usage they have is it's very strong. You know, like they weren't even supposed to be in this position. The only reason they are in this position is because they're overplaying their hand in those team fights. And yeah, I'm positively impressed by how they use their spells. And just the awareness of who actually needs to get saved, who to stun. The Lion especially, I think I haven't even seen a single man in Pale. It's always like 2 or 3 people.
Absolutely. The Earth Spike's been really good coming in from the side of Melorine. And now they also have the Shard on the Rubik, and the saves have been crucial, like you mentioned. They're going to have an even other way of repositioning their own teammates with that self-telekinesis or teammate telekinesis from the Shard Rubik. But I got to talk about this Weaver, right? I said this during the draft phase. This Weaver will be going for an Aghanim Scepter, and we've seen a lot of successful duels. As soon as Weaver completes the Aghanim Scepter, which is about 1,000 gold away, things are going to change. Unless you target the support Weaver, and he has been the target once or twice, he can just completely time-lapse his teammates out of the duel.
Yeah, and despite all the effort that Morocco really put in, their draft is still on a timer, right? You're playing against Monkey King, as well as Ursa, who are some insane late game cores. And they're still up 1k gold right now, despite your best efforts to even the playing field. And the longer this game goes, the harder it gets for you. So, yeah, how are they going to deal with the pressure and what are they going to make happen? Because Ursa, I think, yeah, he just finished his BKB. Now the fights are going to get incredibly difficult.
There seems to be
here's BKB on Monkey as well.
Top. The turnaround of the Black King bar, the supports are there, but now the duel is just gonna come onto the Winter Wyvern. Is the damage gonna be enough? Yes, there is. And Conan falls yet again. Has the buyback, does not want to use it just yet. Look at the damage coming into Winter from the Vengeful Spirit, Centaur, War Runner. Will he fall? No, miss up the high ground. He does fall. Incursion tries to run away. He's getting pursued by 3, but another 2-player stun coming in from the Earth Spike. Nesrek Storm just walking into the hands of the Ursa. In the end will fall, but respawns as Spirit Form, the finger of Death flying in, and it's going to be stolen Q. Another one. DJ Khaled-like coming in from this Lion, and in the end, this looks like about to be a team wipe. I don't think Stone has a way of escaping. Nice primal, tree dance over there, but turns around. Another stun, and that is the first single Earth Spike we've seen all game, but that's because there was only a single target, Black.
Yeah, I'm surprised Wyvern didn't just magically spawn into that, because his stuns have been absolutely insane. But that's what I mean, like the way they play around each other in these fights is absolutely insane. Legion Commander found a nice target, and the Winter Wyvern take out the support straight away, and from there it was just all Morocco. But now they have to make sure, you know, overstay your welcome. Respect the respawn timers.
No breaking through the dire structures for now.
I think Roshan should have been the call here. I don't know what they're actually trying to polster around this tier 2 area. With a Vengeful Spirit, you have enough damage as she reduces the armor with the Wave of Terror, right? So maybe a bit of a mistake from the side of Morocco, but they might just be afraid of going Roshan with this tier 2 standing, right? It kind of allows multiple ways of TPing closer to contest.
Can we just talk about this -5 Wave of Terror armor talent? It's kind of ridiculous that it's -11 armor.
I think it's very strong. I think Vengeful Spirit is... I love Vengeful Spirit, but I think that could probably be changed, as I understand the role it has for a support Venge, but when you're running a carry Venge, it really feels slightly broken.
But they're going for Roche anyways. They get scanned out straight away though. The Roshan is not the fastest, it's not terribly slow. But now the smoke is on. Time is ticking. They're not gonna make it in time.
I don't think they are. I mean, even with Stampede and the Shikuchi on the
Oh, I mean, they're slowing down on the dire side. Oh, it's gonna be tough. Down to the wire.
Look at the Rubik though. Jumping in, tree dance, left, right, and center, breaks the smoke of the Weaver. The Storm will reveal it, and now the Ursa jumps in straight onto the Lion, realizing how strong that is, but the, okay, interesting swap. Vengeful Spirit alone, and the Lion does fall in the end. No more ravages from the Earth Spike, the duel, and the Cold Embrace not gonna allow Incursion to get the kill onto the Monkey King, as we have the buyback from the Lion flying in. Vengeful Spirit still alive. Interesting ultimate stolen, but in the end, Vengeful does fall now. Turns around and starts right-clicking. Finger of Death, and one more piece of damage will do the work. The Ursa has fallen in stone. He hasn't used the Wukong command until now. That was such a delayed usage of the ultimate, Black.
Yeah, didn't really find an opportune moment to really use it. Roshan is still up for grabs, but they might want to wait with doing it until the Venge responds. Oh, so that's definitely the one you want to have the Aegis on. And you can just see, Venge right now is such a menace. 250 damage, minus 11 armor. The swap on the Ursa post BKB was amazing as well, just to reposition him. Nesrek Storm is playing really, really well.
Now the Roshan will fall 20 seconds until Venge responds, so that probably means the Kunkka will be the one to claim the Aegis of the Immortal. Didn't really want to risk getting jumped on before the Venge spawns. It could have actually... You know what? It's better to be safe than sorry. I think that's the mentality that they have in regards to that Aegis.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because Venge has 2 lives anyway. Now look at Venge, hitting for 310 damage.
Wow.
She has no damage items. Just because she's a university hero, sorry.
University hero, very studious Venge in the lore, is she?
That's right. And now, the next 2 talents she's gonna get, they're also very strong. Wave of Terror just do 20% damage. As we get a quick replay again of that fight. You can just see the Monkey King. Like, so much comes down to him finding a good Wukong's command, and he just didn't have the chance to. And even if he does, Vengeful Spirit can just swap him out there, no problem.
I believe the current Monkey King facet is not the one I would have preferred him to see. The other one. So he currently has the Simian Stride or Simian Stride. There is a facet where if Monkey King is can get out of the ultimate for 3 seconds, and as long as he returns into it, it doesn't dissipate, right? Which I think would have been the prime choice when you're playing versus a Rubik and Venge, but I guess that was not on the table for our match.
He actually had that selected first and then switched last second. Ooh. Wow.
They're jumping in, they're blowing up, the Lion has fallen, but now they turn around, they're trying to do some damage, Ghost Ship and the ultimate flying in, but look at Nesrek Storm just right-clicking on top of the duo, and the Stone Monkey King falls. The Weaver will join him in the afterlife as Zanetti tries to survive to this burst damage, but oh my goodness, everybody's falling. We have Cancun jumping into 3 heroes, tries to get the kill onto one. Zanetti still alive on the Central Warrunner, but the Ursa falls, the Centaur is joining, the whole team is now wiped off the face of the earth, and they are knocking at your racks.
Yeah, we were doubting the carry Venge just a little bit when it came out in the beginning, but he's been putting in all the work. He's making it work very nicely. His damage output is absolutely insane. Over the Crystal is 2 critic for 600. I mean, yeah, what can you say? This game, pure outplay. Like, the landing phase actually went terribly to even get back into this game. They needed to really outplay Tunisia, and that they did. Multiple times even. It's a well-deserved victory. It's not over yet, but it's probably 99.9% over.
It's our job to make each other, like everybody, believe that Tunisia still has a chance in this one. But on top of, this Vengeful Spirit that has completely exceeded our expectations. This Legion commander's also been very successful. 90 damage taken from the duel victory, looking absolutely incredible with every single time we see Incursion jumping in, despite what was, in theory, very hard laning phase for him.
Yeah, and he, as you see, Lion dying or trying to ward. Oh, Kunkka's also in trouble. He hasn't ages though. Oh, they have to be careful they don't get put into the spot where they, try to save him and all die for it.
It's also swap. Yes, Storm doesn't even care, just jumps in.
Oh, duel again, the Wyvern.
He's doing so much work. The duel will come in. Zanetti's melting. He cannot survive. Oh, we finally have the Aghanims time lapse coming in from Q. And now the Monkey King pops the Wukong's command, but it is way too late as the burst magic damage is sufficient to slay the beast that the Monkey King hoped to be. Oh, do you see this, Rubik? Stolen Wukong's command has Aghanim Scepter, now just leaves clones behind him.
Yeah. I mean, those clones, they also deal a decent amount of damage. Calling the GG. Recognizing there isn't really a whole lot they can do to come back into this game. Yeah, well played by Morocco. Very nice laning phase too by Tunisia. I still like the draft a lot, but they just got outplayed pretty hard by Morocco.
It's only game number 1, right? We gotta also mention that it's not the end for Morocco, and it's still the first day. They will have plenty of more games, and for Tunisia. And I actually think they had a good game plan, but they were just surprised by the turnaround with having the Vengeful Spirit be the carry in the end. That's something that we see even from the first blood, right? They did not expect the right-click damage to be so oppressive that they could punish both the Weaver and the Centaur Warrunner.
Yeah, you have to be so careful with Dota balance in general. Like, making any university hero be carry viable is a very scary thought. You remember this time where Snapfire was picked as a right clicker like all the time?
Mid laner, yep.
Then it got a Giga nerf just because it's way too OP. Now it's kind of the same with Venge, and I'm expecting her to get like really nerfed soon, just because the fact that any sort of stat item you build gives you damage it's just crazy strong for heroes at right click, right? We've seen his damage. It was 400 damage with 1 counter as damage item. That's it.
I'm just looking at this recap, and I think this was the team fight where Cancun really felt like he hit their timing on his timing on the Ursa, but it wasn't quite sufficient. As yes, he was doing lots of good job in the backline, but the Vengeful and the Kunkka were melting everybody else in the process. And when Venge has constant double life, it doesn't matter if you kill her once, you get some golden XP on the back of that, but then she continues to slay and wipe your team. As this is minute 24, 23 to 23 kills. Black, we saw the great swap outside of the Wukong's command here. Stone getting that completely nullified, and I actually think that facet choice from the Monkey King was a big mistake when you're versing both the Rubik and the Venge.
Yeah, I agree. In general, I think as a core, the Wukong's one is generally the better choice. Just because in those team fights, there's always somebody that you gotta chase eventually, right? And having those 3 seconds to get back into your ring is very beneficial. But of course, not having any cooldown is nice. It's a good quality of life to have, but the other one, you can never get that, right? You get 4 steps out, it's gone. You can't move out. You're kind of just completely stuck. And as a core, you need to be mobile at all times.
Okay. I mean, this is also probably a great attempt here, and again, the Wukong's command wasn't used here, and that is because of the back-to-back utility of the Winter Wyvern. First of all, the teammate Cold Embrace, and then of course the Rubik with the stolen ultimate of the Winter Wyvern, not allowing the Wukongs to come in time, which Rubik was a great pick here. We thought he was going to be punished because he's not really a good laner, but Mortadito survived the laning phase, joined his team, and in the end had so much impact with all the stolen spells throughout the game.
Yeah, and Kunkka also came back nicely into the game through all these well-executed team fights. Just overall, from the first game, of course, nothing's over yet. But Tunisia seems to have a better grasp on the sort of strategy they run. But Morocco, when it comes to just team play, they seem to be a step ahead of them. Like that team for execution, especially the Lion, man. Like he was the guy who actually also built the 4-staff. He saved so many teammates. The swaps were pretty much spot on every time to either save a teammate or get an enemy out of position. Very well played. And I don't even know who the MVP would be, to be honest. Probably the Venge, just because he played really well. But I mean, Lion with his impales, I don't even know. He hit 2 heroes literally every time.
Every single time. Yeah. I'm just looking right now at the post-match damage, actually, that was dealt over there. And the Vengeful Spirit did 38,500. That is approximately double of what Monkey King did and more than double of the Ursa, which is not a sentence I would have ever thought. I would say out of my mind, yeah, Vengeful Spirit, most damage in the server, more than the Ursa. Monkey King, of course she has. So I think I have to agree with you there, but the Earth spikes from the line, so incredible. And even the Kanka as a pick, right? We thought the hero is probably done for. He looked really strong in this map.
Yeah, he did. It offered them nice catch. I mean, their lineup ultimately, you know, there wasn't like a ton of cohesion, but individually these heroes are all good, right? They had pretty much every hero had a disable. They had a good amount of damage coming into the mid game because their early game wasn't a complete disaster. I was actually a little bit worried after the laning phase that they would be in a huge amount of trouble, but that one team fight where they got like 4k gold back really set the tone for the rest of this game, because that enabled them to buy items to have enough damage despite that poor laning phase to really go through the HP pool of the Dire side. And yeah, just overall well played. Maybe, you know, if they could brush their draft up a little bit, they could be a serious contender.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can contend with their current opponents in map number 2 after just a short break, when we return with more action of the Iesf North African qualifiers. Welcome back. We are here ready for more Dota 2 action of the Iesf North African qualifiers. I'm Waxen, joined by the what's the best way of describing you? Fantastic. Let's go with fantastic for today. By the
Sure.
fantastic Black here, bringing you the second map of the first series of this qualifier. And Black, I want to say, I think this start was everything we could have hoped for.
Yeah, I agree. We had a nice back and forth game. Both teams are very aggressive, and okay, it's not the most strategic, the most sophisticated Dota, but running at each other is definitely the most fun that you can have as a viewer. And the way they fought, it was definitely a lot of fun to see, especially with the Venge. It's not super unconventional, but it's not mainstream just yet, but it very well might be very soon. And yeah, it was just very fun to see what both these teams have to offer. Again, Tunisia, I think, has a little bit more strategic depth, but gameplay wise, Morocco is scary.
It kind of was a matchup of styles, we could say that, right? Tunisia was the one that tried their best to stay in the meta, and Morocco tried to stay their best in the comfort. And in the end, comfort prevailed. The question is, can comfort replicate the same levels of success in the second game of this series? Because this is what we talked about. Having to go full best of three, you can't just pull up one upset and then you move on with a victory. You really got to grind it out and do it yet again. So do you think, after we saw the 10 heroes on that game number one, is Tunisia going to be forced to ban some of these comfort picks from Morocco?
Well, they might have already, That's the thing. We don't really have too much information on either of these teams. So maybe that was already their least comfort out of the comfort, Maybe here's the word band where the actual comfort, and they were already a little bit out of the comfort zone. But what I always say, especially when it comes to tournaments, like, you gotta stick to what you know, because when pressure enters the room, like, I'm sure you're very well aware of it too, like, things are just different, like, things aren't as easy anymore. You can't just copy something that you don't know. There's nerves that play a role. Suddenly you might miss a thing that you might have thought about if it wasn't a tournament, so pressure is always there. Stick with what you know, stick with what you're comfortable, and that will bring you the most success, especially if you're a less accomplished team.
I like that. That is a good mentality, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Black, where can people find you if they want some coaching? No, not yet. Shout outs at the end, Black. Shout outs at the end of the stream. And there's a long way to go until then, as we're still currently waiting for the players to hop back into the server. That was a very back and forth series. So, the players taking a bit of extra time to cool their heads, as this might just be very well one of the highest stakes matches in their Dota careers thus far, right? Black, do you remember back in your early days of your career, how did it first feel to have your first loss in an important game?
The first loss, oh, there were many. The first one, let me think back, all the way back. Tournament. So the thing is, the stakes are very different nowadays, right? Because back then you lost, and well, what was the first prize back then? Maybe a mouse pad or nothing. So you lost, you're like, all right, GG. Nowadays, lots of money involved, lots of opportunities to travel involved. Like, the pressure is just completely different. Like, the more there's on the line, the more pressure there is, obviously. So I didn't really give a damn, just because, like,
Okay.
I didn't really need a mouse pad. But for them, it can be everything. Like, not only do you get a chance to travel, but also at the big LAN finals, if you impress there, you might get the opportunity to play for one of these big international teams. Could be your outbreak stage. It's there's a lot on the line, a lot more than what meets the eye initially.
Interesting. So you think the players are really feeling it? Obviously, we don't really know, or I personally don't know the age of some of these players. I assume some of them could be quite young as well. So, shining and taking the next steps later on in your career might just be, this might be the stage for it. For example, we now know Sanctity, right? He was playing with Team Mongolia, the IHC boys, just about 8 months or so at the World Esports Championships, and now he's playing for Navi. That is a huge step up, right? For being in an organization. Yeah, he had a salary, he was a good player, but he wasn't tier 1. Whereas right now, Navi is trying to, go that step from tier 2 into tier 1. So, shining and growing. And every single time you play a competitive match at Dota on stream for viewers, there is something for you to learn, be it on the winning or the losing side.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. And yeah, even if ultimately you don't get to play like in a super successful team or anything, a lot of these players, it's just their hobby, right? Like it's not their full-time job. So being able to travel for your hobby and really compete in front of a crowd and everything, that might be all they want. Maybe they don't want to make it a full-time career. Maybe they just want to have this like fulfilling, like maybe it's a fulfilling dream of theirs, to have that opportunity. And if you're playing for your dream, there's still a lot of mental pressure going on. So it's not to be taken lightly.
What do you have a dream, Black? Do you have a dream you'd like to share with our viewers while we wait for the players to get into the draft phase? Do any new dreams, or have you achieved all your dreams?
I honestly, that's a rough question, because so my dream was, when I initially started, right? I told everybody, I want to be the best in the world. Well, like I never said I want to win this tournament. I don't want to, I don't want to be anything other than the best in the world. I never put like a time on it. I want to be the best in the world for a year, or I need to win the TI, whatever. I just want to be in a position where I'm considered the best player in the world, even if it's just a day or an hour. And during my time in China, that happened. I was in VG. I was absolutely tearing the region apart. Teams first banned my heroes pretty much every game, and probably for a good 2-3 months, I was considered the best carry player in the world. And that was my dream come true. And I was like, all right, I'm happy. And since then, it's been a little bit tough to find something else. Because I never actually thought I would achieve that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Of course it does. Like when you reach the highest highs, sometimes you didn't completely get flabbergasted. It's like, oh, I've achieved everything I've wanted. What is next for me? As I think, can you still hear me, Black?
Yes, I can.
But, okay, you were just frozen for a second. Was that your statue impersonation? You wanted to be like, oh, my next goal is to have a statue of me, Black Dota, immortalized in China? Was that what that hint was?
Yeah, my next career is being a pantomime, so...
I love that. I love that. As an actor myself, I think I can encourage your career, or I can actually guide you towards a different career. But let's not talk about what our dreams are, but about the dreams of these players. And they're all dreaming of making it to Riyadh at the World Esports Championships, right? And the crucial aspect that we haven't touched at all on when it comes to Iesf is the more teams representing your country, the more chances you will then have to win the overall World Esports Championship. Last year, for example, Philippines were crowned the overall champions. Not only they had multiple teams across different disciplines, but they also, I believe, managed to win the most medals and get that first place, despite the fact that in Dota, the Philippine team kind of under-delivered, let's say, right? I think there was the Execration squad that I was personally expecting to put on a good showing, and they really struggled, and they got out in the group stage. Well, despite them not delivering, the country overall still lifted the prize. So with this in mind, right, do you think the federations behind these teams and these players, do they continue encouraging and pushing every single team to achieve and qualify, or do they realize, you know what, maybe Dota isn't our game, let's just focus on the other disciplines and qualify with those teams that we know have a chance of getting a medal?
I really think that, let's just say this ISF tournament, right, like it might not be the biggest in the world compared to like TI or whatever, but when it comes to just national pride and being able to represent your country, it is definitely up there. It might be the biggest in the
10
world.
seconds
You know?
to go.
And that's
Ban.
super important for a lot of people, just as national pride. Especially, I love that you brought up the Philippines, because I know Filipinos in general, they have a ton of national pride. So that, winning the trophy for winning the most medals and
10
being the
seconds to
overall
go.
quote unquote champion because you won the most medals and you did the best throughout
5
all
seconds.
disciplines, that was probably amazing for all of them. Like I saw the Dota team, how they were cheering on the Mobile Legends team.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Like they really. Well, what's a
10
good way of
seconds
putting
to
it? Really,
go.
I think everybody probably has a lot of national pride,
5
right?
seconds. Ban.
Which is a very big drive for every federation, as you said, and every player that's part of that federation in that
seconds to
specific
go.
country to give it the best. Because you're not only representing yourself, but all the other people,
5
all the
seconds.
pop players that you know from your region. Like, everybody's going to be rooting for you. And
Dyer's
truth be
ban.
told, it's also a lot of responsibility to bear.
Speaking of responsibility, some responsibility will be taken
10
off
seconds to
of
go.
Morocco's shoulders with this vengeful spirit. I was wondering if we're going to see any instant bans based on the picks in the game one. Tunisia says, yeah, of course you are. We're going to take out the Venge, and we don't
Dyer's
want
pick.
to risk giving away Weaver first pick. So these two will actually be our changes. And even the Clockwork, they did not ban it first phase last game either. They banned it second phase. A very interesting change up from Tunisia, banning their own Weaver. They really prioritize this hero. And as they do not have first pick this time around, they do
10
not want to allow
seconds to
Morocco
go.
to get it. On the other hand, Morocco won, and they said, yeah, we're going to ban the same heroes. And then
Prophet.
Wow, we were black.
Dyer's ban.
Tell me about this hero. Why Nature's Prophet first pick?
I'm not entirely certain, to be honest. Of course, it's very strong here with global presence. Like, before the facets came out and everything, it was even stronger than it is now. But it might just be
10 seconds
a
to
style
go.
thing, because again, global heroes, they were struggling a lot in the lanes in the
5
first game.
seconds.
So it makes sense to pick a hero that will actually just help out every other lane, right? Suddenly you have this +1, and you can actually make sure you reinforce the lanes that really need it. But Tunisia's, I mean, we already saw Dark Willow many times, probably way too many times. I hate Dark Willow as a carry player. I think most people that don't play Dark Willow hate Dark Willow. The heroes are so strong.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this Nature's Prophet. I haven't seen enough of it in this current patch, but I think the flex aspect that he can bring to the table is something that Morocco might want to play around with, right? You mentioned the fact that he could be the one farming in the Mighty Mines, right? When we talked about Dire Radiant preferences earlier
10 seconds
on,
to go.
he could also be a support, 5 or 4 to go around the map. I've got a high
5
MMR
seconds.
friend who runs it as a mid laner every now and then and just becomes very active. I guess he plays it similarly to a Queen of Pain back in 2016, right? Roams as soon as he gets level 6. So it's quite a curious pick. But we said that a lot about Morocco's heroes in game number 1, and in the end it worked out. So I'm not going to judge it too much.
Yeah, and I mean, it has the potential to be one of the best supports in the entire game. Because in the laning phase now, Sprout also gives health regen
Radiant's ban.
to your allies. So it's a damage spell and health or life regen spell, just like Treant would be, except you're ranged. You did just as much damage. You have Treants as well. You have global availability. But it's still a very strong hero, although it rightfully got nerfed many times.
10 seconds to go.
It's still strong. Like, just being anywhere globally is just insanely good.
5 seconds.
They're taking a lot of time with the reserve Morocco to ban this Legion commander in Spirit Breaker, and I'm gonna be honest, our fault. We haven't touched at all on this Barra Drum.
Radiant's pick.
And neither have the teams. It's the first time we see it in the draft, and it's gonna be banned,
Dyer's
sadly.
pick.
But he's also one of these annoying heroes, especially that would be great at punishing the Nature's Prophet. So I'm not surprised of the ban. But Tunisia is gonna say, speaking of annoying, let's get some poison that we throw at your face with the Venomancer.
Venomancer. Of course, we have seen the shenanigans with
10
Roshan.
seconds to go.
Yeah, it's very interesting what people come up with when they have too much time. The Roshan thing was very funny. Have you seen that one where he just
Yep.
kills Roshan for free?
I I love it and I hate it at the same time. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Yeah, like it's just these kind of abuse things, It's I'm of the belief that it should get hotfixed like immediately,
Yeah, it should definitely.
but it hasn't, obviously. So Nature's Prophet and Rubik. They really like the
10
double
seconds to
range support.
go.
I'm just gonna assume Nature's Prophet is a support. Can always be ran, as you said, in any lane though.
5 seconds.
Like the heroes are so versatile.
I mean, the Lion was
Uh,
still available. Didn't convince Tunisia enough to ban it, and of course, nobody bans Lion. Let's be realistic here. I want to go back to the Venom though. Are you a plague carrier guy or a patient zero type of player? The patient zero is the double noxious plague, I believe, and the plague carrier,
Yeah.
of course, you put the stacked Venom words on top of your teammates.
I think if I'm a core, I like play carrier better.
Mm-hmm.
Just cause you just put them on you and you run in and they do all the work for you.
Pick.
But if you're support, then the double spread is just insanely valuable. I mean, it's always insanely valuable. I just feel like play carrier as a core it's just really good because you get the poison stick on everybody, the free damage on everybody. But do we really see core Veno lately? Not really.
10 seconds
No, I
to
don't.
go.
I don't think it's core
Radiant's
now.
pick.
I think it should be a sport, and especially with this Night Stalker. But this means, okay, hear me out. Plague Carrier, put the words on top of the Night Stalker, and Night Stalker just jumps in on top of you. A Bedlam as well from the Dark Willow. I think this Night Stalker might just turn into a one-man army.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential to buff him up. But the same on Dark Willow even. Imagine you have just a Plague Ward on Dark Willow, and suddenly you have this like 30% slow on you while you get chased by Dark Willow. That's also a scary prospect, especially in mid-game. Like and Venomancer is a strong hero, honestly. It enables a lot of heroes that wouldn't be able to kill you to actually just kill you. Chaos Knight. Interesting.
Okay, but what is happening? This is a confirmed Nature's Prophet core. Unless it's a Ruby core, which I don't think it is. And how is Shadow Demon still in the pool? Chaos Knight, I understand. He's good. He's got a good win rate. You want to snap this CK because they're afraid Shadow Demon. CK is good. But also, Shadow Demon making his way through the pool. He's one of the supports that was absolutely S tier before 736. And he didn't really get nerfed, but teams are just not picking it as much.
Yeah, he's still very strong here, as you said. And it might just be a preference, playstyle kind of thing. But I'm actually a little scared for Morocco once again. Obviously, they've proven us wrong in the first game. But their draft is not that great against Chaos Knight. Like, he seems to be having a pretty free game right now. Nature's Prophet core hates Chaos Knight. It's actually such a bad matchup.
He absolutely melts in Reality Rift, Chaos Bolt. I don't even think it's necessary because the minus armor just completely destroys the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. So again, draft-wise, big advantage to Tunisia, but they didn't do much in the first game.
5 seconds.
And I don't know how I feel about this Mars Eater. Traditionally, I would say he's quite good at dealing in a mid game with Veno and the Dark Willow as supports, but again, he's an offlaner. Most offlaners do that. Whereas Night Stalker, he can just fly outside of arena, if I'm not wrong. Is that correct? Dark Ascension, pop it, and you fly over the walls of the arena?
I believe so. I'm not entirely sure on the interaction, but I think it should be the case, yeah. I think Mars was mainly picked because, I mean, Rubik Mars is a very strong lane. Shadow Demon Mars is a nice combo as well. And they just needed some sort of team fight. But again, it doesn't actually lane that amazingly against Chaos Knight. And it's going to be a while until you have BKB. If you don't have BKB, you might accidentally, jump into a Night Stalker silence, or he jumps you and suddenly you can't do anything.
10 seconds to go.
It's not the easiest Mars game. Reno wards.
5 seconds.
Plenty of reserve time left for both sides. But I have to agree. This Mars is probably the one that I have the most question marks about in the current draft of Morocco. Although I love Mars as a hero, it feels like he's being ran into a lot of counters. And they're banning the Void Spirit yet again, similarly to that game number 1. Interesting. We also have a Keeper of the Light, Arc Warden, banned by Tunisia. I like to see that from them. As Arc Warden, if you are not aware, Black, he's the 4th highest raising MMR hero in the last 6 days in 736B. So Tunisia might be aware of that stat that Arc Warden is just becoming better and better. But I think Arc Warden here wouldn't have been ideal anyway. Night Stalker just jumps on top of him anyway, right? You kind of could have played into a Warden. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, man, I don't know. I really just hate Arc Warden. I love playing it, but when you have a hero like Arc Warden that 99% of the Dota players, I think, don't actually know really how it works because it gets changed so much. Like, just look at his patch log. Every time there's like an essay, people don't read that. People don't remember that. So just get him out if you're not comfortable against him, because it is a hero that can definitely take over games. Naga Siren. Huh.
I thought we might see something like a Luna to try to play around with the Night Vision, of course, paired up with a Shadow Demon, a very traditional combo, but Luna's not really played in 736. But Naga
Storm Spirit now, man. Like, Storm Spirit right now would be absolutely insane for Tunisia. Give me a Storm, or if you don't like Storm, give me a Leshrac. Both these heroes would be absolutely crazy.
Lesh is bad.
If you have a Storm, like Nature's Prophet can't play the game, and is really good against Naga Siren as well.
Do you think the reason Morocco's letting the Storm through back-to-back games, do you think they know Tunisia does not have the Storm player? Because Tunisia,
that could be the case.
Like, they had the chance to pick it that first game as well, right? In the end, they went with the Monkey King, if I'm not wrong. So it's available for them. It's one of the, if not the prime mid laner currently. I'm not sure. One of the other heroes that has seen a bit of a resurgence this patch, although I don't think it's a good mid laner, has been Necrophos. I don't think it would be a bad choice either versus this Naga Siren, but what are your thoughts on the Necro currently?
Necro's really good. I'm a filthy Necro picker, I admit it openly. But Shadow Demon is very strong against him, of course, because you can't use your Shroud.
Purge,
I don't know. I just feel like it's a pretty obvious Lash or Storm pick on paper, unless they have like another great answer.
It must be the Storm. The Lash has been banned out. So
Lash is out. Oh yeah, I didn't actually. You're right.
Ember Spirit maybe?
Could work.
I mean, it's a similar same thought process as the Storm, right? If you go Ember, why not pick the Storm here, I guess?
Yeah, Storm just feels superior, so yeah. If Ember, then why not Storm? Is there anything else that speaks to me?
Razor?
Could work as well.
Oh,
okay, yeah. Finally. It's just too good of a Storm game.
They just kept us on the edge of our seat for no reason. And now Stone will be the one at command of the Storm Spirit. Hopefully not with a static slide. Please don't. I mean, I like it. I think the static slide is fun, but I also think the overcharge is pretty good, especially when you're running into a Naga Siren, as she has lots of illusions, so it just helps you clear through them faster. But we'll see what Stone wants to go for in the end. Martial Soul on the Soothing Saplings, Nature's Prophet should have one of the hardest games of his life. But I'm gonna remind you, Black, he played the Conka into a Monkey King and ended up being third in net worth about minute 23. So maybe he can surprise us again. If he has the timing to build the Orchid first and get on top of the Storm Spirit, that might be what is needed from Morocco to upset this strong mid laner.
Yeah, and that's something they will have to do for sure. Maybe even get the backup Orchid as well on the Naga Siren that we see quite a bit. Naga typically hated all these big magic damage heroes, Storm, Lash, or whatever, but it's actually not that bad anymore. You can literally just build an Eternal Shroud now, and your illusions are mega tanky. And of course, the lane against Night Stalker is free. Like, Night Stalker can't do anything to you.
I love this Naga Siren. Like, I really do. In this current draft, but I don't know how I feel about either the Nature's Prophet or the Mars. Like, they are the two big question marks for me. If somehow the Nature's Prophet can get a tempo going, I believe we might have the chance. Otherwise, I'm gonna call us going to a game 3. What about you, Black? What's your prediction about this map number 2?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. The Prophet pick was fine, I think. It's just the way that the draft ended up after the third pick that seems really awkward. Like, they have no answer still to the Chaos Knight. So draft advantage again, Tunisia. But can they capitalize on it this time? Because we spoke about it too, yeah. Storm, like if you mess up a couple of times, you suddenly are behind in net worth and you're not that impressive anymore.
Do you think they took so long to pick the Storm Spirit because they were looking they were flabbergasted that it hasn't been banned out and they have it as a free last pick? I mean, honestly, like, look at it. What is gonna stun this Storm Spirit? A telekinesis spear combo? Net is you can just completely dodge it with a bolt lightning. Honestly, until this Nature's Prophet gets his like level 20 or whatever that the leash sprout talent is, or the orchid, he should have a free game. And even if he gets an orchid, Storm could play one of the classics, right? He could go for the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, 100%. As you said before, we have seen Eternal Shrouds on Storm, so even if they catch him, he might not actually die. I think the scary part for Storm is going to be when Naga Siren gets an orchid of her own, because then she can really just focus down the Storm, no problem. But yeah, if they don't stop Storm early and he gets his items online quickly, it's going to be very scary for the Shadow Demon and the supports especially. I mean, we spoke about Nature's Prophet as well. He can't really play the game if Storm is farmed.
Also, going for the heal sprout on Nature's Prophet as a facet, that's gonna be interesting. I guess the overall game plan is getting on the ultra late game, hoping the Naga Siren outscales everybody on the side of Tunisia. I don't think you've got the facilities for that. I'm going to be completely honest. Night Stalker, CK, Storm Spirit, plus 2 supports that are scaling quite well. I think even going ultra late, they could be up to par with the Naga Siren.
Yeah, I agree. Naga's not just this late game free win anymore, especially against Storm Spirit with the blue hole, as I like to call it.
The blue hole, I love that. That's good. Is that the Aghanims?
That's right, yeah. Oh, Sprout. He has it. Ooh, ate the wrong tree.
No, what a block. Stone might actually be falling. Blood Grenade coming in, but he's actually going to turn around and they're going to get the kill onto Nature's Prophet instead. There's more damage flying in on top of Zanetti and Cancun. They want to get more Tardito, but he will get into the safety of the tier 1, and the aura will help them. Everybody on their side of Radiant is very low in HP other than Q's Dark Willow. Now a Bramble will connect, Chaos Strike, and a triple Gale flying in from the Venomancer. Look at the slow, and the Rubik has fallen, and the turnaround is coming in. Malorine will use the Dispersion. He's trying to juke out, but in the end, it's not going to be enough. 3-4-0. Wow. I mean, that Gale was game-changing. You know, connecting to 3 heroes is incredible.
Yeah, that's not the start you wanted. 1 second stun only. Won't really transition to another kill. But yeah, that's not the start you want against the hero like Storm Spirit, because he already has 3 charges now on his quote-unquote Bloodstone. Look at his mana region, 2.2. It's insane for this like level 2.
It doesn't even have a null talisman. It's got 3 branches. It's crazy. Yeah. And I'm gonna single out a small mistake that happened from Morocco. We saw the disruption, to initiate from the Shadow Demon, right? And as he disrupted the storm in the river, he also threw a blood grenade. So 2 out of blood grenades, this is a bit after that happened, only 1 of them connected. And you know how strong blood grenades are level 1, right?
Oh yeah, and did a ton of damage, ton of dot damage as well. Yeah, they just misplayed that level 1 a little bit, and a start like this when you're already out of we said the same thing last game, so maybe I shouldn't even mention that, but you know, when you're behind with the worst draft, you gotta be really careful. As you said, there was the 3-man Gale as well, which was absolutely insane.
Yeah, even
good start.
The Bramble placement from Q, right, on the top north of the stairs, forcing them to try to go around if they wanted to escape, allowing for that Gale connection, and then of course another Chaos Strike to fly in. It's the small things that make the difference when it comes to a game of Dota, right? We were just talking to our producer about other MOBAs, and Dota is one of these games that has so many finicky things, and it keeps on adding them. Right now, with the addition of innate abilities and the facets, if you make if you give someone an inch, they can take not just the whole arm, they can take your whole body, dump it in a bag, and they take you away. They won. They go and knock your ancient down. You know.
Okay, let me ask you though.
Yes.
Okay. So as you know, I like to calculate. I like to learn. I like to perfect. Obviously, nobody in Dota is perfect, but we strive to be.
Of course.
Now, every time they add stuff like this, like, when do you think it's too much?
There's two schools of thought here as we will get the game resumed, and one of them is that it's hard for the newer players to join in, right? And I understand that aspect, but at the same time, as a society, right, the younger generation is always much more inclined in picking stuff up, even if it feels more for us. Can it get too much? Yes. Do I feel like Dota is at a current state where there's too much in it? I don't think so. I personally like a lot of these new additions. I know there's people that don't like the Lotus Pool, people that don't like the Wisdom Rune, people, of course, that are still making their minds up about facets. But I think we're in a good spot. I also have a counter question for you, Black. As you mentioned, Dota players like using their items. Do you think we'll ever get to a point where the backpack becomes fully available to everybody, or when we get more active slots in the inventory for every single hero, not just your techies or your lone druids?
So you mean instead of, I mean, we technically already have 7, depending on your neutral item. So
Of
you
course.
mean you get like what, like 7,
3 more.
8, 9?
You get 3 more.
Oh, so instead of backpack, it's just 3 slots.
Or just addition to the 3 slots and the backpack.
Huh. Now that would be, it's definitely possible, because it's part of power creep, right?
Yeah.
But that would be a massive amount of power creep. If you just suddenly had 3 more items, like every hero could scale into like, I don't know, into oblivion basically.
Would that
like
change
endless
the
scaling
nature
for
of
everyone.
series? Would that change the fact that we prefer currently best of 3s and best of 5s? We'll just force most games to be best of 1 and then only the grand finals to be best of 3?
It could be because the trajectory should definitely be longer games, right?
Exactly.
Like everybody wants to farm more and be on the safer side. You will see lots of illusion heroes like Terrorblades, Nagas, and all that to save family. Farm safely.
OTP bottom. Okay, this is a mid laner level 3 coming in to get the kill. Onto the Venomancer, and now teleport scroll back to mid lane. It didn't even miss more than 1 creep, and he's gonna get a safe wave. He has the high ground advantage. Nature's Prophet, despite being 7 last hits behind, manages to get involved very early on and slay that Veno bottom.
Yeah, it's pretty much what we spoke about, right? A hero that can really tip the scales on the side lanes, but that also gives Storm complete free farm, which is something we don't want to see if you're a Morocco fan.
This Night Stalker Naga lane is not... I mean, I don't remember when I saw Night Stalker Naga lane. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Maybe 2017. And Night Stalker was a completely different hero back then. And so was Naga, right? Do you think this Night Stalker can bully the Naga out the lane as he does with most other melee heroes when he hits level 5, or no?
Now, Naga is actually one of the hardest counters to Night Stalker in the entire game, I'd say. Not just in the lane. So I'm actually surprised that Night Stalker is getting so much. Pretty much same CS, maybe even more.
Yeah, it's got a wave on
Like,
the tower now.
what can Night Stalker do, right? Like, you can just deny almost every creep.
Yeah, but how much of that those last hits are Naga illusions would give you, like, what, 5 gold, 6 gold?
Good question.
Because level
Might be a
1
couple of
Naga
them.
illusions are quite weak. He could probably right-click some of them. I just assume they're not all lane creeps. Because otherwise he has impressively crazy farm. As look at Marshall. Using the Sprout to get the last hit, heal himself up for a little bit. We'll get the water bottom rune. But bottom, Morta, Dito. And the Lance missing. You'll push them back a little bit. Incurgio trying to really protect his Rubik. The Fairy Fire coming in. The stick was already used. But the body blocks might just be sufficient. And now the TPs from the Nature's Prophet as well. Conan Can he get out of the way? Misses the Gale, but connects
And
onto the
Prophet,
reality
careful.
rift. Denied though. Very nicely coming in time. Encourageo. What is he gonna do? Turning around onto Conan. This is a very nice back and forth. Deny. It's not gonna be there in time as the critical strike comes in from the CK. What? Is that
careful.
continuing?
Yeah, he I missed that a little bit. But you have to be careful with the CK too. Because CK is a hero that if you leave him alone for just a minute, he'll heal back up to full health. Oh, Black Grenade. Missed. And that's a good support. Give me a healing self, give me Tango, give me a Lotus.
There've been quite a few pieces of utility being thrown in and not necessarily connecting during that skirmish. But I loved the Gale into the Reality Rift pullback because I definitely thought the Gale was missing, but then the Ruby got pulled into it and it looked cool. I don't necessarily know if it was on purpose, but hey, we're gonna say it was.
Hey, cool is cool no matter how it happened, right?
Yeah, luck is no excuse.
That's right.
You know
In
what's...
fact-
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, you know who's not lucky this game?
Who?
It's Nature's Prophet.
What
90.
makes you say that?
I mean, it's similar to last game. He's half of the last hits of Stone, and Stone's at level 6 is
initiating him.
jumping in. I don't think you've got anybody that can TP to help this Nature's Prophet. They're trying to. The Arcane Rune doing a lot of good job for the Storm. Do they have enough damage to do anything? The Melarine, no. He's just gonna survive. He's gonna lose the Courier. But Nature's Prophet survives there. The Storm was too scared to overcommit.
Yeah, interesting. I thought he was going for that for sure. I would have.
Yeah, so would I. So would I. I mean, there's a reason, Black, why they are playing in these qualifiers and we're only talking about it, right?
That's right, yeah. We're the sideline plebs. And he also didn't have a level in Vortex, so maybe he just didn't want to risk it because he already chose to go for the more farmy build.
That makes sense. Double bounty will be collected by him. Oh, maybe not the efficiency I was expecting to see there.
Oh, Mars. A god no longer.
The Nature's Prophet will TP in and... Okay, is it just me? This is the third time I see a Sprout connecting. How much damage does Sprout deal currently?
A lot.
10. Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's a great nuke that also heals now.
Okay. Did you see that? Okay. We gotta work on cutting our trees down. Cancun cut the tree down with the Quelling Blade, but he was stuck inside the rest of the trees and the tower.
Dyer's mid tower can use a little help.
Cosplaying Arteezy a little bit.
He's still stuck. What is happening right now? I understand it's hard when you don't play versus Nature's Prophet consistently, right? And this hero hasn't been in the meta for the last 4 or 5 months. But still, Cancun is getting lower and lower in HP. Moradito trying to use the telekinesis on the range creep. Will connect for the stun, but there's not enough follow-up damage. Also, Encourageo has to go mid to get himself some XP to, well, get closer in the range of level 6 for the arena. And Conan under the tower, but Reality Rift does a lot of damage on the Rubik, and the Chaos Bolt will fly through. Now Q with the TP, they just want to get the kill into the Chaos Knight, but Marshall, I don't think you've got the facilities for that, my friend. Lotus and the Stick will do the job for Cancun, getting yet another kill on this Nature's Prophet. Black 3-3 for this NP, but only 31 last hits.
Yeah, it's sort of what we alluded to. Like, if you don't have a great game as Nature's Prophet, yeah, you can TP and kill the supports maybe. But if you lose your life every time you do that, it's not really worth it. Conan may be in trouble, but he's also level 6, so if you don't kill him, he's gonna throw the plague out to you.
Conan's got a higher level on the support Venno than Incursio's offlane, Mars. That's tragic.
It's not the easiest lane, right? CK Venno, quite strong. I mean, Venno in general is quite strong. Look at Night Stalker. He has a Radiance queued up.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's quite good versus the Naga Siren versus the Nature's Prophet, but I thought he would go for the Phylactery build.
Yeah, interesting choice on Night Stalker for sure. It's a good item if you can get away with it. It's just very, very greedy.
It's a big if. It's a very big if. But what they did manage to get is to kill the courier of Nestor Storm, a Naga Siren, and that had a full blade of alacrity coming towards him. He'll be fine without it. He's got double Wraithband and Threads and a great healing Lotus. So this Naga Siren, I don't expect her to die anytime soon, but it doesn't matter if the rest of your team is dying across the map, as we have a jump in the mid. Stone doesn't have that much mana. Will force out a TP from the Rubik, and now...
Or the region.
Who's gonna get it?
Denied.
Oh, wow. Q didn't even want to take it. He was on top of it. Could have taken it. I mean, anyway. It's a small victory for the side of Morocco, as Stone doesn't have any bottle charges left, and nobody refilled his bottle either. So he's just a Storm Spirit with 600 HP and 300 mana for now.
And now it's a little scary, because nobody can really lane against the Armlet CK anymore, and Storm is roaming the map, and Nightstalker is also getting free farm, so currently they're free farming 3 lanes.
I think you can't really fight until you get this Orchid done, and an item on Mars, which is quite a far way off, 1500 gold for the Blink Dagger. Your supports are not the best level 5 fighters either. You kind of need to have the Demonic Purge and of course the Spell Steal, so maybe that's why. But Marshall South, man, solo pickoff by the CK.
Caught in the jungle alone, trying to farm some creeps. I mean, there's a reason why we don't see a lot of Nature's Prophet as a core, at least. I still think support Prophet is not bad, but core Prophet, especially mid Prophet, you don't really make use of his innate ability even, right? The Spirit of the Forest, where you get bonus damage for trees around you. That's why it's so good as a support.
At least we got level 6 on the Rubik. We need to do the same for the Shadow Demon, but is it going to be enough when the Storm Nightstalker will jump on top of you? We'll have to wait and see. Also, this Nightstalker, it's been nighttime for about 2 minutes now, and he's just not leaving the lane. He really wants to be free farming towards his Radiance, and he is 2200 gold in the bank already.
Yeah. As you know, the night reigns. 15% nighttime extension. Or 15 seconds, rather. Oh, goodbye, Rubik. Oh, the heal. No.
I think that was a nice attempt, right? Forced Stone to commit everything he had in the tank for that one. But level 6 Rubik dying already is not a good look for the side of Mortadito. At least the amplified damage rune gets denied yet again, so the Storm won't pick it up. And now, Kerjo in mid. The Spirit, oh my god, the Ball Lightning outside, dodging the arena, and the Spear of Mars. And I haven't even touched upon this. I was talking about Dark Ascension flying outside of the arena, but Ball Lightning, similar thought process.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we said Storm is such a good pick here. They literally have nothing to catch him. I mean, they have a Naga net, but as you said, you can dodge it easily. A lift into spears at the best thing you got, and even that's not easy to execute at all. So once this masters blink, we're probably going to see a smoke. Try to attempt to pick off the Storm, but even that, you know, it's not the easiest.
The Storm did commit to the slide, by the way. He's got the moving remnant. Interesting. Again, not what I would have chose in this particular matchup of heroes, but I understand why he went for it. And so far, it doesn't seem to cause him any trouble, as up top, Nestor Storm feels very strong, but is he strong enough to survive the bedlam of the Nightstalker? And it's nice that actually going to be the terrorize, pushing him back, not allowing him to even consider using the mirror's image, as Cancun was coming in the back line to collect the kill and the tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, looks like game 1 was a big wake-up call for Tunisia, because right now the way they play Dota is really good. Way better than in game 1. Much more cohesive. They have plans together. Yeah, now they're just gotta be careful that they don't throw that lead away that they also built in the first game. But look at the Storm. He's already got a ton of mana regen from that passive ability, of course.
The Galvanize is such a... I mean, it has been our main topic of conversation this far, right? Now he's got the Witchblade, he's going for the Kaya. I've even seen some Storm Spirits going for the funky Meteor Hammer build. Hopefully not the case today. But Sacred Relic purchased on this Nightstalker. He's 1200 gold from having the full Radiance. That's probably going to happen pre-minute 17. But on the bright side, there is an Orchid on Marshall Cell.
Yeah, which you can use for the storm potentially. Oh, nice, bro. There's no quelling blade. Oh, nice. Nice to go ate him out of it.
Okay, and now where's the catch? That was nice TPs, but what do we do now, boys?
Yeah, actually, Seeker would have been dead if Nightsucker didn't react so quickly.
Oh, jumping in,
and
it's gonna be the Naga. Can we...
Oh, he TP'd in there. Oh, careful with the Prophet. Oh, you're dead.
Nature's Prophet, a bit too overzealous over there. The now Stalker popping up the Dark
Naga
Ascension.
2. Sleep,
Song of the
sleep. Oh, didn't skill
Siren.
it.
Doesn't want to skill it, doesn't have an extra point. A couple of misses on the high ground, but it's going to be the Void in the end, connecting for the last hit. Incursion now gets poisoned by this Venomancer. Mortadito will follow soon, and it looks like we're about to witness 4 players falling on the side of Tunisia. Sorry, Morocco. As Tunisia is, as predicted by us, Black, rushing towards a game 3.
Yeah, this draft advantage is probably even stronger than it was in the first game. And as I said, Tunisia definitely took that first game as a wake-up call. They made a lot of unforced errors. Can't see any of them this game.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Hopefully, I mean, I don't know what the game plan is. Maybe saving the Naga Siren until she gets at least one more item. But let's take a quick look at what just happened here. And it all started with the second arena miss and a bit of a miscommunication, Black, right? We had the TP coming in from Marshall Sol onto the high ground. He was not aware of the possibility of Cancun being there already and punishing him. He thought his Orchid plus Sprout will get the kill on the Storm. In the end, he's the one getting turned around and baiting the rest of his team afterwards. And in the end, it was just only a matter of time as they crumble at the feet of this Night Stalker.
Yeah, it's a very well executed fight again by Tunisia. But, yeah. It was, as you said, it looked like a big miscommunication on the Morocco side. But at this point, when they're so far behind, you know, they need to make things happen. This Dark Willow kill could be a good starting point, but it's just a support. And they're so far behind that even the support is worth 700 gold already. Speaks volumes.
I was covering a South American game yesterday, or a few days ago, and I saw a very intriguing Dark Willow build, which I thought was not good, but in the end it was really convincing. It was a 4-4-0 build, and just saying, if this would have been the case here, this Dark Willow would have escaped with a 2 lower second cooldown, but she obviously went for the classic. She did feel the need to put a point in the Cursed Crown.
If it was me, I definitely would have maxed W. I think W is just too valued to not max. But of course, Q is also super strong, so it's always a debate between the two. But I think it's a good indicator of how greedy a player is. Like if you look at someone like Crit, he'll definitely max W as well. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
how?
I mean, not even a single point in Cursed Crown I thought is grief, but like I said, I've been proven wrong, so maybe this is the way to go. As we have the Blink Dagger, but is it gonna be able to jump in? Spear of Mars does connect. Where's the Arena? We need the Orchid and the Sprout coming on top of the Storm, but he has the Yule Scepter. It might just be too late. The Arena is not even being used yet. Now the Storm Spirit hits the head to a wall, but it's not enough. And look at the damage! The Mars has fallen, and now the Nature's Prophet, Marshall Soul, tries to survive, pops a Sprout, and he's now on to the safety of high ground.
Coming.
It's going to be a buyback on the Rubik, and look at Zanetti looking in. I lurk in the shadows. In the end, he will stop himself from going into the tier 4s. Wow.
He located the Naga though. There won't be any follow-up. But yeah, Radiance is done. Now Naga Siren is... like her damage output is going to be a lot less. CK is still scaling. I say, wow, he's 10-0 actually. I just realized that. That's crazy.
My goodness me. And now we see a bit of an attempt down bottom with an Orchid. Nobody's killing this Night Stalker.
But again, it was a... you know, if you just wait for the Naga a little bit longer, that's a kill right there, probably.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, and Net is a pretty strong ability. But even if not, it just shows that, you know, they seem to be a bit flustered on the Morocco side. Like that team play that they had in the first game was outstanding, right? But right now, there's a lot of arrows creeping in here.
Do you think it might be, because we talked a lot about nerves, right? Do you think they might be nervous? They won their first game and now they're like getting a bit too excited, thinking, guys, we're one map away from winning our first series in this qualifier. Is that something that could happen to some of the players with less experience?
Oh, happens 100%. In fact, a lot of people that have a promising esports career, I would wager even in real life sports as well, like 99% of the people, they can't withstand the pressure. That's why they can't make it to become, you know, like a real professional that really makes money off it and lives off it. Just cause the mental pressure is insane. You know, like even if you win, that win, as you said, can actually cause a lot of pressure itself. Like, oh, we're so close now. Just one more, let's do it. And suddenly you crumble, and then you lose one game, and you're completely broken. Hopefully it won't happen, but I've seen it happen.
Right now, oh, Mortadito sacrificing his carry's career to get out, and oh, that was the full orchid completed for the Naga Siren, out of the game for the next 2 and a bit minutes. That's gonna be really, really rough as we have a jump in on Incursion. What are you doing in the low ground in the river? This is not the place to fish, my friend. Mars gets taken out as we have a nice steal from the Rubik. The Bramble Maze gets collected, but now the Storm has a Shield Rune, has an Arcane Rune, and they're beelining for this top Roshan.
Yeah, casual 18 mana region. Why not? Cool. Yeah, this last patch, like it didn't address the things that I thought it would, to be honest.
Okay.
The small patch, you know, the small balance patch.
Other than Eternal Shroud, what else would you have liked to see addressed?
Well, just these really strong facets to be tuned down a little bit. Because as I said, the biggest problem with these big balance patches is there's always going to be winners, there's always going to be losers, but the losers shouldn't feel as though they're almost unplayable just because they have a worse facet, if it makes sense.
That does make sense, yeah.
Yeah, like I really don't like to be held back completely just by the fact that, you know, I got unlucky in the facet draw.
I'd really like to point out this Night Stalker. Oh, Mosicrom tries to turn around. He was faking out with one of the illusions, but look at the Storm Spirit jumping in with the Arcane. He's fully committed, and he really wants to get something here, as now we have a nice Electric Vortex stolen. The Disruption, I don't think that was necessary there.
It was done. No.
They're jumping on the Melody. He should probably fall here as we have to jump in, and now Incursion tries to help his support, but does one of the easier mistakes to do, jumping in to protect a teammate, but only ending up feeding in the process. Ooh, that doesn't feel good at all.
Yeah. Now Tunisia is showing what they're made of. Good draft, good execution. Yeah, if game 3 is gonna go down a similar path when it comes to draft, it's gonna be rough for Morocco, because it's the second game where they have been massively outdrafted, and they're definitely gonna figure out a way to make use of the player's strengths while not, you know, being so far behind strategically.
Hope the Dire weren't partial to that mid tower.
Yule Scepter is done on the Dark Reload as well, so if you weren't killing the mid laner at all, you were hoping for the supports. Now Shadow Realm plus Yule Scepter to debuff the Orchid, it's gonna be crazy in just a matter of moments whenever this Nature's Prophet will try to take someone's life again. And you know how we were talking about Martial Cell being 3-3, he's now 3-5, and Naga Siren is about to join him in the 3 deaths in the span of 6 minutes club.
Yeah, the Naga Siren is basically the last bastion of hope that they had, but he is behind all 3 cores of the Radiant. So the light of hope is, you know, slowly fading. Yules them up. Night Stalker says hello, and do that. And there's another Galvanized stack. Up to 29 mana region now.
I'm gonna be fully transparent with everybody here. There needs to be a miracle for a comeback to happen in this game number 2, and I'm not the only one that believes so, as Dota Plus is giving them a 2% chance, and I'm gonna tell you a little secret block. It hasn't been more than 4 in over 10 minutes now. So for the last 10 minutes, Dota Plus believes this has been the match, as Tunisia is probably unbeatable at this current moment in time.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
You know, it could just be a case of Morocco sort of digesting the loss, talking about the next game,
Probably.
figuring out what to do. Because, yeah, I mean, they must know how far behind they are at this point.
And you don't even have the wombo combo like win condition, right? Where you talk about like stuff like the the black hole of an Enigma or even a Dark Seer into a Sven Stormhammer or something like that. You don't have that. As look at the confidence, the jumping in, stoning Zanetti, slaying the supports of Morocco. And now the tier 2 will follow into the Tormentor of the opponents, and I think they can start locking at the high ground. I don't know why they wouldn't. They still have 70, 80 seconds at the Aegis.
Just couldn't save that bottom tower.
Nighttime ran out though, so. Ooh, he also gets speed back into the base. Where's the follow-up?
That's a good
like this.
spear. Okay, TP in the BKB and the Quelling Blade, and beautiful terrorize flying from Q, who gets instantly rewarded with a shard from the Tormentor. Oh, they killed the Eternal Shroud. Storm Spirit won half his Eternal Shroud for the next 2.5 minutes. So a small victory going to the Dire side.
Now, did you know about Chaos Knight? So his facet, or his innate ability,
Yes.
50% chance to spawn one additional Ilu. Is that with everything? Like Manta style?
It's literally with everything. It's gets to the point where I believe he can spawn up to 10 illusions or something crazy like that. It's of course that is if the 50% chance is favorable.
Right, okay. So pretty damn strong then.
I would tend to agree with you, yeah. As
But even a shard can spawn 2 Ilus then.
yes, yeah. And I think, if I'm not wrong, if he gets Aghanim's, it does apply to the team illusions, because they're not necessarily Chaos Knight clones, but they are the illusions of Chaos Knight.
Yeah, and it says every Ilu he creates.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so the game server might crash basically.
Exactly. No, I mean, I was in a game where this was a build-up, and let's just say I'm lucky we didn't get to post minute 40, because I was about to get disconnected in minute 30. That's how many losers there were. As okay, we just lost our Naga Siren by itself.
Yet again. Yeah. They're really not respecting this river at all. I think 5 heroes died there in the last 10 minutes. Storm going in again. Nighttime pop.
Good blink. Dark Ascension, though, will allow for the vision. And another kill onto the Rubik. We're currently looking at 27 to 4, about to be 28. BKB from the Night Stalker does not want to waste any more time. We have the arena, and that's about it. The Terrorizer will take them out. Cancun just jumping in. Reality Lift, BKB, Chaos Ball. Look at all the illusions around him. He is uncontrollable on this Chaos Knight.
It's actually really funny to see that literally everything just can spawn the digital illusion. Even his ultimate can just be 4 Ilus for free. Wow. Now, it kind of makes more sense now when you think back about what I said with strong facets and then weak facets.
Absolutely.
Well, what's here? Let me just look at a random hero.
Enchantress.
Anti-mage.
Okay,
Gains
Anti-Mage.
damage when his enemies are at low mana. What does it even do?
Bloodseeker. He works like a Bloodseeker, but instead of
but with
speed,
mana.
and and instead of HP for attack speed, he just gets higher damage.
Oh, that actually sounds decent.
That is pretty good. But no, if you want to see a really pointless one, look at the Enchantress one. But you know what's not pointless? A
Ooh,
kill
Zanetti.
by the Naga Siren killing Zanetti, and also that was a gem carrier. This is crucial. The Naga does not have enough slots to take it, although she has 2 branches, so I don't know why she's not picking it up. But yeah, the couriers are not gonna get there in time. Okay, that could have been a bit better if they managed to pick the gem off the ground. Cancun will be the one to get in the reposition of it.
That's a lot of gold swing at least, but still 18k. And I actually like that he picked up the Bloodthorn, because when you're this far behind, you just need damage. You need to be able to kill heroes when they're out of position. So, nice pickup. Makes a lot of sense. And when you have a Naga Siren, the game is never fully over.
I mean, there's no
always
mega
ways to
creeps
come
yet.
back.
Like, all the lanes are still standing. Although there's no more outer towers for the Dire, they still have tier 3s in every single lane. So that, if we really want to be positive and looking at the bright side, that is true. At the same time, this Storm Spirit is level 20, and if you take a look at the XP graph, they have over 12 levels ahead of the Dire.
All that's rookie numbers. As long as they're not 30 levels, they still have a chance.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, sure. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. The comeback has already begun.
It won't be an easy one, but we've seen crazier things.
Oh, Mass TP bottom. What is... Did you spot the Naga Siren with an observer ward on the cliff? Are they gonna realize that the real one is coming to the lane, though? I don't think they're gonna realize that.
Sleep, 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 sleep.
Nice dodge. Orchid turns
Nice.
around, goes TP
Oh,
out.
he didn't sleep before TPing. Wow, that's very curious. You definitely need to TP if you want to... sleep if you want to TP out there.
It was an interesting attempt, I have to say. It almost worked out. Will they realize what spotted the Naga or where the observer word was? That's what I want to see right now. Like I said, this gem that they didn't pick up will probably be what's costing them a lot. As we have the squad of Tunisia just heading towards bottom lane. The Roshan is also up if they want to change, go for a detour up top. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Cancun has a full heart of Tarask flying for his Chaos Knight. This Storm Spirit is actually building the Mitchell Hammer, which is what I've said is a bit of a meme, but it's quite good when it comes to regen.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything the item does for Storm. Like, they never really use it, they just have it for mana regen.
Oh, Phantasm stolen by the Rubik. I mean, it doesn't do anything unless you have an Aghanim's for your Naga, but it's cool.
That's a lot of Rubiks.
Dispel, I guess, right? I mean, it's better than nothing.
Wow.
Wow, look at him. The Rubik is out. Maybe they're just gonna throw a lot of, like, spells on it because they're not gonna realize he's got Phantasm. They're like, oh, that's the real Rubik. Let's use our Noxious Plague on him. I don't know.
Yeah, but even then, would it really be a difference maker?
No, I
I
don't
feel like Venomancer is actually not really part of many fights here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the assists, actually. He's 1, 3, and 14. You're correct, actually. He's been involved in the least amount of kills on the Radiant side. Wow, that's quite surprising. Same amount as Q on the support, but this Chaos Knight has been the be-all, end-all. 13, 0, and 7. Part of 20 out of 29 kills, but he will get spotted by Nestor from up top. Okay, let me...
Whoa, it's a very confident TPN.
What just happened?
Ow, ow, ow.
He got out. He got out. And he forced the BKB. Yes, it was the 8-second BKB for the 9-second BKB of the Nature's Prophet. But he didn't die.
That's right. Slight miscalculation there, but made the best out of the situation. Now it's Roshan time against the second one, so it's gonna be a cheese. Yeah.
Oh, the Tarask is flying to the Naga. He's got a full heart on the courier.
Oh, interesting choice.
She's still third in net worth, and we see some of the heroes on the side of Tunisia struggling to kill the illusions. This harder Tarask will make it even harder. Let's see, what does Dota Plus think? I think I saw a 4% chance.
Sleep.
No, it's not. Oh, perfect! This might just be the play of the game. Mexico turns around. We have Marshall's out with the TP. Kenny collected, throwing in. But the Radiant selects the Roshan, and Cancun gets the Aegis. Storm Spear has the Rune Scepter to survive. And look at the Dark Ascension. BKB Nice Looker flying around Naga side and trying to kill the Aegis target. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but you do not have a second life. As Stone pops the amplified damage and gets to work. Reality Rift, the mid lane is taken out, and despite what was a great attempt, the arena's coming in a bit too late. Team White will be concluded as Tunisia not only gets the Roshan in the Aegis, but also any 5,000 net worth will be in just a matter of seconds when the gold gets fully updated in their favor. Black, that was a great attempt, but where was the arena?
Yeah, we'll probably get a chance to see it again, but it just seems a little bit discombobulated. Oh, like here, we can take a look at it. The sleep was perfect, but as you said, there's just no backup. Nobody was really urgent enough to really get the Aegis. So ultimately, CK killed Roshan and got the Aegis as well. This could have easily gone the other way, because CK was like about half health when Roshan died. If CK doesn't have the Aegis, he dies on the team fight as one. And it was very close to being a comeback there, to be honest. But yeah, now it's gonna be incredibly difficult to actually mount a proper comeback from here.
It was also, a lot of things went in the favor of Morocco. The Dark Willow Terrorize actually hit only the Phantasm Rubik Illusions, and even despite that, there was not enough teamfight presence there, as we saw Incursion arrive on the Mars way too late. And if I would have to talk about a player who's definitely under-delivering compared to the game number one, it would have to be him, right? Incursion on the Legion Commander, we mentioned how big of an incremental part he was in the game one victory, whereas now this Mars is been a non-factor for the past 35 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, he's 0-7-1, definitely struggling to find his place in the game. But we also spoke about that it's actually a horrendous Mars game as well, right? And yeah, nothing we can do. He's gone.
Balls yet again. Goodness. I mean, what is there to say? We were just talking about his score, and he gets slayed one more time, as we now have the first set of racks also was collected while we were watching the replay. No more racks up top. They're going for the second. At least the bright side is there is no Aegis for this push, right? So if you manage to chain a couple of good spells or maybe force an overcommit into the tier 4 towers, you might have a chance.
Nice initiation.
Jump in,
easy
fly
pick
back. Look at the Zanetti doing so much work on top of the Ancient, killing the Rubik. The Nature's Prophets being silenced, and now they're trying to run away as we have mass buybacks. We have the arena not available for a few more moments. Q tries to get away with the reality. Shadow MTP, but look at the Spear of Mars connecting. What doesn't matter? The Nature's Prophet gets killed in full process. Incursion taken out. It's gonna be the Naga, 1 versus 5. Can the Siren prevail? And the answer is no! As the Cancun double kill will force the good game out of the Mars. And Tunisia take us to the deciding game 3.
Yeah, that was a very strong showing by Tunisia. Somewhat what I expected in game 1 with the draft they had there, but you know, that's what we said, best of 3, that's what it's for. Yeah, Morocco. They have to work on their draft, for sure. Tunisia now, both games. This game even more so than the first game. Huge draft advantage. And Dota nowadays, I don't know if you agree with that point of view, but I feel there's like 2 parts to the game. First, it's more like chess-like. It's like a strategy, right? If you lose that chess portion badly, playing the actual game becomes incredibly difficult. Like in this draft right now, yeah, it was incredibly one-sided, but to be entirely honest, I don't even know what they could have done differently. You know, it was just kind of like doomed to fail from the beginning.
Are you making an analogy between Dota and chess boxing, Black? Are you familiar with what chess boxing is?
I saw it, yes.
I mean, this is what you're telling me right now, and I have to agree with you, right? And you see it now. But hasn't it always been the case, with maybe small exceptions of cheese? Draft is such a crucial part of the game of Dota, with so many heroes and so many changes that happen constantly over the years, right? If you are getting outsmarted, then you will consequently get outplayed no matter how well you are or how good you are mechanically.
Yeah, that's right. Even the best mechanics can't overcome, you know, a huge strategical disadvantage.
Oh, we're seeing this, I guess, what would we call this? Like the step-by-step dismantling of the Moroccan squad. And we gotta say, it all started with that triple first blood in the pre-minute 0 skirmish, right? And Marshall here trying to roll back the years and show us what we used to see from Nature's Prophet just about, what was it, 10 to 12 months ago, when this hero was played consistently as a mid-hero. hasn't had the same amount of success as they were definitely hoping for him to do. Whereas his counterpart, Stone, even right now with a nice escape with the assist of Cancun, he was everything that we've been talking about, right? This hero is the prime mid hero, and somehow made his way to the last pick phase in this second game. I hope Storm will be banned in game 3. That's all I have to say about Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he showed why the hero is really strong. Though, I still think he looked a little uncomfortable in it. Like, he oftentimes jumped in too deep and like couldn't really get the best gauge on his mana management, which of course is, it takes years of experience playing Storm Spirit, which is why the best Storm Spirit players are so incredibly scary. Because you just have that mana management down to a T, basically. But even so, even if he didn't play it at 100%, he still played it at like a 90%, and that's more than enough to win these games, in a free game like this especially. Yeah, what's there to say about Tunisia? You can't really, criticize too much, because, I mean, the draft was amazing, the gameplay this time around was really good. Yeah, now it's up to Morocco to really show how they can, deal with such a devastating loss, because this was really, really one-sided. And as we spoke about before, not everybody can come back from these losses mentally.
It will have to be a lot of team discussions, maybe with the manager, if you coach, that the I assume teams have for this tournament will need to, mentally pull you out of this slump, because this game number 2 was a complete non-factor. Yes, I think we ended at about minute 37 or 38, but in all honesty, could have probably been called way earlier. And the reason it wasn't was this Naga Siren, right? As always, we know how strong this hero can be, even with only 2 items. And Nestor Pond here just did such a good job. And I love that we're seeing this replay in slow motion, Black. What happened here, and we missed this during the play-by-play part of the match, the Heart of Tarask actually arrived at the hands of Naga from the courier the moment when she wanted to pick up the Aegis. She instantly moved away a bracer to free a slot up, but during those split-second moments is when the Chaos Knight of Cancun managed to pick it up. So if Naga manages to get the Aegis there, she buys herself a few more seconds. The CK doesn't have 2 lives. The Mars finally arrives with the arena, and maybe we see the beginning of a comeback.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if Naga gets the Aegis there, because CK was almost dead there, like, Naga will definitely kill the CK. She has a second life, and then Storm Spirit isn't really that scary anymore, because he doesn't really have a defensive answer to Naga Siren at that point. If it was gonna happen, it would have been there. But yeah, again, like, the pieces just didn't come together, unfortunately for them. And Tunisia was just a little bit too much this time around.
Game 3 will be the final step in this first series of the tournament. 41-5. I'm just surprised. I knew it was a dominating performance, but I didn't realize it was 41-5. I have to be completely honest with you. Wow, the 0-9 Mars, the 0-11 Rubik. Some of these scorelines look absolutely dreadful, but let's look at the great scorelines. Flawless game from the Storm, 8-0-19, and then a 19-0-9 Chaos Knight, and even the Dark Willow and the Night Stalker falling once, but still 2-1-20 and 10-1-20 respectively. We talked about comfort at the end of the draft in game number 1. Sorry, at the end of game number 1. It was such a confident lineup coming in from Tunisia, and I want to see Morocco maybe go back to something that they feel themselves more of in that game number 3. But for that, we're going to have to wait and see, as we're going to send it to a short break, but we will return with the decider of the North African first match qualifier. We are back to the Iesf North African qualifiers for Dota 2. It's the first series of this 4-day long tournament. I'm Waxen, joined by Black. And Black, after game one, we talked about, wow, game one was amazing. This is what the type of Dota we were hoping to see this tournament. And what better way of continuing that thought with going all the way for the first series, with now a game 3 coming up.
Yeah, unexpectedly so, to be honest. I really thought with the two drafts we've seen, there would have been a 2-0 for Tunisia. Morocco made they made a case for themselves in game 1 for sure. With a comeback after a disastrous early game. Game 2, however, Tunisia, of course, didn't let anything slip away from them. Now, game 3, do they have something else up their sleeve? Because that draft in game 2, you could argue was even more one-sided than in game 1. So if it follows the same sort of trajectory, game 3 should be, an insane draft.
Yeah, it should be a walk in the park for the Tunisian side, which I believe, like you said, is more than a fair assessment as we're going into this draft. And we got a vengeful spirit. They're not going to make the same mistake, I guess. Game 1 realized Morocco had a good plan, and they're not going to allow to get their hands on their execution plan yet again.
Oh, Chaosnet out this time. Okay. I mean, he was amazing, obviously. 19-0. I wouldn't want to face that guy either.
5 seconds.
I mean, does that mean we're going to get a Shadow Fiend or a Dawnbreaker not being banned by Morocco? Because they were quite staple in banning those 3.
Dawnbreaker. This might just be team specific. I mean, Tiny is just, Tiny. He has been an amazing support for many, many, many years. Any reposition abilities, of course, are incredibly annoying and strong. Clockwork this time around. Makes sense. Very strong support here.
5 seconds.
Even as a core, I think it could work.
You think so? With the cogs build up or the other, the battery assault one?
Probably battery assault.
Oh, the hookshot. No, it's the hookshot build, right? The one that if you hit an ally, the cooldown goes less. I think that's the alternative.
Right. Yes. I think both of them are quite good. It's just what I think makes it viable as a core is the overclock gives you 250% attack speed, I believe it was, which is crazy. Because he's also a university hero, so his base damage is incredibly high to begin with. I think it can work. Dota 1, we've seen it all the time. Bring it back. And mid clockwork is super fun to watch. You get faster with 6, you roam around the whole map, get kill after kill.
10 seconds to go.
Well, hopefully get kill after kill, because if you don't, you use this. But
Even on Centaur, wow, Morocco completely changing up their bans, allowing the opponent to get their hands. Oh, never mind. No, the Dawnbreaker still banned out. Never mind. I was about to say they could take the Dawnbreaker. So the only big difference from their first set of bans is the Shadow Fiend. And Tunisia says, you know what? We don't even want it. We'll take the prime hero this patch, which is not the Storm Spirit, that's the prime mid hero. They get their hands on the Weaver. Oh man, Tunisia banned it last game because they didn't have first pick, and now they have first pick again, and they're picking it. It's interesting to see how these two teams prioritize or don't prioritize the Weaver.
Yeah, Weaver seems to be highest priority for both of these teams, which I can't believe. Like Shadow Fiend, I think right now in Dota is actually the strongest hero in the entire game.
Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, the hero's so crazy.
Really?
Dude, he's so strong. I'm going to teach you the trick of tricks, okay?
Please, senpai.
So, when you have Axe,
Okay.
the ult comes back in, right?
Yes.
So, what you can do is, and what everybody should do after hearing this, you can blink after ulting, and the draw back in follows you. Which means the combo is this, right? You cast ult, a patch. That's a very early patch.
Please finish your thought. I'm very intrigued right now. Let Black cook, ladies and gentlemen.
So what happens is you ult, preferably on top of a hero, but it doesn't even have to be. You ult, you blink in to 4 players or whatever. They instantly get feared because the ult comes back. Then you refresh, you ult again. Literally everybody is feared for 4 seconds, and you probably instant kill 2 or 3 heroes. It's absolutely busted.
So as in you, oh, I get it. So you can even ult in fog and then blink in.
That's right, because the ult comes back to you
understand.
wherever you
That's cool.
blink. And then you can refresh and channel the second ult as the first one comes back.
Yeah, they're all
And-
feared already.
Obviously, SF ult is a ton of damage. And there's a talent that increases the fear duration per line, so they can literally be disabled for 4+ seconds. It's just an incredible team fighter. Magic
Oh.
SF is the way to go, and he's just crazy strong.
So now that Morocco hasn't banned it and Tunisia doesn't really seem to care for the existence of Shadow Fiend, do you think Morocco might consider it to get it later on, especially as they have overall last pick?
Maybe. I mean, I always love to see Shadow Fiend. It's a very volatile hero, especially as a caster. So if they have it, bring it out. Because I'm not sure why they picked Patch, because Patch against Weaver is not that good. Do you think it's a case of, like, after this loss, they, like, kind of deflated? Or is it, like, a legit strat of theirs?
I think it might be a confidence pick. Right, Pudge is by far the most played hero in Dota. At, well, all levels, but including the lower tier levels. I think in the current meta, Pudge can be a bit of a flex. We see teams playing it as a carry, but still also very successful as a support. So if you've got 1 or 2 Pudge specialists in your team, why just not take it? Because yes, it's not the easiest to hit it on Weaver, but if you do hit a long-range hook on Weaver with the right facet, this Weaver just dies because he doesn't have a big HP pool.
True. It can work. It's just the matchup in general, like Weaver is very elusive. And of course, Patch has very low armor, so the beetles are hard to deal with. You have low attack speed. But if you can ever get on top of him, then yeah, maybe you can make it work. It's just a weird response to see it as a first pick,
Okay, what is happening now? Because Morocco is really taking their sweet time, and they banned out the Veno that put a lot of problems to them last game. And okay, they wasted 2 minutes of reserve time to go for the Rubik, which is something they played every single game. Okay, I mean, what do I know, right, Black?
Yeah, what do you know? What do we know?
Definitely, wow.
Straight away.
That felt like it was without hesitation. Tunisia just insta-locked the Abaddon. They were like, whatever they pick, we'll just get Abaddon. And this is telling me that we might be looking at a Weaver carry, or core, right? Weaver core plus the Aphotic Shield is just a complete disaster for anybody else. And I mean, Abaddon is not the happiest to give away his Aphotic Shield later on to the spell steal of the Rubik, but he's very good at dispelling Dismember. He's very good at just tanking a lot for your team and being the front line, especially paired up with this Templar Assassin Black, which is one of the other heroes that, like the Storm Spirit, we are praising how good it is and hasn't seen much play in the first 3 games. Well, Tunisia says we'll end that and we'll take it for ourselves.
The facet that you get a refraction damage charge when one of your damage reduction charges gets removed, it's just crazy good.
Whoa, okay.
Earthshaker, Brewmaster, Pudge.
So,
I mean, Shaker Pudge is a decent combo. Fissure into Hook has been around forever. But it's just the whole drop, like 3 melee heroes against Weaver and TA is... Who's gonna lane against
even
TA?
against the Abaddon, that's not nice.
5 seconds.
I mean, okay, let's break it down. Traditionally, Pudge was considered a Templar Assassin counter. Because of the rot, you just burn the reflection charges. A Brewmaster works in a similar way, and I like the Brewmaster here. It kites you when he pops the Primal Split, Tornado up in the air. It's quite good at dealing with the refraction of Templar Assassin. But this Earthshaker, I don't know how I feel about it, especially not versus those matchups. Is this going to be
a Morocco? 5-1, right? Is it going to be 5 Earthshaker? It kind of has to be, unless it's a mid Earthshaker.
They played 5 Rubik, right? One of the games.
Lion. Did they play 5 Rubik just now?
I'm gonna be
No,
honest.
it was 4 Rubik.
4 Rubik. Was the Lion not? Anyway, the point is this Earthshaker. No matter what, he needs
weird.
farm, and it's really out. Like it felt like a misclick type hero here. It's wow. This is massive. Okay, Tunisia is winning this. You called it, Black. This is the outdraft of all, the mother of all outdrafts.
Now, there is a slight chance to counter him still. So Punch Axe is obviously good because it has health region reduction on it.
Yeah.
And Brewmaster can dispel the Ghost Shroud. But
Leshrak. I think if somehow Tunisia forgets about Leshrak and they don't ban it, I think Lesh could also have quite a few things to say here. He's quite good at dealing with TA. He kind of burns through Necro when he pops the Ghost Shroud as well. What do you think of my idea? Lesh here?
Lesh is good, for sure. I would also see the Storm as well. Wait, they banned Storm. Expecting Weaver to be potentially support. But what Tunisia really lacks is any sort of catch. They have nothing to catch right now. So I would love to actually see a Disruptor. Disruptor also owns Punch and Brewmaster. It's a perfect Disruptor game because you have TA as well for vision. You have Beetles for vision. You just need something to keep them in place and get them back to fight you. Because they will run away from you.
I love Disruptor. I think he's in a similar ballpark for me as a Shadow Demon. He was played so much S tier support last patch. He hasn't really received any nerfs, but people forget about him very often. And it might just be because the existence or like the realization that Eternal Shroud is very busted. But I think it makes plenty of sense here to get the Disruptor. Not that much reserve time for either squad. 8 seconds for Tunisia after this regular time and 3 for Morocco. So they will have to commit to something soon, as they need to ban and pick Drow Ranger. Wow, banning the Drow. I don't think Drow would have been that good.
I don't even know what the lanes are. Is it a carry patch? It's often Brewmaster, I assume.
I assume it's a carry. I assume it's a carry pudge. But
yeah,
that's not what Tunisia thinks.
Yeah, because if it's a carry patch, you literally just put like a Bad and Weaver there. And it's free.
1 second, and now their last 5 of reserve are coming through. Tunisia will be going for the Tusk.
Tusk, okay. Similar thought process. Something that can keep him in place and catch him. Though not nearly as long range. Like Disruptor basically guarantees that you get a kill, which is especially nice with Necro, because you get those Reaper stacks easily. But, I mean, I can see Tusk as well. Nice save against the Shaker later on.
There's quite a fair bit of sustain and escape plus survivability on the side of Tunisia, and they're gonna go wow.
Teams all set.
Oh, maybe they were cooking with the Drow Ranger ban. It will be an archer, but it's gonna be the bony man, Clinks himself. Overall last pick, and Clinks can rush Orchid. Wait, what? No, Marshall. Wait, that's the
very interesting.
An off-lane Pudge?
Wait, so it's mid lane TA, off lane Necro. So Necro can actually lose to Clinks. But Clinks' support partner isn't the strongest. And then we have the carry Weaver. Huh.
But off-lane
very,
Pudge.
very interesting. It's off-lane Pudge, yeah. Against Weaver Abaddon? That sounds terrible.
This is not a good game plan, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna be completely honest. Unless Marshall and Incursion decided to swap lanes in the last game of the series and have the Pudge mid with the Brew top, which again wouldn't be ideal for the Brewmaster, but I think he can actually sustain through some of that aggression, and then Incursion should be fine-ish versus Stone's Templar Assassin. They've been in the kitchen, Black. That's all I can say. I mean, this is the definition of what this series has been thus far. Tunisia trying to stick as much as possible to the meta, maybe with the exception of the Tuskar, and Morocco trying to be as out of pocket as possible, and they have managed to do it yet again, as we now see the loading screens and we heading for the deciding game. Prediction, Mr. Dominic.
2-1.
That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. One of the teams will win the map. We don't know which team, but thank you for that fabulous analysis. I love it.
Yeah, no, but I do think that Radiant draft is quite advantageous. We didn't really talk about it, but TA Shard obviously is also insane.
I love it, yeah.
The silence against all these heroes. It's a good overall draft. The only thing that they're lacking, as I said, is good catch. I mean, they have a Tusk who's decent, but it doesn't really stop people from running away unless you really can block them off with shards, which isn't free or easy, right? So they're really playing for lane dominance, getting items, shards online, and then playing from there. If they pick Disruptor, I would say there's almost 0% chance that they can lose this game. But now that they don't have a proper, easy way to initiate, it's going to get a little more difficult to win. Should be able to kill though. Yeah. So it's a strong lane, but they don't really have much kill potential. Ooh, okay. Well,
I said Templar Assassin level 5 is what it's needed to like beat the Pudge. I didn't think it's gonna happen like instantly when she hits 5. So maybe Incursion with a bit of a misstep there, maybe tanked a few too many side blades.
I think what happened is he actually hooked him into the tower and he just got beaten up.
Okay, oh, wow.
The classic. Now I'm gonna hook you into the tower and beat you. Oh, you're too strong. I just look at the chunk damage though. Every time you get hit, 150 HP gone. It's gonna be trapped soon.
Cancun is also doing very well with his last hits, not just with the harassing, right? But Klinks has managed to actually start picking up some of his weight up top as well, and now he has level 4, a level advantage in front of Zanetti's Necro. So Death Pack starting to be used, consuming some of the creeps on the beautiful fissure, but is it gonna be sufficient? Not enough mana on the Klinks Neseric Storm. It's gonna be very sad actually. He will pop the Clarity instantly though to get himself up to par. But the kill there would have been nice, but even not getting the kill and just forcing this Necro to play so far behind, it's gonna make it even harder for him to last hit. Like, look at Zanetti. He actually missed 3 last hits under the tower and only got 1.
Yeah, it always feels double bad when you're Necro, of course, because your HP and mana region is tied to it.
Okay, Mallory, you're way too confident right now, my friend, but the level 4 on Zanetti Ghost Shroud is gonna allow them to go a bit further.
No, there's no way he has Radiance queued up on off the Necro and he's struggling this much, right?
It might just be a meme, right? He knows he's on stream, he wants to entertain the audience, right?
Well, I sure hope so, because that's where you get reported in high immortal games, you know?
Cancun, okay, might actually get a kill because Martial Soul really wanted to get the Lotus. One more right click will do the job, but the Dire Creep's kind of blocking Mortadito, and he's not going to be able to throw the Fade Bolt onto the Weaver. Look at the rotate mid. We have a Tusk.
If you block him, he's dead. His TA deals an insane amount of damage.
Now the creeps are under the tower.
Oh, they're going.
One right click connects, and now the crit from the Mel Strike, the third one. Yeah, he's trying perfectly. Turn around. Very nice target focus from Incursion. Realizing he needs to go for the Templar Assassin as he would have fallen. Oh, what an interesting play. Trying to deny the trap to prop the side blades, but it didn't quite happen. Meanwhile, the Weaver Cancun, like I said, going on a holiday in Mexico, right behind the tier 1 tower, and he's actually going to steal the Wisdom Rune of the Dire. This is a massive loss for the Moroccans.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess Q just didn't expect to get dismembered right away, because he had a snowball already. Yes. Yeah, very decisive play by Encouragio at least. It's very good, but yeah, the supports are going to be very underleveled. So Rubik is 4, Shaker is not even 4 yet, and Shaker is also dead.
Oh, this is so tragic. The life of an Earthshaker is never nice during laning phase unless he's a core, but the life of a position 5 Earthshaker with no Wisdom Runes, he's not going to have a game until minute 16.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of 5 Shaker. It has won some tournaments and some games, so there's definitely merit to it. Yeah, it's just very, very difficult to actually bring through. Oh, it's a netty ghost shot as a cooldown.
We're not following. Yeah, I'm looking at Incursion just rotating, maybe trying to get the last with a coke shot over here. He's gonna use the dismember to just get it closer to the clinks, and it's gonna be Nesser just getting the last hit. A pause in a tip. Okay. I
Yeah, I got tip, bro.
Not necessary, but hey ho, we digress. I want to go back to the minute 7 wisdom rune, Black. As a support myself, I realize how crucial the 7, 14, sometimes even 21 minute wisdoms are, but it's so hard when you get like the opponent core coming in to contest your wisdom rune, and your cores are like, no, I'm just chilling in mid. Let me do my thing, and then you lose that, and then they start shouting at you. It's minute 13. You got level 5 if that. They're like, oh, where's your ulti? I'm like, you didn't help me with my wisdom rune. It's one of those things that unless you are a support player, or of course a high MMR player, you don't understand the value that the minute 7 and minute 14 wisdom runes can have for the early mid game of a support.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree with that. So I think the threshold from 5 to 6 was 680 experience, and the wisdom rune gives 560. So that's basically, of course, it's divided by 2 heroes, but it's basically a whole level from 5 to 6, which is massive. And if you get both and the enemy gets 0, obviously that's just
the disparity
that's
created. It's like so overwhelming.
Yeah, because you get 560 and they lose 560. It's just an experience difference of 1.1k. It's massive. So there's 2 ultimates versus no ultimates.
You heard it here, ladies and gents. Next time, me and Black will be playing into a show match together as casters for a tournament. If he doesn't rotate to help me secure the minute 7 wisdom, he's a liar.
What about rotate? I will, I'll kill them all before they even have a chance to get there.
I like that.
I'm a killer. Killer instinct,
That is good. I like how we've progressed in this series from you telling us about how you misappropriate someone else's and how you kill them. What is your next confession gonna be, my friend?
Oh, you don't want to know.
I know what it will be. It will be some phenomenal casting from you, or some great Dota being played, as we see Incursion just posturing up top, not even gonna attempt throwing the hook in Q's direction, as he probably just wants to use it to farm some neutral creeps. Down bottom, look at the damage coming in from this Shikuchi. Shikuchi as an innate ability just feels like it's what makes this Weaver busted, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's just so annoying to play against Weaver. He's so fast all the time. Oh man, this Necro's game is kinda done. See, that's exactly what I was alluding to. I hate offlane Necros so much. It's just 1 or 2 missteps and your entire game is gone forever. If you're mid lane, like imagine if it was mid this game against the Pudge, it's free. Absolutely free.
And very interesting, despite like a 20-something last hit, 2021 last hit disparity between the Templar Assassin and the Pudge, because of that kill on the Necro and the earlier rotation, the net worth is only 80 difference. Templar Assassin only 80 net worth ahead of the Pudge, and that's great news for Incursion. That means he's having the start that he should at this moment in time if he wants to have an impact. As look at him, they're gonna spot Stone, but Q is nearby. Can they get enough damage on top of it? Can we get a hook shot in time? Oh my goodness. Level 4 Earthshaker just dies, and now the Pudge will hook the Cancun Weaver, but they are killing everybody. They just probably need to TP away, as they do not have enough anything to do so. 3 have fallen. Incursion will get dove behind the tier 1 tower as the Dismember ultimate turns around with Cancun, but the Reaper side flies in, and now the Brewmaster turns around in the 1 versus 4 with the TP. They're gonna get separated by the Ice Shards. Early Boulder connects to the Tusk. I don't think you kill him.
Yeah, there will be another Boulder coming soon, but yeah, there's just too much shield coming out. We have no Reaper, Ghost Shroud is out. Yeah, he just walks it off. And it was Klink's first death as well. Ooh, burst damage.
It was the Aphotic Shield that actually tanked a little bit there, but I think the Necro would have still been safe, as Stone doesn't even care. All that time after the first initial fight, he went back to claim the triangle ball. Look at him, they're coming back for it. They're smoked up. Melrine just up close and personal with a level 4 Earthshaker. Will sacrifice himself, but they managed to get Q in exchange. That's going to be a stack of flesh heap. And now the rot will come in, the dust as well. Stone should fall, sustain or not from the Abaddon. Can he get the clean skill? No. Level 6 is available, but the borrow time ran out in the previous skirmish, and it's gonna be a nice turnaround from Morocco, who's now also committing to taking some of these stacks.
Yeah, always feels perfect when the TA is halfway through the stack, then you kill her, then you take the stack as well. Ooh, Klings, you are not very healthy.
He just walked into a dust, and he will fall, most certainly. One more actually good, nice hook shot from between the creeps, and Incursion is here to play, sniping that meat hook through the body of the Necro. The Dismember will get the finish, and now Incursion should get away scot-free. The Rubik will get caught by the Walrus Punch, and a nice fissure to create separation, but the Snowball will reach the support.
Yeah, but they definitely woke up here. Despite the draft being, disadvantageous again, they're really making it work somehow. Arch is roughly halfway through his Aghanims at this point, and once that's up, Necro's gonna struggle even more, and he is already struggling like mad.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
I'm gonna take a quick look. I want to see Dota Plus. Dota Plus still, despite his Necro not really having a game and being the lowest net worth core with 4,000, it's still a 66% in their favor. And honestly, I mean, the Weaver and Templar are playing very, very well. So maybe that is why, as we now see them going behind the tier 1 tower, Melrine, like I said, level 5 still, no Echo Slam. Nice turnaround on the Cancun, and he will try to run away as we have the Reaper side connecting to the position 5 Earthshaker. Now the Primal Split coming in. This Klinks is just dying to the damage that's flying around him. He needs to get away. He can't get so close unless he uses another Death Pack. They're turning onto the Abaddon. No more borrow time, and I think they will get the second support kill with the help of Fade Bolt from Mortadito. 2 for 1.
Yeah. Now the only problem they're running into is they're skirmishing the entire time, so they're not farming any creeps. So the gold advantage isn't really dwindling or going into their favor. They're very skirmish heavy, which is good of course, because they have Patch, who has pretty much infinite scaling, but you still gotta get that net worth up on all the heroes. Nice hook dodge.
Radiant's top towers.
Oh.
Stuck in a world of his own, but do they have enough to jump in? We were talking about the Templar Assassin. Stone, you're gonna be turned to dust as you jump into the video opponents. But what a reposition from the Snowball! I didn't even know that was possible. Now the World is Sponge. You do not have a Primal Split. They're running. Where? Go Slam! Coming in, getting to Templar Assassin, managed to pop the refraction, is still alive. The dust is coming in. Can the Klings get away? Turns around with the Death Pack and the damage is flying in, but he will fall yet again. Templar Assassin will get the job done. He's somehow still alive, collecting souls.
That was a very interesting Snowball Fissure interaction. So the Fissure was just between the trees, and the Snowball was on top of the Fissure. So it placed the TA behind the Fissure because there was no space in front of it. There was not an interaction I've seen, but it makes sense. An object can't exist on another object in Dota.
Let's take a quick look at how that entirely unfolded. What a memorable moment we just created in the first series. It all started with Incursion baiting in the high ground, and now Stone just chilling, jumping into 3 full combos.
Look at the Snowball on the Fissure.
Nah, that is unbelievable. That is exactly what allowed Stone to stay alive in that team fight. And despite a beautiful 4-man Echo, the refraction was off cooldown. He turned around and got the kills.
This could have been really bad if TA died there though. Like, it was so close with the Echo Slam, he had to go to 30 health. It could have been a turn. A game turner right there. Because Shaker would be super close to his blink, I say. He actually picked it up just now, after the double kill he got there. So now Shaker has his blink, that's all he needs.
Oh, they're lining up for incursion up top, and he really doesn't want to die. 700 gold away from having the Aghanim's Black. This could be a big power spike for the team fight of Morocco.
Incursion, yeah, very close to the Axe. They're also very close to the Brewmaster Radiance, 500 gold away of that. And Necro actually decided to indeed go for Radiance. He needs 1k gold for that. That is so greedy. Especially with a game like this.
Hookshot connects. After he spotted the sentry gun, it flew out in the air through the trees, reaching Cancun's neck and bringing him back to the arms of the Butcher. Dismember plus Nessercrom will be enough to get the kill, and that's gonna be a 5 mega kill streak. Hell of a goal surge, 940 swing on the back of a carry kill.
Yeah, that's sort of what we came to expect from him, right, after game 1. Game 2 he was a little quiet, though it was because he was really drafted into...
Just remember, even the mid lane, when we had the Conca versus Monkey King matchup in the game number 1, when we had a bit of a, well, unwanted dive into the tier 1 tower at level 3. The Monkey King was running away with our lane anyway, but it didn't influence the result of the match as the Conca found himself on the winning side for Morocco. That game 1, that laning phase in particular, feels like a lifetime ago, Black.
Yeah, it really does. That's the thing, though. Throughout game 1 to 3, both these teams had their own struggles, of course, but the inconsistencies between the players, they're quite astounding. I don't know if it's just the hero comfort or the game position they're in. It could be nerfs, could be the pressure coming in. There's so many factors that we can't really quantify. But matter of the fact is, Morocco right now, they're feeling themselves, for sure. They're feeling the momentum, they're riding the momentum. And, I mean, game has been paused for a while, but they're probably going to get this top ranks. And if they're not too careful, they might even lose the mid ranks. Like, they have to make absolutely sure they don't lose another hero now.
Okay, I'm looking at Martial Soul as well. He, I believe, has a full Manta style. Yes, he does, as we can see in the courier flying into him. That game will finally be resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being patient with us here of the Iesf North African Qualifiers. That wasn't even that long of a pause, Black. I've seen some tier 1 games with like hours and hours of pause, so I think our viewers should be more than content with a quick fix. We see the racks falling, just as you predicted. Incursion using the meat hook to get one of the catapults of the Radiant side, and now they're just knocking at the mid tier 3. I think this is slightly overconfident.
Oh.
No! What a timing! But Stone does have the Aegis and is getting saved by the Snowball. Now, over positioning, getting a bit too close, getting a lot of damage from the rot, and the Echo Slap jumping in. Zanetti melts the Aegis is gone. Q sacrifices himself, trying to save someone, but Stone turns around, tries to right click, does not have a BKB. And now look at the overtime damage. The Radiants burn the rot. They are killing this Templar Assassin as Cancun tries to get some work done in the backline. But look at the hook shot! He's made it! No more time left. He's come way too late. The clips flying in. The Weaver has no buyback. Templar Assassin has to use hers, but no BKB and no more force to help her.
Yeah, that's kind of what we spoke about, right? You have to be so careful when you play against this lineup. Ooh, Tusk rolled in, and Tusk rolls out.
Why did Q attempt that?
Ooh, that was a close hook. I mean, at this point, they're just grasping at straws, right? They know it's pretty much done, and you never lose your first series. But, I mean, Necro is up, still as Reaper. There's an opportunity here to make something happen, but they'll definitely defend, but they just leave now, and 16k gold lead. Woo!
What an absolute slog. You see now, but then jumping in, Stone hit full confident, but look at the Ghost Scepter. He's been doing so much work from the Rubik, and this is gonna be the dieback from the Templar Assassin. Stolen Reaper side, and the good game gets called by Stone, as Tunisia will be on the receiving end of the beating in this Game 3. Morocco being the first team to claim a victory in the North African Qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect that with the drafting going on. But they definitely overplayed their hand yet again, just as they did in game 1. Yeah, well played to Morocco. Tunisia, draft was good, but these kind of drafts are really difficult to play and I would ever really only encourage teams to play this kind of draft if they're like really top. You know, like for an amateur team, you cannot get away with these kind of drafts. It just requires too much knowledge and too much perfect movement, and that even a lot of top teams struggle with.
We were doubtful twice, well, 3 times we were doubtful for the Moroccan draft, and hey, 66% win rate with a questionable draft is a pretty good statistic if you ask me. Quite curious, Black, how many more of these successes do we need to see from Morocco for us to actually turn into believers of their drafts?
I mean, we can only really predict things based on what we can see, right? And the draft was, it's interesting. You know, it's not terrible. It's not a terrible draft. It's just very hard to execute, especially the lanes. They've done it in game 1. They've done it in game 3. Will you ever convince me though? Probably not. You know, like, if you have a draft like this, like I can't, you know, on good conscience vote for you. It's just I can't do it. It's no matter how good you play, you know. I mean, I'm happy that they won, honestly. I really am. They outplayed the opponent with a quote-unquote inferior draft. Always fun to see. But yeah, they'll have to win the qualifiers to convince me with that kind of draft. If they now upgrade their draft, of course, it's a different story.
I love how at this point, well, in games 1 and 3, every single player on the Moroccan side actually stepped up. We had the great Naga Siren game from Nesser, obviously in Incursion, great on the Legion and the Pudge. Then we had this Earthshaker stunning performance and the consistent 3 games back-to-back play from Mortadino on the Rubik. Maybe in this game number 3, better than the first 2 games combined, especially with the Reaper Sight stolen time and time again, pairing up and punishing Zanetti's Necro. It might be something for the other teams to look out for. Maybe they might want to ban Mortadito's Rubik, as this is the only hero we've seen him play, and like I said, he's consistently good on it, and you might want to put the supports on something that's outside of his comfort zone. But let's go back to Incursion, man. The quality of fortitude, mental fortitude you have to bounce back from a game such as the Mars one he had in game 2 to shine the way he did in the game 3 with 22 flesh ships to win the series is the making of a great player, or a player on his way to becoming great.
Yeah, no, I agree. It definitely means, like, being able to overcome mental pressure is, like, it's an absolute must. You know, if you're any sort of competitor and you can't overcome pressure, mental pressure, or mental difficulties, you'll never be able to make it. So, being able to struggle like that, and then having probably the best performance out of all 3 games, it's a good sign for the future, for sure.
Well, with that being said, let me take a quick look at how this North African qualifier looks like. If we have any updated results from the other matches, I'm not quite sure. Yes, we do. Egypt won by default versus Ivory Coast due to a couple of issues. So the Ivory Coast was not able to field the roster. And then, of course, the series that we had here on our hand with Morocco defeating Tunisia. And we will be sending it to a break, I believe, for not too long, because we want to get... But not before we get the words of one of our winners, Black. And this was the big surprise I was waiting to tell everybody at home. We will be fortunate enough to share the screen with one of the Moroccan players. So I will announce that we are going to be joined by Davoud, which, if I'm not wrong, that is their position 2 player. Am I right? I'm looking at the in-game names.
Yeah, me too.
Incursion, Laktia, Melrine. It might be Melrine. That might be the Earthshaker, actually.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
also a good person to talk to after the Echo Slam.
I mean, So many echo slams, but of course, starting with the one in the Dire Side River, that was absolutely incredible. And I really want to get their thoughts, well, his thoughts on how he thinks his team performance has improved in what I assume were a few weeks of preparation for today, right, Black?
Yeah, I'm sure they've known about this qualifier for quite a while. And as we said, it's a very important qualifier to be able to play on the big stage. I mean, let's just assume that they actually want to make it big, right? We
Okay.
already spoke about it. It could be a breakthrough for you. But not only that, just the exposure of playing against some of the best in the world. Remember at the Iesf finals, we had America, who most people thought were gonna take the whole thing home. Lots of TI players there, and it's just a lot of a huge amount of exposure that you get, which is very important for your own experience.
Well, we are now joined by one of our winners. Congratulations for your victory. How do you feel? I mean, it's a cliche question everybody's asking you, but I gotta start with this because you have won the first game of the qualifiers on stream. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I honestly we didn't believe it would be that easy for us. The first game and the third game. We just played whatever heroes we feel comfortable with, and most importantly, the second game we didn't get frustrated or get to think about it too much. We just moved on, and we laughed a little bit, and we moved on to the third game. We enjoyed it so much, especially Pudge and Earthshaker. They were amazing. We're proud. We're proud of our team, and we were, less organized. The timing was a bit difficult for us because most of our players work during the day. Now we started from 15:30, and we had to quit or do something to work it out, and we managed to play together, and we're proud of ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, nice, good job.
Thank you.
After game 2, right? Was there ever any sort of negativity, any negative thoughts? Because game 2 was quite rough.
We as a team we used to play a lot of pubs together. We know every weakness. We know where to what to expect from each of us, and especially after the second game where we got crushed, honestly, and the Tunisia team played so well. They punished us so hard for the first game, but we played our best heroes. We think our picks were better. Necro couldn't do anything, and TA with the Pudge, he punished her, and that's it.
I mean, that's the way it unfolded. I've got a few questions, and let's talk about that change up of lanes, right? You actually swapped Incursion from the off lane to the mid lane, and you had the Brewmaster, of course, off lane. So hero-wise, it made perfect sense. But why player change?
Yeah, because he wanted to play Pudge. He felt so comfortable to play Pudge, so we give him Pudge. We sent him mid to face TA. He got punished at the first kill. TA, I think, outplayed him so well. We couldn't even TP to help to rescue him. He played well. He just needed to buy certain items, and he will stay there. Even if he dies, he will make the enemy team on low HP, and Kings can, finish them up. That was our strategy. We had the tank hero, especially with the Melorin. He didn't play so well. He didn't give in the first and second games. He didn't give all he had, but in the third game he showed us. I feel like he because he's not used to play competitive games. He was a little bit stressed, and the third game
more shaker picks in the future.
Yeah.
And I guess I have one more question, Black. I don't know if you have any more. So how much did you prepare for this tournament? Because obviously you knew the qualifiers were coming up. Did you spend like the last few weeks trying to get some scrims? You mentioned you play a lot of pubs together, but did you get the chance to, go extra hard to prepare for this upcoming qualifier?
Honestly, we didn't. Most of us work during the day. We have our lives, and we met at night. We play 2-3 games maximum. Then, we weren't like fully prepared for this. We felt like this. We were playing normal pubs. honestly, we didn't. With myself, I speak for myself. I didn't feel, because the moment you start feeling like you're playing competitive, you start to overthink too much. And we've been through that. We faced already Egypt and Algeria in the past. The weakness was that we overthink the games too much and we lose control and we get punished.
So basically, it's just
Experience.
play the game. Whatever happens, happens.
Yes, that was the plan.
That's
Honestly,
a good mentality.
Good.
I like
good.
that.
I mean,
Thank you.
whatever happened. You guys won. It's a good thing, right?
Yes, of course. No problem. We will try to work now harder for the next game, because I think Egypt is the strongest team in Africa. They have so strong, so many players. We faced them in the past. We know how strong they are, and I think the only strategy we could do to overcome them is to find a strategy, coordinate together, because in the second game especially, Mars and there was not that much communications. In the draft we lost from the draft. I think that game.
That's the best way to win, though.
Yeah.
If you don't know what you're doing, the enemy doesn't know what you're doing, and
Exactly.
there's a coin flip.
Expect the unexpected, but what can you expect when nobody expects anything? Davud, congratulations once again for your victory. And before we let you go, I would like to ask you to look in the camera and give some message to your fans from Morocco. If you have anything like to say to them.
I want to thank everyone who supports us. I'm really proud for my country that finally they are now more focused on esports games in general in the last 5 years. I'm very proud of what we're doing, and keep going, guys. And we hope to raise the flag in even higher standards.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
I am definitely sure you are, my friend. Hopefully we'll get you in the winner's booth interview later on in the tournament. And good luck with the rest of the tournament. Maybe we have the chance to see you at Casablanca. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Davud from Team Morocco. Congratulations once again to him as his team, as he will go and prepare for his upcoming series later on tomorrow, I believe, versus Egypt, as he mentioned. Black, what a guy. Look at him. Just winning, chilling, vibing, full best spirits I think I've seen from a player after going through what was a rather competitive best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little surprised to hear when he said how easy game 1 and 3 were. they didn't look that easy, but maybe they had a different thought. Obviously we have the omnivision, we see everything.
Yeah.
So they could have had a very different feeling, like Necro is useless anyway, he's not going to do anything, which was very correct. He was,
Good analysis.
Yeah, couldn't do a thing. And I actually kind of like that approach, to be honest. Like if you don't expect too much, if you just like do it as a as a hobby, as a fun thing with your friends, and then you just have a good time together. I really like that approach.
Yeah, I think it's great to see he was in high spirits, and I like the way that he broke down this entire process of, we realized our Mars wasn't the best, but we knew that Necro wasn't the best either in that game 3. We believed in the Podge, the player believed in himself, we believed in him, and that's what granted him that extra edge in game number 3, because like you said, they were playing on a different level to Tunisia, but I think both teams showed some great Dota, and hopefully they will show even more of that in the coming days, as that was just the first game of the tournament here on stream for the Iesf North African qualifiers. We're going to send it to a short break, but when we're back, it's going to be Egypt versus Libya battling in another best of 3.
Strategies that end the game super fast, and Egypt doesn't expect that. But that's the hurdle, also, right? You win one game like that, can you win another game like that?
I mean, I would say we just saw it happen. So yes, yeah, it could happen, right? We kept on talking about how being the more stable team and getting like the the better draft or the more meta draft will help you, and we saw that in the first series with Tunisia going for what we favored. I mean, we thought their drafts were better every single game, but they only managed to convert in one of those matches. And I think this is the beauty of Tier 3, Tier 4 Dota currently. Expect the unexpected, exactly as our winner interview was telling us. So right now, we're jumping straight into it, Black. What would you like to not see played today? I'll tell you what I don't want to see played, at least not in map number 1. I don't want to see Storm again.
Why? I like Storm. I mean, yeah, the hero's busted, but it's fun to see,
That's why. It's busted.
Yeah, there's so many busted heroes, though. That's Dota.
I guess that's the way it works. Oh, wow. These are some weird prioritization from both squads. First, Timbersaw, and then Oracle. I mean, if I would have had to put my money on a hero that's going to be firstly banned, I wouldn't have believed Oracle would be the one. But I see why. Have you played Oracle? Have you played with Oracle on your team since the addition of the innate ability, Black?
Yes, I have.
What do you think about it? Because I've got my thoughts.
I mean, I play a lot of mid nowadays, so yeah, I'm very happy. But even in the mid late game, honestly, it's a big deal.
I actually think that's when it makes the biggest impact, personally, because in the minutes 0 to 6, you've got rotations from supports anyway, whatever supports you have, or you've got observers there. But when it comes to minute like 37, 50, and you are running a Storm, a Templar Assassin, you still have a bottle, knowing what power rune will be and where it is, I actually think that's what makes it really strong.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It also helps to set up with some smoke gangs, some smoke rotations potentially, set up some traps, and like cut them from behind. It's an insane and like piece of information, honestly, that should not be in the game. Like I don't think that should be in the game. It's way too strong. It's just unfair because it's something the enemy team is basically cheating. Like, is there any other hero that gives you information? Like Dawnbreaker too. It's just like cheating. You have a map hack.
Would you like it if it would only be 80% of the times accurate?
Nah, then it would be like you'd be betting on no, you know me. I'm very calculative. That would kill me, man. Like I go up there on a 4 out of 5 chance and it doesn't spawn. I'm like, what is happening?
Oh, that would be hilarious, honestly, I think. But let's talk about the rest of the bans, because these teams are burning through time. I mean, Egypt is burning through a lot of time here. More than a minute they're spending on banning this Witch Doctor. Brewmaster was quite a quick ban from them. I think that's fair. Brew and Witch Doctor are really strong. The Weaver from Libya, something expected. We've seen how prevalent this hero can be, and it has a really strong win rate in the current patch. And finally, the Tiny. Tiny currently can be played as a core. You can still run it as a support as you could for the last, 6-7 years anyway. And maybe the people are afraid of running into a Tiny core, because if Tiny does get going, he can melt through, well, both players and towers alike.
Yeah. Tiny is in a very strong position again. It's just also so incredibly tanky. Gets almost like 100 health per level. Insane amount of armor. Clockwork. Welcome, my friend. That's going to be our mid Clockwork of the day. Probably not.
It's the first time it goes through.
Yeah.
Wait, it was banned. No, it has been banned. It has been banned.
It has been banned, yeah, but I don't think it has been picked.
No.
Yeah. So mid Clockwork this game. Good. Lots of action. I want to see some SF. Where are my SF believers?
I mean, it was banned in the first 2 games and then ignored since. I mean, that was only 1 game, and so far it's still in the pool. And I I mean, Shadowfiend could work well. He should be a mid laner here, although I know people have played it a fair bit as a safe lane as well. But if you have a Phoenix, right, people want to jump on the Phoenix, and Shadowfiend pops the Requiem of Soul. It's great. It protects the Phoenix. It's kind of like a double bait type stuff. You fear them and they get stunned. Even with the Clockwork in a similar manner, hook shot onto 2 players, you get them in your massive cogs, and then the Shadow Fiend is jumping in on top of them or next to the cogs. So it could still be happening here, Black. I think there's still a slight chance we see an SF this map number 1.
I mean, I don't know if there's another hero that's as fun to watch as SF. Like a well-played SF just looks so good, you know, like the raises, you know, your ranges perfectly. You get like a good ultimate where like you bait an enemy into some tree line and you just pop him, stuff like that. It's like, I think SF is just incredibly exciting to watch.
I think it makes for a great entertainment. But I'm looking at this ban, Windranger. Without revealing anything from Libya, this is just a shot in the dark. The Broodmother is a Broodmother, so whatever. But the Windranger looks quite strange to me. And this is going to enable Egypt to be the ones picking the Templar Assassin, because Windranger is quite good at melting the refraction. But if the opponent's ban it, that's going to enable us to take the TA. And TA plus Phoenix, it's going to be, again, the topic conversation we had last game, a lot of sustain.
Yeah, a lot of sustain. Phoenix is one of the highest HP supports. It's also a lot of damage. Like Sunray is an insane damage ability. Darkseer Clockwork.
Classic.
Classic, yeah. It's been played many times. It's just a super strong combo. A Surge Clockwork is very scary, especially in the laning phase. Or even to gank like a TA middle, honestly. You give him an Iron Shell, he just rotates middle to the TA, dead.
I'm very sad to see the Shadowfiend ban Black. Well, we did see him appear and disappear, because that's how Shadowfiend works. He's banned, so he's not going to be played. But one of the downsides of running Clock Darkseer is you don't have an egg hitter just yet. And okay, I've seen this Darkseer build where he goes attack speed, fine. He's not going to be the one killing the egg, at least not until level 15 or 16 anyway. But at least Libya is not getting deterred from their game plan. They had the clock and they realized, let's just stick to our guns, not swap it for something like a Snapfire. And now they will even get the Shadow Shaman. So not a Shadow Fiend, still on my mind, but the Shadow Shaman, which is one of the most annoying supports to play versus in the current patch because of the cluster clock.
Yeah, it's very fun. You kill him, but he actually doesn't die and just walks away. Like, okay, cool. I don't know what it like. That's the kind of thing that I don't need in Dota. You know, again, calculative. I calculate. I kill you with the next hit. I don't need you to turn into a chicken and run away.
But the Phoenix Burn is quite good at dealing with that, and so are the Psyblades of the Templar Assassin, right? Usually, like this, either like overtime damage or AoE splash damage is very good at dealing with that. One of the aspects that I want to see supports actually improve at using is the ally hex, right? Which functions like the cluster clock, but you just forget about it because you run Shadow Shaman for so many years, you never really consider saving your teammate with it. You're like, oh, you're getting jumped and dying? Let me hex the opponent. Whereas if you'd use it on your teammate, it would actually be better. You hex your teammate, you shackle the opponent.
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on how many enemies there are as well. Like, if there's 2 enemies, you can disable both of them. That's probably the right call, but situationally, as you said, you know, the ally hex can be really strong. Sure.
Oh, Lifestealer. He's great at dealing with the Shadow Shaman. He is alright versus the Darkseer. If the Darkseer gets an Aghanims later, he just punches Lifestealer, like knocking him around for a few seconds. But it's not a bad pick. Obviously, Lifestealer was very meta before 7.3.6, so he has received a few nerfs. Quite interesting to see what the response from Libya will be, as they're also going to pair him up with the Grimstroke. The Soulbind will be exceptional for both of these cores. You have to make them speedier, and at one point, if we get the usage of the of the Open Wounds plus the Soulblind, great work. It's the Phantom's Embrace for Silence. It's a strong support. That's what I have to say about the Grimstroke.
Yeah, it's a very strong support, especially with a hero like Lifestealer that's pretty fast innately. Razor, of course, to counter the Lifestealer. It's also pretty decent against TA. You build armor, but it's not as strong as it used to be, of course, the Link. It's much longer now, which means there is much more potential to steal more damage, but being able to stick on a hero for that long is very unusual. Usually doesn't happen, especially against a TA or Lifestealer. And you still don't have a real egg hitter either.
But you do have a Surge. And this is reminiscent of 2015, 2017 speed car Razor, which was popular in China, right? Remember that Razor just run whatever it was, Facebook's Yashot drums Shadow Blade, and he would just run at you. He doesn't need that much of that, as he just has the Dark Seer. And with the Clock and the Shadow Shaman, he's got a lot of good pairing, lots of good reveal from the Rocket Flare, and some arguably good catch.
Yeah. No, it's definitely the catch is top tier with Clock and Shadow Shaman. Even Darkseer Vacuum is really good too. But if Egypt picks up something like a Mars now, that's going to be a problem for Libya.
Yeah.
Because Mars Phoenix team fight together with what with the rest of the heroes they have is absolutely insane. So I hope they ban the Mars, because it would be the best combo for Egypt for sure. Also very good hero against Razor in general. Just spear him away, knock him away. So if they were to ban the Mars, I don't actually know what other great offlane is left in the pool.
Some strange bans coming in from Egypt as well. Not really sure what they're going to do with this Razor on the side of Libya. So they're banning an Ursa and a Viper. Trying to cover their bases. Both Ursa and Viper are quite, well, very good versus Lifestealer, and the Viper deals well with these Templar Assassin. They're great egg hitters. So, yeah, just want to cover their base as the Doombringer.
Doom. We'll see what their last pick. Maybe it makes a lot more sense when we see that. Because Doom is more like a targeted AA nowadays.
Yeah, I don't think Doom would have been good for. I mean, it would have been. Doom is a Doom, right? He's fine. He's reliable. It's just that safety net that you get when you pick a Doom. But I don't think he would have been that oppressive. Whereas Egypt right now has the luxury of going for, like you said, quite a few options. Even the Underlord is available here, which I've seen some teams run in concoction with this Lifestealer, as it enables the Lifestealer to join in sort of like a Spectre type stuff. It worked a few times in Tier 3, Tier 2, Dota, SEA, and SA. I don't know. It's quite good at locking the Razor in and dealing with the Darks here, but they will have overall last pick as Libya.
Storm.
Of course, it's in the pool. Why not take it?
Yeah, they don't have the best catch, so it makes sense. But still, I worry for the team fight if Egypt now picks the Mars, because tier traps aren't bad against Storm Spirit, and then they have the Phantom Embrace as well, of course.
Yeah.
Or if they really want to have a hard lockdown offlane, what could that be?
I mean, this explains the Doom ban, right?
Yeah, it does. Some targeted stun could be. Oh, I went for Night Stalker. Okay. I like that a lot, actually. It's probably one of the best counters to Storm Spirit. But this is the kind of thing I was talking about. Like, they have a very strong coach with them, and having like an additional pair of eyes, an experienced additional pair of eyes, is so valuable.
To give you the extra edge there. But I gotta ask you, what is faster, a Facebook Dark Ascension Night Stalker or a 4 points in Surge Dark Seer?
Darkseer will be faster, I think, for a certain duration. But of course, Night Stalker is permanently fast.
But then that's what you need, right? Because you need the Surge onto the Storm to get away from the Night Stalker, and he just ball lightnings away.
Oh, yeah. For sure, that can work. But on top of that, there will be, of course, the TA traps.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even an Ink Swell on the Night Stalker as well, which also gives a move speed.
That's very good, yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see how it ends up playing out, but Storm Spirit is not going to have an easy game here. Because Lifestealer can also jump into the Night Stalker, and he's going to buy Blink Dagger eventually.
I mean, I'm a very pro and con here because Razor is also a traditional lifestealer counter, right? So it's both heroes have been nerfed, the Razor and the lifestealer. I would argue that Razor's still more viable than the lifestealer, but he also has the better pairings with the TA, with the Night Stalker. So, well, looking at this draft, I will kind of edge out Libya, but it's like a 53% in their favor, if you ask me personally, draft-wise. Looking at the teams, we know Egypt is the favorite individually and historically speaking. But, Black, if you could forget about that for a second, do you still take the advantage of the dire side here?
I think so, because Daxia generally is a hero that plays well into certain heroes. And I don't really see many of these heroes on the dire side. Like, what illusion is really going to be strong here, you know? Like, illusions are always annoying, of course, but it's not like there's a Terrorblade or Morphling or like Medusa kind of hero.
I mean, if
So
it's a raid,
Daxia, I think, will fall off. Yeah, as I said, they're always good, but they're not like game-breaking as they can be in certain matchups, you know? He'll still be an amazing aura carrier, of course. But, I mean, it's tough because Dire doesn't really have much catch. I think I actually prefer the Radiant draft. It's just easier to play.
So you're on my side, okay. We're both going for Libya's, and I like that thought process, right? Easier to execute, especially at this moment in time. It feels like it's just better overall. Hook shot, jump in, surge, static link. You don't need to combine that many spells, and even if you do, they're pretty good. Vacuum, Cogs, Eye of the Storm, what you call it, the Blue Hole, maybe later on for the Storm Spirit. It would be very, very cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a combo that has won many games before, especially when Storm gets 25 with the Overload attack bounce. A huge amount of AoE damage. They have the theoretical counter in Razor to both the TA as well as the Lifestealer. I just worry that, you know, it's too much to handle for one hero.
He did not go for the static slide. He went for the shock collar, which is the one I actually prefer, Black. We saw the static slide, I believe, 2 games ago when the Storm Spirit was played in the first matchup. Oh, X just completely missed the block of the creeps.
Well, sometimes the creeps are pretty slidey.
Oh my goodness, look at the setup. They're just waiting for the Grimstroke to rotate up top. Google gonna show up. Is gonna get a bit of a static link damage action with the first blood and LTPs down bottom. Not gonna miss that much. Only a single deny for the Night Stalker and first blood going in the favor of Libya.
Yeah, well thought out. Good strategy there. I don't even know if they needed the Razor there, to be honest. But good for them to stick around. Nice early advantage for them.
Wait, is this tri-lane? No, never mind. The colors are playing with my eyes.
That's why I have to learn how to know, you know. We don't look, we just know.
We just feel it. Oh, action's gonna be tanking some right click.
Ooh, careful, Clock. Walking to a whole creep wave there.
Should be fine, I think. There's no level 2 on the Grimstroke. He will go lower. Okay, he just turned around. Okay, this is gonna allow him to get their last hit, but the stick charge? Playing with fire, literally there.
Storm is struggling a lot, only sitting at 2 CS.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well. I mean, we know that the Egyptian players are really strong individually, so...
Look at this.
Let's see.
Even Micho Bob down bottom. I don't think the Phoenix once comes on top of this trade, even with the Fire Spirits, because Shadow Shaman just has much higher physical damage, and the final Fire Spirit will just narrowly miss. Steve, very confident in his level 1 Shadow Shaman, but one of the good aspects, if you're running a Razor, you can kind of just leave him to his own devices, normally speaking, but not in this matchup, as this Night Stalker is dominating this Razor.
Yeah, which isn't really supposed to happen either, of course, because I mean, Razor is just innately, supposed to counter melee heroes with a static link. But it being nighttime to start with, obviously plays into the favor of Night Stalker. So, what does it actually mean? So, nighttime is 15 seconds longer and daytime is 15 seconds shorter, right? So, it's 30 seconds increase overall?
Yeah.
Okay. It's actually pretty strong.
What do you think about this innate ability on the Lifestealer? Because I kind of like it, but it feels somewhat underwhelming as they're getting pursued up top and they're taking quite a bit of damage from this Clock Battery, Assault, and Iron Shell. Do you like the +2? What is it? +2 HP for every single last hit?
I mean, I think it's not bad. Yeah, it really adds up, right? Like, let's say you have like 500 CS, or something, 1,000 health. That's a big deal. Ooh, Clockwork. A little bit of trouble.
There's no mana on anybody on the Radiant side, as Kashi will most certainly not fall due to a beautifully delivered healing salve from the courier, but Steve down bottom is not as lucky as Meteor Bob puts an end to his days on the lane.
I actually think 2 HP might be too much for that facet.
You think so? I don't think so. I think, especially with the way most games are going, it's like a 60%, well, actually 70% of games are finishing pre-minute 32 when he doesn't get that much HP, as Kashi is really being overconfident, hoping that Action can protect him with the Surge, and he does. And there's only like about, I don't know, 15% of games that go past minute 45 currently, which is when a lot of HP comes to, like you said, 1,000 or 500 last hits.
Yeah, but even now already, look, he's close to 100 HP already. That's his landing phase. Oh, raise it down. Bottom. Yep.
1 for 1.
Trade still.
Patient at least got the gold and the XP there. I mean, Google got the gold and the XP, but Patient is more than happy here. Currently top of the last hit department, and now even getting involved with that kill in the mid lane. This Storm Spirit is so far behind the Templar Assassin, completely getting outlaned by the Egyptian mid laner.
Yeah, and Clock TP to the mid lane as well, but Storm didn't manage to give him the bottle for a refill. So now the pressure continues. Ouch.
He might just die here. One more rifle.
One more hit. Well, he's a very high level TA, as you can see from his gameplay. He definitely knows what he's doing. And then
that was tragic. That was truly tragic, let's be honest. Even Clock committing with the rotate, then he didn't have a TP to come and assist yet again. Kemp's realizing that and continuing the pressure. Now Kashi shows himself again, but what do you want to do? Fight them for the bottom rune? Where is the power rune going to be spawning? It is bottom, it is a shield rune. Kashi in the cogs, Steve just outside the cogs, look at the turnaround, gets the kill. Electric Vortex coming in, only a level 5 on the Storm Spirit. He wants to get some damage. Look at Kemp's going south, and the Shadow Shaman managed to pick up the shield rune, but this Templar Assassin is so speedy. Steve coming in, does not have the mana for the shackles or the range.
Yeah, Kemp's really playing with his food there. He knew he wasn't really in any sort of danger. And, I mean, just looking at the individual skill, you can kind of tell though, right? Like, Egypt seems to be a little next level. Like a little step above.
A little? Only a little?
A little. No, not... Razor's behind enemy lines. Ooh, that's a fast Night Stalker.
And 18 TPs from the Fix and the Grimstroke. The damage though, the Shackles doing a lot of good work. Can you kill the Phantom Embrace? Yes, you can. Google, do you have anything more to sustain yourself, such as a stick? Already used. Raindrops will not be enough. Doesn't even have boots. Wraithband and Blade, Band of Velvet Skin. And now Storm Spirit still not level 6. Will fall yet again to this Templar Assassin. Now level 7. Kashi does TP in time, but does he have what it takes to turn this one around? Kemps is just right-clicking him away. And in the end, the refraction will reset. And now one more right click shall do the job. The TP is coming in. Kempt, he might have overstepped for once, but this TP is so long. It's actually Action, the Dark Seer, coming in to try and aid his Clock.
Yeah, the mid lane TA here really putting out the pressure. Solo killing Storm yet again, who's only level 5 still. He has more than double his CS as well. Oof, it's a tough one, this game. Really tough. We spoke about how Storm was pretty reliant on having a decent early game at least. Nothing of that here.
I don't even know what else to say. We have a bit of an attempt again. Google going for Patient. Really wants to kill this Night Stalker, but I don't think he's got it in the tank. One more right click will do the drop, and he's alive! No, Steve, you also overcommitted. Even the bottle to keep Patient 100% alive. 2 for none. Yet again, he's so tanky. He's so speedy. Phase boots. That's requires a chainmail. 1 double bracer. 9 to 5,000 almost gold deficit at minute 8.5 black. This is pre 16 minutes GG territory if it continues escalating at the same pace.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there. It's, I guess, some of what we expected from Egypt. I didn't know that the gap is that big, to be honest. Like, I knew that they're good. I didn't know that they're, that far ahead of the playing field. Of course, it's still early days. One map doesn't speak the whole story, doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, of course
but,
not.
yeah, as I said, individually, you can just... they kind of feel more intimidating. Good kill. The Night Stalker here, though.
They're trying again, and this time they might just do it.
Yeah, they needed that for sure. And yeah, like this aura of intimidation, you can kind of feel. Like the over rotations from the Radiant, the kind of authority that they play with, like TA just tower diving and all that. You just get this feeling,
Why is Darkseer here? He's level 7.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
That's a level 6
see.
Phoenix. Silas coming through. He can pop the egg if you want. Okay, Mitra Bob gets pushed back by the cogs and doesn't want to use the Lotus. In the end, will die without getting anything in exchange. But look at the wall from the Darkseer, trying to keep alive the Shadow Shaman. Is not going to be enough. The Razor is here. Temps is turning around, getting 1 kill. The Razor is getting chomped down by the Batman himself. Refraction, vacuum in the corner, and Kemps will fall. That is a dominating skill streak going in the favor of the Storm Spirit, who's running out of mana, but he managed to get the double kill. I mean,
this is exactly what the draft is good at. Oh, Storm gets a chain rune.
I think he just dies here to meet your Bob. I don't think you escape this Phoenix, especially not with the Grimstroke Phantom Embrace coming in. Patient has not stopped his chase. He is relentless action. Only a single point in Surge. He needs another 15 seconds or so, and now the silence overwhelms both the Shaman and the Darkseer. They cannot do anything. They're actually trying to turn around. That is a very overconfident attempt as the Phoenix Egg pops. Kemps is here, and it's gonna be another 2 fallen angels for the Radiant side of Libya.
You see that anti-synergy? Night Stalker tries to run away super fast. Pop egg. But yeah, they're very calculated in the way they play. With how much they can get away with. They have to be a little careful. Like, they're really strong on the Radiant side when they're together as like 3 or 4 heroes with the Iron Shells. So as long as they can keep their lead and mitigate the damage that they take in the next, I'd say, probably 10 minutes, the game should be theirs. As it's very much under control already. Like, Lifesteal is almost up to his relic already.
This is a disastrous start. I don't even know what the conditions for them to turn this one around could be, right? Last game we talked about, well, 2 games ago, we talked about the lack of a big AoE turnaround, and then we saw the Earthshaker that pulled that off, and you have the Darkseer, right? But we were jokingly saying, oh, late game vacuum into Vortex of 5 people, yeah, that's what turns the game around. This Storm Spirit has no item, essentially no item at this moment in time, and he doesn't even seem to be close on getting one. He has 700, 800 gold towards his Witchblade, but by the time he has that, the Templar Assassin could probably purchase an Aghanim Shard without, like, skipping the blink, going Shard after Dragonlance if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, he's super rich, and that Shard is going to be game-breaking, for sure. Like, all these heroes hate playing against TA Shard. It's been one of the strongest shots since its creation in the game. So Blink Dagger means he wants to play very tempo. I like that because Lifesteal will be farming a little bit more with that Radiance.
And this Night Stalker, he's got an armlet. Goodness gracious, what a built-up classic. When you're dominating, you've got all the tempo in the world. That's what you go for. And now he's looking at a Blink, Sanjin Yasha. Teammates are smoked up. Level 7 on the Grimstroke and the Phoenix, respectively. Shadow Shaman only level 5 still. Quite a way off from catching up in the XP department with the opponent's support. So we've already seen the egg. It's kind of coming again. Soulbind has not been scaled yet, but I think that's fine. You don't necessarily have what to pair up with the Soulbind. The Phantom Embrace and the Inkswell are much more valuable, as we're going to see that in action just now. Razor.
Okay. Ooh, take me too, he says.
We're all in here together. High School Musical 2008. Is that what the game plan was? He's somehow still alive, and now they're trying to turn around into the Phoenix, but the Dark Ascension comes through. Phantom Embrace onto the Shaman, tries to kill the Ghost, and Kashi really trying to juke this monster of the night, but in the end, he will get caught. Phoenix, Grimstroke, Cluster Clock, turning around, trying to sidestep. Will it be sufficient? Yes, it will be sufficient to allow Patient to get the double kill. The Phoenix egg gets popped, and it's 3-0, heading towards Egypt's victory grasp.
Yeah, and as all while Lifesteal is still happily farming away.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. A moment of silence for the Dyer's courier. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Let's look at this from Black. Let's see. The hook shot we thought was wrong, but in the end it actually worked out. He escaped afterwards. Why didn't they fully disengage? Like, what was the plan here with the Shaman trying to kill the Phoenix?
Maybe just try to save the Darkseer. I'm not entirely sure. But I think they're definitely feeling the pressure because they know they're far behind at this point, and they're just trying to make things work, even if they might not necessarily work. Ooh, easy kill.
Oh, the Night Stalker falls.
Yeah. He just got hook shotted. He farmed with like 100 HP. One hook shot and he died.
Oh, he didn't go to base after that previous skirmish in the replay? Interesting, but look at X jumping in, ahead, Blink Dagger away, Electric Vortex or not. This Templar Assassin didn't get the shot first, realized, you know what, let me accelerate my tempo, just as you predicted, Black. Blinks out of there. A bit of a mistake, you know, overconfident from the Night Stalker, and he does get punished, which is a good sign for Libya.
I sure this facet is not super strong. He already got plus 300 health on the Lifestealer, man, at minute 15. That's a free vitality booster. That's a lot of health.
That is kind of strong.
Look how much health he has. He would never be this tanky. Well, goodbye Darkseer, probably. Now the only thing he was seeing is darkness.
That is a good line.
He gives a kill to Lifesteal. He needs a plus 2 health. Nice. Good.
Steve is still level 5 Black.
Yeah. Lifesteal also stole both, not both. I think he only stole one of the XP runes.
I mean,
it's a big difference again.
Level 6, it doesn't really matter on on the Shadow Shaman, especially when you're playing so far behind. The Serpents are great, but when you can actually use them, achieve like some of the pick off, or maybe to lock someone within them, when you're playing so far behind, probably getting level 6 to get another point in Hex is better at this point, as they have their sights set on the Razor. Not gonna commit, as actually there's a bit of a halt. Kemps turns around and wants to wait in mid for someone to push the wave.
So Clockwork, I mean, he'll definitely have to be the one to initiate. He's going Orchid still on Storm. They aren't the best Orchid targets. I guess Lifesteal is fine, but as I said, he's so tanky he probably doesn't even care about it. But look at the Golem camp, it just gives him 12 health.
I mean, the greens have been done on the Darkseer for a hot moment, but when he was initiated earlier, he didn't have the chance to pop it. Wow, 342. Okay, this Lifestealer is flash forming like crazy. He's 155 last hit and 22 denies already, on top of a kill as well.
Yeah. His farm is accelerating like mad. He's going for Manta style actually because he saw the Orchid build up on the Storm. Into the mid lane now. Oh, nice Greaves usage.
Action will be the one to run away. I mean, he's the most farmed core on the side of Libya, but that's nothing, like, not something you ever want to see when you're running a Darkseer. As he also steals the invisibility rune. There's nobody around him close enough to pop some sentries or dust, so he will get away with that. As Forever gets a couple bounties on his Lifestealer, and now, oh, nice to be bottom. They're trying to jump on Patient. The Orchid coming in, now the Electric Vortex. This is a very beefy target. Now the Grimstroke is there for the debuff and the silence and the Soulbind and the Phoenix Egg, but they're running away. If they could get out of it after forcing the egg, this might be a huge dub. What a hook shot, trying in to connect as the egg expires, but the egg pops in on top of the Clockwork, stuns him up. Silence from the Grimstroke. Phantom Embrace, more like the Death Embrace. He falls to the ground. Another Phantom flying in, and look at the Night Stalker jumping on top of the Razor. The Storm Spirit just sacrificing himself, trying to tank a little bit for the Razor. Then now the Shackle's coming in the right time. They get the kill on the Night Stalker, and the Storm gets out. The Phoenix is trying to dive sooner, but look at the Mass Serpent Wards getting the kill. There's no more egg to protect you, and it's a 2-for-1. Favorable trade. There's so much damage being dealt by the Words and by this Darkseer Iron Shell, and another Shackle's coming in. The Iron Shell, look at the illusion, and action with the triple kill.
Yeah, big overextension here. We've seen it a lot in our first 3 games as well. But if your Lifestealer doesn't want to join these fights, you do not fight there. Like, he's a massive amount of your net worth. You need him to join those fights. Look, take a quick look at the replay here again. You saw the Night Stalker, right? He had 400 health, it just ran in like that. Like, that's overconfident at its finest. Yeah, they probably know this was a big mess up, and they're going to be a little bit more careful from now.
I mean, this is a good lesson to learn for Egypt, right, Black? When we're talking about the prime team favored to qualify for the World Esports Championships, even if with this mistake they're going to win and they're going to be like, oh, we're so good. This is a type of mistake they got to go back, watch the VOD, and realize if they want to be contending for a medal at the World Esports Championships, they can't have these type of mistakes when they're having such a dominating early game.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the amount of gold you give away the further you're ahead. It's these kind of mistakes that I spoke about earlier that should be pretty much minimized nowadays, you know, in this age of Dota, where we've had so much experience, so much information online on how to stay ahead and get ahead more.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't
Yeah, we gotta follow the blueprint, you know.
Manta style completed on Google.
Yeah, almost done on Lifestealer as well. So I think as soon as Lifestealer is done with his Manta style, he's probably gonna be very happy to just join some fights with his team. So Manta style first on a Razor. That's a very unusual pickup. Let's see what it does for him.
As we have a bit of a moment to take a break, I would like to remind all of our viewers at home that if they want to stay up to date with all the schedules, the matches, results for both Dota 2 and all of the other esports titles, feel free to go and check iesf.gg to keep up to date with everything going on in the 2024 season.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of teams, lots of regions, lots of different titles. So, if you're at all interested, go check it out. Did he pop Darkness for that? He did not. Just an easy peasy freebie. Oh, they're all TPing towards the Lifestealer. He's tanky though. He's very tanky.
Mass Serpent. Okay, you gotta micro your words to hit the Lifestealer. Stop farming the creeps, please. Surge. They're chasing more. The Storm Spirit is jumping onto the Grimstroke, and the Lifestealer is still being. He's running away, but the damage stolen by the Razor. It's over 190. But look at the turnaround. Soulbind and the Dark Ascension silence. The Storm Spirit has no more chance. And Google, you might have a lot of damage, but you don't have sufficient HP to turn around. But Patient is so tanky on this beastly Night Stalker. Action, the only saving grace when it comes to a core. But look at the Melt Strike. Camps will put an end to that, and in the end, the Radiants will get the cluster clock. The chicken has turned into KFC, and yet another death for Kashi. Triple kill for Patient. 27-11.
Yeah, Clockwork just died, respawn, died again. It's a tough life to be a support this game. They have so much backline jump. Alright, do you wanna take back what you said about the lifestealer facet?
Absolutely, I want to take that back, but only because he's having such a great game, okay? It's not often we see him dominate this much, but look at this initiation. I think this was a pretty solid attempt. They went a bit deep, but I think if they killed the Grimstroke before popping the Soulbind plus Phantom's Embrace, maybe the Storm escapes there? Maybe?
Potentially, it's just he was within the range of the Crippling Fear.
Yeah.
Which of course is an 8-second silence. It's just so hard to get out of that. And as you said, they overstayed their welcome for sure. Like, as soon as you start chasing Lifestealer and you don't kill him immediately or within 10 seconds, you really gotta expect that, you know, his team is just around the corner. And you don't really have the luxury right now of chasing. You gotta get a kill and then you get out. Every time. Oh, yeah. Combo again.
Just like we're talking about, you were just saying the Dark Ascension and the Crippling Fear. Dark Ascension wasn't even needed there. Just Crippling Fear and the Infest Bomb that we talked about during the draft phase, completely obliterating the life of his Storm Spirit. And you know what I feel like we're witnessing right now, Black? First series of the day, we saw Storm Spirit in the enemy team, and now we're witnessing a Storm Spirit in my team usually. That's the way it goes. One Storm Spirit completely snowballs out of proportion, and the other one doesn't get going at all.
Yeah. I love it when people say that. It's always like the most biased memory ever. But rightfully so, you know? Rightfully so. We gotta make space for the good memories.
Jumping in. Clockwork has the jetpack. A bit of a small victory for him. Manages to get out of that precarious position, but the others have not got the same success. As look at this, they are completely. Steve isolates himself between the snakes as trying to blow down this Night Stalker, but Storm is silenced. And look at the Maelstrike again, hookshot coming in onto 2, but this is only Kashi sacrificing himself to the gods that are coming in from the side of Egypt. Once again, the Solar Phoenix coming through. Double kill for Chems. Action is very tanky, but not sufficient to survive. Another Maelstrike for Chems. Triple kill. Forever jumping forward. 4-staff Patient blinks, and Kashi will be yet another team wipe from Egypt, who is playing. What would you describe this as? Like a different planet type Dota, a different solar system Dota to Libya?
Yeah, it's kind of reminds me of when, you know, for some of the big tournaments you had to go through open qualifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like some of the earlier rounds. It's kind of what it reminds me of.
No breaking down.
You know, when you play against your fans and they're like, "Oh, we're your biggest fans. Go easy on us," that kind of thing. No, Egypt right now they're insane. I mean, the draft is really good.
Yeah, I mean,
and the gameplay is...
It's so cohesive as well, right? They are gelling very well together, and none of them seems to have any... Well, there were a few mistakes, I believe, especially with that Night Stalker being a bit greedy at a certain point. But at this current moment in time, they have they're back on track. They are leading 26,000 gold at minute 26, Black. This is 1,000 gold per minute. If you take a quick look, I would like to ask our observer at the Dota Plus graphs as the Clockwork falls yet again. They have a 0% win probability according to Dota Plus currently.
0%?
It's a 0.
All right. I think this time it's pretty accurate, actually. Hard to see how they really come back here.
Infest into a Night Stalker that blinks forward mid-dark ascension, disconnects, gets 4-staff into the opponent's Ancient. Razor links the Night Stalker, and they kill them both.
Or they dive the base, kill the Zaxia, and not get the...
Storm Spirit? Ball lightning onto the Phoenix. Phoenix still has an egg, and Orchid will not be enough. Debuff coming in from the my goodness, Inkswell, Soulbind, Phoenix egg, silence from the Crimson Fear, and it's gonna be a dieback for the Darkseer. Storm Spirit is silenced and eaten alive by none other than Forever's Lifestealer. Another buyback from the Shadow Shaman trying to pull him into base. Electric Vortex will come in, and the Aegis target gets it, but it's a dieback as Kemps gets a low ground hit onto the Storm in his fountain to secure the good game at minute 28.
Making it look extremely easy. I mean, that's sort of what we expected from Egypt, I guess. Like, they're definitely a powerhouse team in this region. The other teams also said that. I'm wondering, though, if there is a team here, because I think we have a total of 9 teams. Is that correct?
We have 5 teams in the North African region and 4 teams in the South African region, which means the North African region has a slot and the South African one has a slot for themselves as well. So we will not see the likes of Egypt versus South Africa this weekend or this week.
Okay, so it's basically 4 other teams that contend for them.
Yes.
Because what they also said is that South Africa, that's what we said.
Yeah.
It's also pretty strong on paper. So that would have been a fun matchup to see, but yeah. Out of the other 4 teams... So the first match was also in their pool, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Teams?
So Tunisia and Morocco, both had some potential. If they could, clear up some of their, let's say, mistakes that we saw in that best of 3 series, they might have a bit of a better chance to match up versus Egypt. But realistically speaking, at this moment in time, they are the heavy favorites, and we see in this replay right now why that is. That's not to take anything away from Libya. They might have just had a underwhelming game, right? First game on stream, they might be nervous. Egypt has the experience. If they can get over that hump and come in with slightly better mechanical performance in the laning phase in game 2, they might put a better fight.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, like, one game doesn't really tell the whole story, and we'll have to see what they come up with in game 2. Because I actually quite like the draft. It's just that the pieces didn't really come together, and I think the lanes went too poorly to really get anything going. Because Nightstalker is not supposed to beat
a Razor?
Yeah. And Storm against TA is a pretty 50-50 matchup.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta say, I think that is probably the biggest highlight. Storm TA, fine. Let's just say Kemps is an expert. We see he's almost a grandmaster, and that's understandable. But the whole Razor Nightstalker matchup is definitely not something that should have went that way. Even if you're evenly matched with the Nightstalker, you shouldn't be like... That Nightstalker was 5 times more last year than the Razor, minute 8. It was incredible. And we see a bit of the cohesiveness of their picks here, but this was about minute 18 when Steve finally got level 6 on the Shadow Shaman. That is extremely late because of the pressure that was continuous, perpetual from Egypt. And here, this was the first of a few beautiful turnarounds that started off the back of the very famous, the Grimstroke. Every single time he was getting jumped on, somehow managed to escape for enough to turn around with a Soulbind Phantom's Embrace, and then enable his team to, hop on, egg, Dark Ascension, Crippling Fear, right clicks, team wipe.
Yeah. Make it look very easy, essentially.
MVP?
MVP... Probably Kemps.
Okay.
Just cause of how much pressure he created and how many rotations he forced. Essentially giving complete free farm to Lifestealer and Nightstalker.
No, I can see that. I would also argue that maybe Patient on the Nightstalker might have a good argument here, or even the Grimstroke because of the turnaround. But it's quite hard to actually say that anybody on the Egypt side didn't play well, as they were in cruise control since minute 6 or so. From Libya, what else would you like to see change in that game 2 other than the laning phase, which, like we said, didn't really go anywhere for them?
I think maybe just pick a more meta carry. Like Razor is not completely out there, you know, but it's not a super easy, straightforward carry. Like
Yeah.
if I'm Libya against Egypt, I want to play the simplest draft, the simplest heroes possible, because that gives me the chance to just completely focus on execution. You know, like executing with quote unquote boring standard heroes is way easier than trying to think outside of the box.
I think that makes sense, and they kind of tried because we were talking about roster less drafts. We would have taken Libya just slightly because it seemed easier to execute, but maybe they should even simplify it beyond that, right? To the point in which it's something that everybody runs. You run in your pubs because you want to run your pubs. You've played a ton over the last month, and that is something that you should try to get your hands on as quick as possible. But we will allow both Libya and Egypt to mentally reset for about 5 to 10 minutes, and we will return to game number 2 to see if Libya can start mounting the comeback for a reverse sweep. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Iesf North African Qualifiers for 2024. I'm Waxen, joined by Black, and we just noticed the dismantling of one of the teams, Libya, ahead of their game 1 versus Egypt. Black, you're a bit speechless based on what we saw in that game number 1. You started to ask me, wait, who else is in the group stage? Who can beat them? And you were actually getting really anxious for everybody else that is about to face Egypt if this is the level that they can play at.
Yeah, 100%. And generally, at least, how it is like, if you're faced with stronger opponents, you play even better. So
Yeah.
I don't even think that's Egypt's like final form at all. Like they seem to be just having a good time with it, especially at tower dive bottom. Like he would never just run in with 200 HP and be like, "Yeah, come at me." You know, that is
Yeah.
that's like a power move. That's a power move that you wouldn't typically make.
It's
Let's just put
asserting
it out.
dominance. It's asserting dominance at its finest, right, Black? And with that being said, you're on the Libya side. Let's say you're the Libyan captain, right? We talked about Coach Black. Someone get this man. Libya comes to you right now. Black, we need some advice. Give us the locker room talk. What do you tell them to maybe not necessarily convince them they can turn this around, but at least morally boost their gameplay? Because after the first, 8 minutes, it felt like they were so defeated at many various points in the reminder of that map 1.
Yeah, I think they just felt pretty lost, which is understandable because they lost every lane in Dota. Once you lose every lane in Dota, it just becomes almost impossible to do anything. You know, like no matter what move you make, it becomes very predictable.
Yeah.
So it even got to the point where they suddenly had 4 heroes middle just because they desperately tried to make something happen. And yeah, like you just gotta make sure always in Dota, the first thing you need to think about is you wanna at least win 1 lane and go even in 1 lane. Okay. As soon as that's the case, you can then start on building. But if you cannot win even a single lane,
Okay.
the game is almost impossible to play. So my advice would be pick very strong laners, make sure you win at least 1 lane, best case scenario 1.5 lanes, and then start structuring your game from there. Because as I said, that's the minimum requirement to even get started. You know, it's like if we were talking about like a real life sport, you need certain skills to even be, you know, to even have like a game. You know, if you don't have a game, like what can you do? Nothing. You know, it's like the enemy has a ball, but you don't. How do you play football?
The enemy, you take the ball, right? Is that how it works? Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, like, imagine you have 2 teams playing, and one team had a ball, the other team doesn't have a ball. Let's just say football, okay, on 2 different courts.
Okay.
Obviously,
Okay.
yeah. Obviously, it's about taking the ball.
I
know
got
how
it.
football works.
Like
I know the
tennis.
rules. You know.
Tennis. One of you has
tennis.
a racket, the other doesn't. That's what you.
Oh, sure. That's a much easier analogy. Yeah, I like that one a lot better. So yeah, one has a racket, one doesn't. Like, how do you play with your hands? Like, no way, right?
You're not gonna slap 120-kilometer ball an hour with your empty palm. That is true.
Now, I'm sure there's some people that could do it, like Brian Shaw or something, probably.
Oh, okay. I mean, he's strong, but like does speed yes, strength equals speed, but does speed equal coordination? Because tennis is a lot of hand-eye coordination as well, right?
I mean, that guy's huge. He's like 2 meters something. Now I just have this image in my head of him jumping up and going,
or tennis ball. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I think we should talk to our ISF friends and convince them to get Brian Shaw for one of the coming lands. I think that would be absolutely epic.
Oh, I would be so happy, man. Like, I'm a big Brian Shaw fan. Getting to meet him would be an absolute classic act.
Well, you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Once to make Black happy, this is what you have to do. Talk about Brian Shaw, or just, get him in the room with him. It would be exceptional, as we are now approaching the second draft of the second series of the day. Of course, for everybody at home, if you would like more updates about everything IESF related, schedules, teams, matches, Dota 2, and across in Counter-Strike and all the other esports titles, feel free to go to iesf.gg for all of the updates. As Libya is now underway versus Egypt, first ban, let's take out the Storm Spirit. That's what I'm going to go for. I know Libya didn't play that well with it, but if Egypt gets their hands on the Storm, I am truly concerned.
That could be a scary one, yeah. To be entirely honest, like I know the players in person. I spoke to them quite a bit, but I don't know what their go-to heroes are. Like I'm the best with this hero, so Libya probably has a much better idea of that than we do, and they're actually focusing on supports. Interestingly enough,
10 seconds.
so they're like camps. We know you're good. Maybe he's too good, and they can't ban out all his
5
heroes.
seconds.
You know, that could be another
Makes
problem.
sense. Looking at first pick, Egypt has first pick this time as well, and Libya has overall last pick. That's the way drafting works in the current captain's mode order of picks and bans. Oracle was a ban last game. Timber saw as well. Clockwork is new. Obviously, we saw it being played, and it was very successful. And then finally, Venomancer wasn't seen at all last game, but it will be picked here. Interesting. It's a very curious change of place, but I've obviously taking out the Templar Assassin. You know, we were talking about Kemps. They were like, well, they don't want to ban the TA. Fine, we'll do it ourselves. We don't
10
feel like
seconds
we
to
want
go.
to risk them going for a first pick TA.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah. I mean, after a performance like that, you probably just say, yeah, screw that. Let's give him something else. Because we know what kind of damage you can do with that hero. As I said, as Libya, keep it simple. You know, maybe even pick your Undyings, your Crystal Maidens, just these really simple heroes,
Radiant's
and
banned.
start building your game up from the foundations, basically. We
Watch
don't need
them-
anything fancy.
I was about to say, watch them just run a Meepo Visage or
Radiant's
something.
pick. Dyer's pick.
Wow, they gave away Tiny for the first time today. That's a tiny mistake.
No, oh, I see what you did there. I like that. That is a tiny mistake. Good answer with the Brewmaster. Sadly, past laning phase, Tiny kind of just kills the Brewlings. During the lane phase, Brewmaster can bully the Tiny out. It's fine depending on the supports that you have joining you up. But Egypt is the one that banned Tiny in the first phase last game, so they are the ones taking the Phoenix out, which they played, and allowing themselves to get their hands on the Tiny, which is a very interesting change of pace. Tiny could be flexed to support. I would really like to see him as a carry currently.
10
I mean,
seconds
me
to
too,
go.
just purely because I like watching him as a carry, not because I have any
5
opinion
seconds.
whether it's better as a support or
Dyer's
carry.
banned.
But I mean, support Tiny is also insane. You have this 1.4k HP hero at level 6 running around with like 10 armor. Super hard to kill.
Dyer's pick. Radiant's pick.
It's a strong hero. I mean, we spoke about it. Reposition abilities. He has a stun. Well, technically 2 stuns. A huge amount of damage.
The Weaver, Libya getting their hand on something very meta as well. And no.
Oh, that's a tough one. Because Storm with Orchid counters hard counters. Or his Disruptor. But you can just see, right? Like, so the first series we casted, the heroes were kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
But now Egypt, together with their coach, who's, by the way, super high MMR as well, which you can kind of tell. Like, their draft
10
just looks
seconds to
so
go.
good. Like, the 2 first picks are completely
5
countered
seconds.
instantly. Like, I don't want to play Brewmaster or Weaver into Storm or Disruptor.
No,
That's just
neither do
terrible.
I. Neither do I.
It's so hard to already, get started now. Like if you're in Libya, you're like, all right, let's pick these heroes. Gotta win that map too. And then the draft is like this. You're like, what do we do now?
Like, why ban the Oracle Veno if you're picking Weaver Brewmaster? I guess Veno annoys Brewmaster in the lane, but he doesn't really hurt Brew that much. Brew is a very beefy, tanky, survivable offlaner. Veno just kind of tickles you. I don't get it.
Hoodwink also. I mean, Storm Spirit is known to be kind of a hoodwink counter, in fact.
Yeah.
So,
Finds you in the tree lines. Hoodwink likes hiding there. Then you have the ball lining, illuminating all of the fog areas. He can just
10 seconds
jump
to go.
on top of you as well. So it's a It's not a good
5
start
seconds.
for the Hooting. On the bright side, I guess he can use the sharpshooter to break the Tiny.
Yeah. That's true. And Tiny is just wait. Do I remember this correctly? Yeah, the craggy exterior, man.
Yes.
Like the fact that such a tanky hero gets another tanky innate ability is crazy. It's actually
Uh,
crazy.
It's far from
Radiant's
ideal. I
middle.
have to agree with you there. And whoa, Treant Protector. Okay, Treant with the way the new Leech Seed works, you just pop it down as a tree and it kind of survives there for a few seconds, even if you
Radiant's
cut it
bane.
down. It's quite good, and people use it to dominate the lanes. But speaking of a lane dominator, I thought we were going to see the Underlord last game for Egypt. They're going to go for it now.
Well, I hope it's gonna be carry Underlord. Have you done it before with the cleave? The cleave is insane.
10 seconds to
We are
go.
not
Huge
seeing
cleave.
we are not seeing a carry underlord in the North African qualifiers. I'm willing to bet on it. We're not seeing carry underlord.
All right, whatever.
I
For
mean,
you then.
I'm not saying I don't want to see it. I'm just saying I don't think Egypt is running this now. Because even if like they would have prepared this is a pocket strat. They might save this for later. I guess you could have the argument that they're feeling so confident they want to test it out now on a team in an official match, maybe. But I really don't think they're gonna be running this as a carry. I'm not saying it's not viable. I think it kind of just
10
melts
seconds to
through
go.
a lot of what they have on Libya, including the Primal
5
Split
seconds.
Rulings pre-level 12. But come on, what are we doing here?
Yeah, of course, you're not wrong. You just build Underlord, become the tanky boy, build the nice auras. That's really all you need. And probably if you're Egypt, you just wanna, you know, dominate the entire qualifier. Just make sure you get there. Cause I mean,
Radiant's
you never want to lose a game because you're like trying out new things in important matches.
I mean, it's a round robin. It's a group stage. Everybody plays everybody. So if you have by mistake one off day and you just somehow lose a series and someone else doesn't, that's it. There's no lower bracket. There's no second chance. You don't qualify
seconds to
to
go.
another regional. This is it. This is your only chance to get
5
that
seconds.
slot to qualify to the World Esports Championships, which is what
Radiant's
we
pick.
both know by talking to the Egyptian player. That is their aim. They want to get there. And once they qualify, they're going to put in the extra work to hopefully have an even better showing than last year.
Yeah, 100% is going to be the aim. But first, they're going to get there. Not a given just yet. Although with this
seconds to
draft
go.
right now, it looks
They're looking good.
tough to dispute that. Yeah,
5 seconds.
yeah. Very good, very good.
Sanking
Also-
banned out, by the way, when there's an underlord on the server.
Dyer's pick.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Oh, is this like Libya way of confirming your theory? They thought this could be an underlord carry. That's why they banned the Sanking offlane.
Nah, I don't think so.
I mean,
I mean, it's possible.
10
It's possible.
seconds to
Maybe
go.
Egypt, you know, the cooks in the kitchen, they're cooking up the
5
underlord carry.
seconds.
Maybe.
see. There's a
I
spirit
doubt it.
breaker there. There is a spirit breaker.
Okay.
Ursa's good here. Ursa might be
Time to
one
pick some
of
of
the
these
only
fools.
heroes I could have seen for Libya that has a chance, right? She likes playing versus these big, tanky, beefy boys, and there's three of them on the side of Egypt, but they're also quite elusive. And there's also a lot of just annoying stuff that Egypt can throw on the ground, like you get a kinetic field or a kinetic wall if that's what they want to go for. You get a random bash from a charging Bara. You get the Pit of Malice. You get the Kroggy exterior or some avalanche that just kind of mini stuns you permanently. It's just not the freest Ursa game.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah,
Ursa builds all his damage with stacks, right?
that's correct.
But Tiny builds all his damage reduction with stacks as well. So it kind of
I tend to believe that Ursa definitely comes on top when it comes to that interaction. Of course, Tiny does beef up, and it's harder for the rest of Ursa's teammates to deal damage to him. But when you get, I don't even know, let's say 9 Fury Swipe stacks on top of you, it's still gonna be very efficient.
how does it work? Is it overall damage a hero deals like axe, or is it just attack damage? Oh, it says
Tiny-
the attack damage. Yeah, it says attack
That's
damage.
yeah.
Okay, so actually Ursa's quite good then against Tiny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think this
Yeah.
shouldn't be. I think Ursa is an actually good pick here. The only problem is she might need to get a BKB sooner than most Ursas like getting one. Some Ursas don't like getting BKB at all. Whereas I think in this game it might be a necessity at one point.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that, especially against the Static Storm and Storm Spirit Orchid that's going to come out eventually. But when would that be good? Probably after Blink and Battle Fury, if you want to go for that.
We are now in game. Let's take a quick look at the players. We got a Disruptor played by Area, Spear Breaker by Bob, Underlord, Megaway, Kemp on the trustworthy Storm Spirit, and Forever on the carry Tiny. Whereas for the side of Libya, we have Forever. Oh, it doesn't even matter. We're going straight into action as they're trying to connect for a first blood. Before I even get the chance to run you through the Dire side lineup. Okay, there's a quiet moment now. We got Steve on the Treant Protector, X on the Hoodwink, Action on the offlane Brewmaster, Kashi on the safe lane Weaver, and last but not least, I guess the only winning condition for them is going to be the Ursa safe lane played by Google. Wait, I just realized, is this a Weaver mid? Wait, what?
No. Weaver was is on the support.
Oh, okay. I was getting really concerned just now.
With all the scribbling.
And the offlane Brewmaster, and we actually got a mid Hoodwink. Oh, I just realized that.
So, is that worse than the Weaver mid?
It's a good question. It depends on how good your Hoodwink is. 3 runes for them, though. I know Thompson, 4 runes for them.
Got a feeling this.
Oh, that's a good start.
Massive victory for them. Thompson did used to play this quite often, that is correct, but I think it's safe to say that was over a year ago, right? I don't think Thompson has played that much core Hoodwink since the New Frontiers update came in last summer. At least not as far as I remember.
No, it's I think he's also toned it down a little bit when it comes to his craziness. He just wants to be a more stable guy. Which makes sense, because, he tends to be, a little crazy out there with his ideas. Which is why I like him so much.
It was rather recent when he pioneered the Dazzle mid, right? And everybody copied it for 2 months straight. It was kind of frustrating. Everybody was killing your Tormentor with 5 couriers. I mean, it worked. So he sometimes does, convert these ideas that everybody just feels inspired by.
Oh yeah, he's a very smart player for sure. With the ideas he comes up with, pretty good. I'm still waiting for my core Bane to make an appearance in a big tournament.
Any moment now, Black. Any moment now. I know you've been wanting for this for over a year now.
Ooh, what? He just clapped him to death.
Is that a level 1 disruptor getting a kill? That is a level 1 disruptor. Okay. I mean, Thunderstrike is a strong spell. I didn't think it was strong enough to kill the Weaver. But weirder things have happened in the history of Pro Dota. Such as Google losing his wand, but they're trading it, getting Forever's courier killed. Both of them carries top safe lane and bottom Radiant losing their wands in the process in just a matter of 3 seconds.
Can I just say how silly Disruptor's innate ability is? It's actually so strong.
I actually think it's probably one of the most undervalued ones. I don't understand why people don't realize how broken it is. And I find it funny because I'm a Disruptor player myself. I think it should be nerfed or removed or reworked. But people don't seem to value it as much as it is. I don't know. It's a strange situation because, like I said, Disruptor is one of these heroes that was S tier last patch. He essentially got an extra ability, which is a buff, and he's not being played as much as he was. Very interesting progression for this hero.
Yeah, so in the Riyadh and TI qualifiers for Asia, it was actually very contested for first pick. Which I think is where he belongs, to be honest. He's
So do I. But I feel like when we saw the previous, like, what were the other couple last tier 1 tournaments, he was untouched on this new patch, as we have action glimpsed in to the hands of Disruptor plus Forever's Tiny, and he now falls. Second kill for this bottom lane, safe lane of the Radiant side.
Yeah, easy peasy. Tiny Disruptor is a strong lane to go up against for sure. Oh, Kashi, they have a sentry ward down, glimpse as well, and you're gone. Boom.
I like that dynamic. He what?
Yeah, the tree actually didn't hit him. It like disjointed.
Yeah, but that's so weird. Then why did it follow through? It should have just continued like going without turning like 180 degrees. Huh.
Yeah.
That was a strange interaction.
Getting mauled up top. Yeah, I also didn't think it would work like that.
Oh, Google's like posturing in head of the lane, actually doing what he should be doing. He's an Ursa running into 2 strength melee heroes. He should be completely abusing this and punishing both Bob and the Patient. But, I mean, it's also an Underlord. It's still quite annoying to get next to the creep wave every single time he has the Firestorm, right? It's one of those things. If you can get on top of him to kill him, that's great. But you have a Treant Protector. He doesn't have the most reliable lock until level 6.
Yeah. That's very true. Our Patient is probably...
Nice.
Wow, that was a very nice. Yeah.
The Dyer's courier took a trip.
Okay, Steve loses courier.
Juking. Oh, the stacks just barely didn't run out.
He's tanking a lot of the Firestorm. I'm sure Bobby's trying his best. Does he gonna get it? He does. 1 kill. It's gonna be actually Steve claiming both of them for his Treant Protector. As in mid, we see Kemps trying to punish X6 Hoodwink. In the end, he will turn around and be content with getting the courier kill. And now, X, I assume, has to TP back to base. Oh, there's a bounty room in his jungle, so he can refill his bottle up. That's fine.
Yeah, although it is just a bottle. Sorry, it's just a bounty rune. Of course, not a complete refill. They're actually looking to kill middle. Almost on 6 though. Oh, again.
Oh,
it's just so easy for them.
This Weaver is being so punished, and I'm gonna be honest. Tiny Disruptor is rough to play against, but I feel like Kashi is just overstepping. His job should be just harassing Disruptor away. Maybe don't get so close to Forever.
Who can?
Oh, Kemps just dies. That was a great combination. Rotate from a Treant Protector. Not the hero you expect to maybe see in mid. That's why potentially Kemps was surprised. And then the connection, Acorn, Bushwhack, and of course the Sharpshooter to get the kill. Libya, they're not winning, but they're definitely more in this game than they were last game at minute 6.
Yeah, definitely fighting a lot harder. Also gave themselves a much better chance in the draft. I think their lanes are much stronger. Now Tiny is about to hit level 6, then he gets the huge bonus in armor and damage, of course. Ooh, Disruptor lifted his hands for the glimpse, but he couldn't get it.
Is that Disruptor's way of like saying, "Oh come on, man"? It's like real life when you know you're exasperated, you throw your hands up in the air. Okay. Action. I don't think you really wanted that melee creep so much to sacrifice yourself to Forever. And now you're gonna waste, like, miss a double wave under the tower because you're dead for 20 seconds up top. Finally, they managed to, well, not finally, they got a few kills previously, but this time Google will not pay with his life for it. Steve on a killing spree on the Treant Protector.
Yeah, Steve is owning almost level 6. 5.5 already. But I say that, but Disruptor is literally level 6 at minute 7.
Wow. I mean, it's the same level as the Hoodwink then.
Yeah, and now it's a mid rotation. There should be an easy kill with a Static Storm. I say that, but...
Oh, nice Bushwhack. Kemps is actually gonna sidestep, and now Static Storm coming in to protect them. Google is here with the Ursa. That's That is an early rotate for Nursa, but the amplified damage from Steve will get taken, and now Kemps will have to be forced out of there. Nobody dies, but a lot of rotations have been made.
Yeah, there was a big miscommunication as well, because Kemps didn't really want to go in, but Disruptor hard committed.
Charge does hit Kashi. Only level 4. Oh my goodness! Bash to bash to bash. Bob just completely annihilating this Weaver, who doesn't get the chance to have a game 0-4-0, and now forever jumping in. Avalanche cost. And now have the global rotate from the Underlord, using the Fiend's Gate successfully, and he's gonna go back up top alongside the Spirit Breaker. Double kill for forever. It's feels like a walk in the park currently.
Yeah, make it look easy. I mean, that's the reason why we see Tiny first banned in every game, pretty much. Heroes are so strong. Any carry that has like the ability to stun twice and right click for 200 damage at minute 9, it's kind of ridiculous.
Patient. The only one that has had a rather rough lane for the Radiant side will get away scot-free, but look at this. Oh my goodness. Kashi, not again. Falls at the feet of Forever plus Kemps. This Disruptor is 100 gold behind the Brewmaster. He could overtake Brewmaster if Disruptor gets involved in one more kill.
Yeah, which could be happening right now. Yep. Onto the hoodwink we go.
Jumping in. He has survived this far, but this time around he won't be as successful as Kashi is coming, and he will get glimpsed yet again into a static remnant, blood grenade, right click, ball lighting forward. Kemps really wants to secure the double kill. Doesn't have enough mana, but he has more than what he needs to go back to Fountain.
Yeah, nice decision making to just TP out of there. He knew he doesn't have any way to cancel it.
Disruptor needs a bit of HP here. I think should probably not give away his 4-0-5 kill streak, if you ask me personally.
Oh man, just looking at Tiny makes me a bit angry. Are they gonna? Ooh, they don't even force out the split because they just kill him. I'll take that. Why not?
Trying to turn around, but it's a level 4 Weaver, level 5 Treant Protector.
Dude, look at Tiny's health pool, man. 2000 HP at level. I mean, at minute 11.
He also does have Threads Wand, Echo Saber at the same time. Like that is insane. 6.1k net worth. To 11 minutes in. I don't even know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. If you feel like me, my voice and Black's voice are a bit deflated, is because Egypt is just completely destroying, and there is nothing for us to say. The Ursa is in the top 3 net worth, but anything else is just completely pointless from them, as Google is again posturing up this top lane, but he will get TP'd on from Kemps, pops the Enrage, and tries to run away. But who's gonna help you? A level 4 Weaver? No, he's not. He's gonna join you in the afterlife, probably dying, as we have a nice Nether Strike connecting. Stick or not, kill will be secured. It's an annihilation.
Yeah, Kashi's having a very rough one. 0-7-0. Virtually a walking bank account at this time.
You know the drill.
Oh, okay. Sharpshooter.
A lot of damage.
He doesn't die. He doesn't. Yes, he does. Okay, that was some good damage coming in from both the Treant and the Hoodwink. A bit of a victory for them. They would have much rather loved to kill the Tiny or even the Disruptor. They are the big kill streaks currently, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, Tiny is a very hard kill at this point. Avalanche 2 hits, half HP gone. Yep, sounds good to me.
He's going for the Shadowblade build. Sometimes we see Tiny is going for the Orchid because it gives you the attack speed and the silence, but this game, Forever doesn't feel the need to do anything fancy. He's just gonna go for classic. He's got the Echo Saber, and I mean, he's going to be unstoppable at any point. I don't know what the game plan to shut him down is. You need maybe Hoodwink level 12 to connect with a fully charged sharpshooter into like 6, 7 swipes from the Ursa.
Maybe even more than that. Well, the whole family is coming down here to get on top of a Tiny.
They're trying to
disrupt the ult.
The primal split again doesn't get used. Nether Strikes reposition and secure the kill onto the Tiny. We wanted at least to get the disruptor. The glimpse, toss, and X will fall. Arcane Room cannot protect you from our damage. And I liked what Libya tried to do when they realized, oh shit, we can't kill the Tiny, let us go for the disruptor. He also has a big kill streak, but they couldn't even finish him off. And now Kashi, oh nice, juking to the west, gets away for the first time in forever, as he has been dying left, right, and center. So let's try to see this attempt yet again, Black.
Yeah, the disruptor ult was absolutely amazing. Like, if they got the Bruce split off there might actually be a fight for them. But of course, instant disruptor ult completely faults any plan they had, and from there it's just impossible to kill the Tiny, control the Tiny. Who now has 2.5k HP. His net worth is outrageous. Can we just go through Tiny's numbers? Why does everything do so much? He has slow resistance, he has status resistance, he has damage reduction, his ult gives armor, damage, bonus damage on toss and movement speed. Why does he do everything?
He is not a universal hero. I gotta say that as well. He's a strength hero, and he's very strong.
And he has 4 strength gain.
Goodness gracious. Did we see?
And he becomes a range hero, and he has a displacement ability, and he has a stun.
Yeah, but he's got 0 agility, base agility. You know what I mean? Like it's
you say that, I see 15 right now.
That is true. That is true. Okay, they're trying to get. Oh wow, that is a lot of stuff throwing in for Disruptor, but you really need to kill him. Finally, first primal split of the game will grant him a huge dominating streak from the very famous, as he does fall. No turnaround this time around, as
Radiant's bottom tower seems
I'm surprised they managed to get a kill there. A Disruptor may be overstepping in confidence. Also, Kems has a completed Orchid now.
Yeah, very scary. Ooh.
Oh, Fiend's Gate coming in. X, actually, I think that might have been the play to take the Fiend's Gate away. He doesn't commit to it, and now the Nether Strike just bursts him out of the server. Kashi still on level 5. Okay, bash to ground. Meet your bomb, doubling the level of the opponent's support. Level 10 on the Spirit Breaker for the 5 of the Weaver. 17% chance for him feels like 17.
Still got Tiny. Just completely ripping apart. This damage is ridiculous. And now look at Tiny farm a stack. Here, tree grab up and boom. Yeah.
Can I please distract you for a second?
Okay, what's up?
Currently, there is a disparity of 13 levels between the two teams at minute 16. And the Ursa dies. That's gonna make it even worse. 13 levels. And now Steve will join them.
Dies.
Oh, there's some damage flying in from the Acre shot, but no, the shield rune popped by Kems. Gotta get it. Another double kill. 14 levels now. Oh, they keep on going. Guys, this is not the way to go.
As Weaver is actually, like, he can't do anything anymore. He's so far behind. Impossible to play the game of Dota now.
He's level 5. 7, like last game, I believe the Shadow Shaman hit level 6 at minute 16. He's not even close to it yet. He might need to die 4 more times before he gets his level 6. Meanwhile, this Disruptor has purchased his own Aghanim Shard. He's got Thunder Strike available, level 11 for him. Spirit Breaker, level 12. Goodness gracious.
stupendous.
Yeah, he also has a Shadow Blade completed already. Ridiculous levels of farm on him as well. Yeah, I mean, as we spoke about on the break, it's gonna be tough for any team to really beat Egypt. Egypt is crazy good.
Charge into the Ursa. The Spirit Breaker is higher level than the Ursa. And like I said, Kashi has to die yet again. trying to get himself closer and closer to that level 6. Net worth-wise, he's the very bottom with 2.6k, even 1,000 behind the tree and protector, and Action seems to be really believing in this Radiance if he's gonna get it. He's about 600 gold away from having it. As we also tried to get our hands on a Maelstrom for the Hoodwink, but the very famous and Chems are smoking up, trying to get someone else. The Ursa does disengage. They see the Ancients have been killed.
Yeah, smoking around to the Brewmaster. And they find him. Goodbye.
This is... he's not even moving. He's like, you know what? You got me. It's kind of like when you were a kid and you played hide and seek and someone found you. You had two choices. Like, you could try to, like, pretend they didn't find you and run away, or just be, like, an honest man and give up. You're like, yep, you find me. Well done. That's kind of what happened there.
Or the third option is you act like you don't exist.
You do that often, Black?
Yeah, of course. Part of
Fair
my
enough.
survival instinct.
I get that. That's fair enough. Oh, they're jumping in. No, Kashi's somehow still at level 6. Oh, he got it. He got it. It doesn't matter. He died. He was silenced. Couldn't use time lapse. He has it. 19:21 minute when the Weaver has his level 6. Ladies and gentlemen, this might just be the turnaround point. We got the Overgrowth committed onto Chems and the Primal Split onto the Disruptor, blows up to the Sharpshooter, and we can finally say, after what feels like a lifetime, this is an equal trade. 1 for 1. Support for support, but when you're playing 15,000 gold behind, it's a victory for the Dire.
Yeah, and they were pretty close to catching up to the Storm as well. There's still hope. Ursa's definitely one of the heroes in this patch that can carry games. But you gotta remember, it's a tiny. If you lose one fight, your base is bye-bye.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
12,000 net worth on this tiny. Ursa has the Blink Dagger on top of the Battle Fury. This is good. This is slowly starting to come along for them. I think the Radiance is also not far off. No, it's not at all. He actually has it on Action currently. So, great pickups for the side of Libya. Level 6 on the Weaver, the Radiance, the Blink. I think even the Gleipnir has arrived. No, well, not ignored that. Abort mission. There's only a Maelstrom, and that's about it for the Hoodwink.
Huh. Yeah. I was looking at Tiny. He's about to have 35%. Disruptors. Dead once more.
I mean, this was the second best streak in the game, and he died back to back now. As long as you manage to get something, like I said, when you're so far behind, every kill is a huge goal swing. Another 600 going in the favor of Libya, trying to offset some of this aggression. They're TPing. They've got the Overgrowth, but the tile. Oh my goodness. Tree and Protector doesn't protect anything as he just gets blown out of water. And now charged out mid, Fiend's Gate, Storm Spirit jumping in. And we have the chance of running away. There's no Primal Split available at all. 4 heroes. Probably a bit of an excess TP here to get this Brewmaster, but hey, it's a core.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Yeah, the amount of synergy they have in this lineup is also really, really good. Like Storm or the Hoodwink.
Just jumping in so far. Level 15. This Storm Spirit spots the Hoodwink. Bish Bash Bosh. And his life. Steve. I mean, I know what Steve's trying to do. He's using the Overgrowth. He's punching the Storm. He's getting away. Meanwhile, Forever is killing Kashi yet again. Kashi didn't get the chance to use the time lapse, but that's Black. What is happening right now? Somehow, Dota Plus still gives them 2% chance, which is admirable. But I think it's like a -2 for Libya, if you ask me personally.
I mean, 0% is just purely statistically speaking not possible in most cases, right? Like there's always a tiny bit of a chance of something to happen. But yeah, it's gonna be a big uphill battle, and it will definitely involve Egypt misplaying massively, which with the current trajectory, can't really see that happening. Tiny also now finished his Sanj Yasha. So you got a casual 39% status resistance. Cool.
I truly hope that Libya doesn't feel too down after this series, right? I feel they realize they've just been outmatched as they're gonna get jumped on
The
top
tiny
Tormentor.
paradise.
This is gonna be a disaster, but the time lapse coming in time, and
Oh, they
now
got
we
commented
have the
too.
beautiful static storm. They're trying to take the Fiends get away. That was a nice attempt, but in the end, it's gonna be a dominating and godlike spree, respectively, for Forever and Patient.
That must feel so horrible. They also get the Tormentor, Camp solo kills, X. We spoke about Storm hard countering Hoodwink. Everything is going wrong, man. They couldn't even get the shard. The shard went to Camps, actually.
No, it didn't. Oh my goodness, that is atrocious. Yeah, I mean, everything else has been a disaster. This one, again, at 22 levels behind currently, Black. Is this good enough disparity for you?
Them dire buildings are tough as nails.
We said 30 was the territory of no comeback, right?
22 is still not enough. Okay, let's see. Black believes, ladies and gentlemen. I never knew you to be an optimist, but I can definitely respect that as we have TPs coming in. Google blinks in, but instantly gets stunned by the charge, and look at the Storm Spirit jumping in the backline. Treant Protector has to run away and manage to get away for a few while longer, but the Overgrowth doesn't get used. And look, Primals rulings, they're just dying. So is the Ursa. Ultimate or not, nice, beautiful bushwhack onto 4, but the damage does not follow through. The Weaver has fallen, and now Sharpshooter misses. Forever just walking in, tanking the high ground. We have a beautiful glimpse into the Static Storm, into the Pit of Malice. Nom nom nom. Libya players no more.
Right on. Also base no more because Tiny's hitting the house.
Tower could use a little help.
Oh, it's building damage, man. 200 per swipe. Huh.
Patient slicing some pizza as they've been slicing methodically the side of Libya for the last couple of maps. 27,000 gold ahead, 25 minutes in, and 99% win rate probability. Still not 100%, and still not 30 levels above. They have buybacks, right? This is one saving grace you could say for Libya. They have buybacks. If there is massive overcommit in the Ancient or the Fountain, they could buy back, because we have Nether Strike coming in, Camps jumping in on top of it, Overgrowth. They're trying to get the kill to the Storm Spirit, and Camps has fallen. I was just summoning the overcommit, and that is a big one, including the gem. 10 godlike kill spree, 2,300 claimed by Kashi and his squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we said, right? Big misplace by Egypt. That was completely unnecessary, this sort of move. And we spoke about that before. You know, maybe you can get away with it here because you're leading by so much.
Yeah.
But on the big stage, you do this, you're gonna get massively punished.
I think even Libya here could probably attempt to go something, as long as they wouldn't, of course, face Forever, who could probably 1v5 them at this current moment in time. But if they could jump in on the supports and look at the Bling Dagger, the very famous, another flawless disruptor usage of the glimpse, sorry, not even the glimpse, of the Static Storm, Kinetic Field, Dish Bash Wash, Nether Strike and Charge. Maybe overcommit from Meteor Bob, but the kill's a kill, and that was the offlaner action taken out. Charging onto Kashi. He is so fast. This is one of the reasons why Spirit Breaker is viable again. It is this facet. The Bull Rush is so strong.
Oh yeah, definitely. The amount of movement speed you linger with, crazy amount.
Especially when there's no
2.5
reliable
seconds
stunts,
too.
right? There's no reliable stunts for Libya. They're running a Treant Weaver supports. Unless the Treant wants to commit the Overgrowth, there's nothing to really catch him with 100%. And I don't think we got the Gleipnir yet on the Hoodwink either. So when you get that, maybe, but he still is a Vitality booster away from having it. Oh, he's got the money. He just needs to have the Courier alive long enough.
Yeah, so Steve... nice squad they got in, but Hoodwink gone.
Look at the Nether Strike, taking the Primal Beast closer and closer. Primal Speed gets cancelled. Electric Vortex is not going to connect with a Meteor Hammer. The Ursa tries to jump in the back line, and look at the Peat of Malice perfectly catching even Steve on the Treant Protector. Doesn't manage to do anything to get his team to safety. Action will fall, and it's going to be Kashi, the only survivor, but not for much while longer, as Kemp jumps in. Before he dies, Google calls the GG. What a performance, Black. Team Egypt starting off the tournament with an absolute statement in this 2-0 victory versus Libya.
Yeah. As we expected, though. Strong. Very strong. Again, there's pretty much to criticize other than that, you know, occasionally they take it a bit relaxed, which they can't get away with at the Asian finals, which they aren't qualified to yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But, yeah, well picked. I mean, well drafted, well played. Yeah, good job. It seems they're even sharper than last time.
The more you play, the better you feel, right? Maybe they weren't fully warmed up before that game number 1, as their previous series today was a forfeit, which I believe should put them in first place with 2-0 victories. But I gotta say, Meteor Bob on this Spirit Breaker, Black, was a complete menace, and he played that very well. But the amount of bashes he was constantly getting through his passive, the Greater Bash, were kind of overwhelming, both to feel if you're on the Libya side, but as a viewer as well. It was constant bash. It felt like I was watching a different hero.
Yeah, I mean, I wish, you know, when I played Spirit Breaker, it looked like that, but...
Same, yeah, same.
No, it was very interesting, for sure. I think that's why I picked Spirit Breaker so early, because they know. You know, some people just have a bash command.
I knew someone like that once, I have to be honest, yeah. It's understandable. I'm looking at the rest of the results right now to see if we have anything else updated when it comes to Dota 2, as obviously the qualifier began earlier. We have Tunisia, you know, the team we saw in the first series of today. I am updating everybody at home. You can find all of this information on iesf.gg yourself. Tunisia defeated the Ivory Coast 2-0 in an off-stream matchup.
Ivory Coast, okay. They were supposed to be Egypt's first game, right? But they had some technical issues.
And they forfeited that game, yes.
Okay.
So not a good start for the Ivory Coast, but a pretty good one for Tunisia, who managed to get one map in their first series and then a 2-0 victory. So they should be finding themselves actually in second place, as Morocco only played a single series today. Obviously, that may change tomorrow. The more games are being played, as we see the absolute final team wipe that Egypt managed to, well, get over Libya. Area, Megaway, Bob, Kemp, and Forever match winner, all the players of Egypt. And I gotta ask you, MVP for that overall series, Black?
Overall series, I mean, if we're just looking at who did the job perfectly, like we're not talking about flashiness or anything like that. I think it's Forever. Both games, 0 deaths. Like, he farmed super nicely. He joined fights when he had to join fights. Yeah, I think it's a very stellar carry performance.
I'm with you. I think Forever did exceptionally well. Flawless. No deaths on the tiny, right? Like, what else is there to say about that? Absolutely stellar from the Egyptian squad that is now, like I said, in first place in the Northern African qualifiers, looking to go for the repeat of last year, making it to the World Esports Championships. But Black, before we end it, let us talk to one of the winners, as we are joined by none other than our friend Meteor Bob. Bob, congratulations for your victory. Welcome to the stream. And I gotta start from the very, very beginning. It's been over 8 months now since your previous appearance at the World Esports Championships. How has the squad felt over the last 8 months or so, and how are you preparing for this new season?
We did practice sometimes, and we joined an organization for the past few months, and we played together for a few times. We know each other well, so we knew that we can do good things in this qualifiers. Actually, we were ready.
Okay, so you obviously prepared a lot, right?
In the
So
last few months, we didn't play that much, but yeah, we overall we prepared. We played pubs a lot and stuff.
okay, yeah, that's very, very good. So we saw 5 out of 7 teams so far. Is there any team that you think is a danger to you guys? Because that right now look really one-sided.
I think we watched the game Tunisia versus Morocco. They were both playing really good. It was 2-1. We actually enjoyed the game, and I think we will plan for them today after the stream.
Nice.
Okay. No, so even though you made it look very, very easy, you still have that humble pie as well. I like that.
Thank you. We were kind of prepared, to be honest, and we read them in the picks. We knew how they were going to play, so we were actually kind of ready. Our coach as well is doing the statistics for the matches, so
Yeah. Your draft was amazing, both games for sure. But execution was also really good. So yeah, there's no criticism from me.
appreciate it coming from you.
Bob, I gotta ask you about that second game, right? About your pick. You ran the Spirit Breaker, one of these heroes that both me and Black feel like is so strong in the current meta. The other teams kind of stayed away from it. You got your hands on it. And what is your secret to get so many bashes?
Actually, this hero is I played this hero since Dota 1, so we have a good friendship, me and Bara. So I knew that I was gonna bash. I actually tell them in the chat, guys. I'm in the mic. Guys, I'm gonna bash him right now. Just trust me. Come with me. They actually bash. It just goes like this.
I need to know your secret. Like, do you say something when it happens, or do you press a button when it happens? Like,
Bismillah.
what's the?
You say Bismillah, and you just go bash.
Oh, okay. If it's that easy, I mean, I'll try it next time.
Yeah,
If
you
it
should
doesn't
try.
if it doesn't work, I know who to blame. Also, don't forget about that ice cream when you qualify.
Just
Yeah.
don't curse the hero when you don't bash. You have to believe in your hero, so he
Oh,
can
of
trust
course,
you.
I would never do that. Yeah, no, we're family, you know.
Yeah.
Like I treat
You
him
will
like a
blame him.
brother. He treats me like a brother, and when it really matters, that's when he will bash. I know.
I assure you that you will bash next time.
Thank
This
you.
is a very
Appreciate
interesting
that.
conversation, ladies and gentlemen, all of your viewers at home, realizing that the importance of unlocking the full potential of a hero is treating your hero like a Pokemon. I understand. That's what I'll be doing from now on. I'll be talking to all my RNG heroes. Let's go. Let's hit it. Bob, obviously Doma covered with you already. How do you feel about the rest of the teams? But I gotta ask you, right? For us, you and your team are the favorites to take the North African slot, and if anything else would happen, it would be a bit of an upset. So with us not necessarily wanting to give you too much confidence so you make mistakes, if you do qualify to the World Esports Championship this year, are you going to change anything in your preparation compared to last year, as I assume you want to have an even better result there?
Yes, of course. We will prepare better this time, and this time there is a new patch. We can actually try hard from this moment until November. We have actually a very good amount of time, so we can just prepare for it. And this year we have a coach as well, and we have everything that we need. I think yes, this year we can do better if we qualify. Hopefully, the teams are good, yes, but I believe in my teammates. They're all good players, to be honest. I think yes, we can do a very good thing there.
Amazing. Well, Bob, I don't want to take too much more of your time, because I have a feeling we'll get plenty more of these type of moments over the coming days if your team keeps on showing the same form. So before you go, if you have any final words you'd like to say to the stream, or any final shout outs you'd like to make, now this is your moment.
Yeah, I want to make shout out to my Egyptian friends that's watching that stream. Thank you everyone for believing in us, and I think guys, we will make you proud. Thank you everyone, and thanks Iesf for the good production and the good organization.
Thank you so much to you, Bob. It's a pleasure to see you and talk to you, as well as see your teammates on the server every single time. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Egypt coming off fresh off of 2 victories in their first day. What a performance from them, Black. They are right now in the first position, and he's looking so happy, and I like that they are very grounded still. Despite what was an absolute domination and display of skills, Bob told us, no. We watched the other 2 teams. They played very well. We're not going to underestimate them.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely humble despite absolutely crushing the competition. And I mean, from my POV, the teams that played previously, there is a chance that they could win, of course. There always is a chance. But the way they drafted and played and prepared, as they said,
yeah,
it's going to be hard to see anyone surpassing them out of those remaining teams. Got to be completely honest. I don't want to be like the doom and gloomer kind of guy, but this difference was just astounding. It was massive.
With that being said, let's just take a look at the matches we will have the pleasure of showing to you on stream tomorrow, and it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath. First of all, with Egypt versus Tunisia, the undefeated thus far versus the bounce back team, 1-2 loss, and then a 2-0 victory just recently versus Cote d'Ivoire. It could be Egypt's first thorn into their side if Tunisia can replicate some of their success and fix some of those mistakes. And then afterwards, for the second series of the day, me and Black will have the pleasure of taking you into the South African qualifiers for the first matchup between 2 teams that, well, we haven't seen thus far, and they're gonna make their debut tomorrow. It's gonna be Namibia versus their counterpart from, if I'm not correct, what's this other team they're playing? A Black, is it Madagascar? I hear you say.
Madagascar, yeah, I believe so.
Incredible. I'm a bit of a geography fan myself, right, Black? And I'm gonna tell you a little secret about me. I have several countries I really have on my bucket list that I would like to visit, but in my top 6, they're both Madagascar and Namibia. So having 2 of my wish list countries to visit clash in a Dota tournament tomorrow will be the highlight of my week for sure.
Is it because of the movie? Because for me, it's because of the movie. I watched it as a kid.
I mean,
and
I've also seen like actual footage from Madagascar, and it looks incredible.
I'm not that educated. No.
Oh well. I mean, that is the difference between German and Romanian education, ladies and gentlemen. No, I do have to say the Madagascar movies were great. I'm a King Julian lover myself. But before we say anything that might get us canceled in this current day and age, the point is we love all of the teams that we have here. We love all the countries, and we want to give them all a shout out for the show that they have put on today and that they will be putting on for us in the Dota qualifiers over the coming days. As Black, do you have any final words you'd like to say to the stream before we close off?
Do I have any final words? No, I'm looking forward to tomorrow what the other teams have in store for us in regards to strategy mostly, because I'm a guy, as I told you already, copycat. I wanna assimilate all the new things. Today, Bob taught me how to bash. Very important.
Yes.
Yes, I'll never forget that. And if it doesn't work down the line, I'm gonna probably meet him again soon. And I'll be like, what was that all about, man? Where's my ice cream?
I like that, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that is it from the first day of broadcast of North African and South African Dota 2 qualifiers for the Iesf 2024. I was Waxing, joined by Black. Huge shout out to our entire production team and everybody behind the scenes. And we will see you tomorrow for some more Dota 2 action. Stay tuned and stay hydrated.